What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Tonight's episode, Massachusetts versus Aidan Kearney, Turtleboy, and this is LG, Lindsay G, KP. That's how I'm going to refer to them as LG, KP. Instant messages from Cellibrite. We are going to first start with a clip from a recent broadcast, and you know, when you see something, you just got to say something. The video here is going to show how the credibility of Lindsay G is. Woo! Here we go.
Jennifer McCabe.
Yep. I'm on a call with Kate, and I didn't know Kate had me on three-way or speakerphone with Jen McCabe. And she puts me on speaker, and she's like, "Oh, Jen's here right now. Jen McCabe's got something to say to you." And I'm like, "What the fuck?" Like, so this is, and why this sticks out so vividly to me is because I got in a car accident this day. Okay. And so I have two of my children in the back seat. And I'm driving through, I don't know what the town is before Avon. We're almost at the Polar Express. We do this every year. This is our tradition. We go to fucking Jordan's and do the whole Polar Express, the ride and the games and everything. It's our yearly tradition. And we're almost there. We're 5 minutes away. We prepaid the tickets and everything. And I'm on the speakerphone. I have my phone in the fucking holder with Kate. And she's like, "Oh, yeah, Jen's here. Jen wants to talk to you." And this is the first time I had ever spoken to Jen. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, talk about being put on the spot, right? So she puts me on speaker.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys hear the rest of this in a minute, but I just have to stop it right there. Okay, here we go. So welcome to my channel. And if you guys do not know, I took basically Jennifer McCabe's cell phone and the watch and blew that narrative out of the water. The watch and the cell phone were walking and moving in concert. I showed that on numerous times, numerous times, when I want to say numerous, very specific times. I was able to show that that is not the case, and they were very, very significant points. So what I went ahead and did is when I heard this, I said, that's not true at all. I was like, because I actually do have a photographic memory. So here we go. I went ahead and took Lindsay Gaetani's cell phone extraction. And she literally just said this 2 nights ago. Okay. And you guys just heard the story there. She can totally remember this. The first time that she's ever talked to Jen McCabe, she got in a car accident that day. Okay. Well, I'm going to show you guys the actual truth bombs. I went ahead and I pulled her extraction, the phone records, and the text messages. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to show you guys those. I'm going to use what I call Hector the projector here. So welcome, Hector. Just like old school, and let me tell you something. If this doesn't go viral, then it's because people don't want to hear the truth. I know it's just a hard concept. The truth. This is reality. All right. I went ahead and redacted stuff so I can actually show it and feel fine about it. All right. So here we go. Okay. When you actually read these, you go from bottom up. All right. So Kate, Lindsay. So Kate says to Lindsay, because Lindsay was texting her a bunch of pictures, and Kate's like, and I'm going to get into this later, but this is beyond just some silly online pissing match. Okay, so then Kate, Lindsay, you free. I'm with Jen and Matt, if that's okay. Do you see this motherfucking shit right here? Right there, it's in front of our faces. Okay, right here. Holy shit, right? 12/12/2023. Now, again, this is, you have to count to UTC time. So what did she just tell us? Lindsay Gaetani told us that she'll never forget this. That Kate had some three-way with her that she didn't even know was going to be a three-way. and that she puts it's a speakerphone, and that she had no idea that Jen was going to be there. That she puts me on speakerphone, and boom, Jen's just there. Now, how do I know that this day is the car accident day? You guys are going to see the text messages that prove it. Her own text messages prove her fucking lies. And just how any expert is going to blow this up. So right here, you free. I'm with Jen and Matt if that's okay. This is a text message. Then 3:56. Yeah, sorry, driving. Just saw your text. Call me. Okay. Then sorry, just saw this. Call me back whenever. Okay. I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I had a Zoom with my son's doctor. Are you free now? Okay. Then you go to the actual call log, because she says, are you actually free now? Kate writes back, yes. Okay. Now, 4:52 in 6 seconds. 4:52 in 12 seconds. You see that? Boom. They have a 1 hour and 46-minute conversation. 1 hour and 46-minute conversation. So there's the text. Kate says yes to are you free now? Then there's this 1 hour and 46-minute call. Okay. Then woo! Let me just fan off myself for a second here. Then, okay, 1 hour and 46-minute phone call. Then you're like, oh, Lana, this could have been just any day. No. After they have that phone call, same day, just a little bit later. Oh my God. Whoops, I went too far. Right here. Ready? So here, after she says yes, and they have that conversation for hour and 46 minutes, okay, then 42 minutes would go by, and Lindsay sends this text message to Kate. Okay, ready? And this text message says, I hate my life. I hate my life. The second I got off the phone with you, I got in a car accident. This old guy pulled out of a side of street without stopping, looked off, and I slammed into the girl in front of me. So now I'm at fault since the guy took off. And now we missed the Polar Express ride so it would be my fault. It would be my first at fault accident in my life, even though it wasn't my fault, and blah fucking blah. Okay? Ready. Hang tight. Now we're going to go back to Dallas and her truth journey.
And that's with Kate. And she's like, oh, yeah, Jen's here. Jen wants to talk to you. And this is the first time I had ever spoken to Jen. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, talk about being put on the spot, right? So she puts me on speaker. And that's when Jen says to me, like, I don't know what to say. She's like, hey. And I'm like, hi. I'm like, I'm so sorry for everything that you've been through. Like, what do you say? Like the first time, like you're put on the spot with Jen McKean, and like, you've never spoken to her.
She wasn't put on any fucking spot. Okay. This is what you call not credible witness. I just blew it up. You guys can say, yeah, Lana, you're kind of like an expert. And I kind of believe that I am in this department. They are going to destroy and shred this woman to pieces. Okay. Nothing that she is saying is credible. Okay. She did not know that she was going to be talking to not only Matt or Jen McCabe, Jen and Matt. And it was not just some like, 5-minute conversation, 1 hour and 46-minute call. 1 hour, 46 minutes. I want to go back and now let's listen to this one more time when she's talking about going to the Polar Express, right? When someone gives you just an elaborate story, just like, what's going on here?
And why this sticks out so vividly to me is because I got in a car accident this day, okay? And
God bless your soul.
so I have two of my children in the back seat. And I'm driving through, I don't know what the town is before Avon. We're almost at the Polar Express. We do this every year. This is our tradition. We go to fucking Jordan's and do the whole Polar Express, the ride and the games and everything. It's our yearly tradition. And we're almost there. We're 5 minutes away. We prepaid the tickets and everything. And I'm on the speakerphone. I have my phone in the fucking holder with Kate. And she's like, oh yeah, Jen's here. Jen wants to talk to you. And this is the first time I had ever spoken to Jen. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, talk about being put on the spot, right? So she puts me on speaker. And that's when Jen says to me, like, I don't know what to say. She's like, hey. And I'm like, hi. I'm like, I'm so sorry for everything that you've been through. Like, what do you say? Like the first time, like you're put on the spot with Jen McCabe and like, you've never spoken to her before. And like, you've been on the opposite side of things. You've literally fucked the guy that has like gone after them the hardest. Like, so I'm just kind of like deer in headlights. Like, I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. Like, I'm like, and she says, well, if you're really sorry, you'll testify against Aidan and make sure that he's held accountable for the things that he's fucking done. And I'm just like, and literally like probably 2 minutes after that is when I fucking crashed in the car in front of me.
Okay, so you guys talked for an hour and 44 minutes or an hour and 43 minutes. She then tells you this after an hour and 43 minutes, tells you this, and then you crash. All lies. All lies. First of all, Kate had texted her and said, hey, are you free? I'm with Jen and Matt. Number one. Number two, yes. Then Kate calls her. She doesn't answer. Why would she say yes? Then Kate's like 5 minutes later, oh, just call me back when you can. Then 40 minutes would go by. 40 minutes go by. And she tells, oh my God, I didn't know that I had a Zoom with my kid's doctor. Well, I can tell you that the phone extraction does not show that there was a Zoom. Okay? That doesn't mean that she didn't use a computer or another device. Okay? Next. Then they have after, okay, yep. She calls Kate. To Kate. 1 hour and 46-minute phone call. While she's what? On her way to the Polar Express? Like, well, before she goes to the Polar Express, and then during the drive of the Polar Express, and then she smashes her car. Now, does she smash her car, Lana? Yes, but does she actually smash her car on that day? Now, she does call her after she gets off the phone with Kate. She rejects a phone call with this device anyways. And then she does make a phone call roughly, and I don't know who would do this, but 3 hours after she smashes, 3 hours, she calls this guy that is, I don't know if it's actually her insurance. It is an insurance agent by the name of Mike G. She does and talks to him for 30 minutes. That's a long time to talk to your insurance guy, but whatever. Then in the text exchange when she says, "Oh my God, you'll never believe I had such the worst day ever and I got in a wreck." Kate's like, "Oh my God, are you okay? Do you need AAA?" Then Kate proceeds to say, "Well, did you call the police?" And she says, "Yeah," because she's like, "Did you report it?" Because she's over here, only thing she gives a fuck about is this surcharge that she's about to take on. So it'll be my first at fault of my life, my fault, and I'll have surcharges for the next 7 years. Can anything fucking else happen or go wrong? And then Kate's just like, "Are you okay? Do you have AAA?" Then now, prior to all of this, though, she was making phone calls to Already Enterprise. There is no phone call to a police department. So either somebody else had called a police department and there was a report and somebody came out. I don't know. But this is absolutely fucking crazy that you're going to come out and literally lie. And then literally just a minute or two before this big extravagant lie, which matters. It's relevant because I'm going to tell you why it's relevant. Because she tells the world in this little interview that her and Aidan are kosher and they have a mutual understanding.
By Lindsay, who we thought was our friend, like this bitch that's pretending to be a dudes and say one pro homeo Kelly. You know, so she sure. I was crying hysterical, could not breathe, having a panic attack because I was so worried about my children being brought into shit. And I spoke with Mello, and they were all urging me to call the police. Well, we can't do anything for you unless you report this to the police. I'm like, what? Like, you don't understand. Like, this guy's going to come at me even harder. Like, if I go to the police, like, you're not listening to me. He's threatening me with shit about my children. You know, these documents about my...
Okay, right there. I think that she just said it herself. He's threatening you about your kids. And literally just 10 minutes before that, she's over here going fucking wild about Jess Machado. You bring kids into this. I'll never forgive you. I'll never forgive you. How in the same breath are you then saying literally a minute later that Aidan was threatening you and your children, threatening your kids?
My children, like, you're not listening. And they're urging me. We can't do anything for you. We cannot help you. Like, you're on your own. And like,
I have no idea why she wants to start this conversation on the 23rd and whatever happened that day. So I want to tell you guys and back it all the way up. Here is undeniable proof. On December 13th, 2023. And it's a really important day here. Well, December 13th. Yeah, that'd be right after she talked for an hour and 46 minutes with Jen McCabe on three-way with Matt and whoever else, that she's lying about that whole story and that Kate Peters just like did not tell her that Jen was, she just pops up and, oh my God, like, what do you say? No. Listen. The next day, the very next day, after this call with Jennifer McCabe, it is Lindsay Gaetani, okay, who calls Ken Mello and dials *67 to do it. She uses this cell phone, which I do not believe this is the only phone that she has. *67, Ken Mello on 1213. And she talks to Ken Mello on 1213 for 11 minutes and 39 seconds. Now, we want to back all this up for a good timeline here. And remember, the grand jury started. Okay, the grand jury started on 11/28/2023. Okay, 11/28/2023. Aidan and her, Lindsay, basically on 12/8, stopped talking. Before that, something happened big on 12/3/12/4. Okay, but let's go with this whole, because I'm gonna bring in the Bederow stuff here. She goes to Ken Mello on 12/13 though. So I'm gonna pull up this. And again, after, I believe it's a story, her saying in this live that Jen McCabe is telling me if you want to, oh, if you're really sorry, then you'll go and testify at the grand jury. What? That's her version of events. That's what she's trying to say. Jen McCabe said to her, the one thing that she can remember out of an hour and 46-minute phone call. And that's when, after she heard that, she crashed her car a minute later. Okay. So I'm like, this is all lies. Not only is she lying that she didn't know that who she was going to be talking to, Kate Peter wrote her, and I just showed you the text message. I'm with Jen and Matt. Okay. Now she's over here trying, her version of events is that Jen McCabe, if you're really sorry, then you're going to go ahead and testify. Then you're going to testify at the grand jury. I don't believe that for a second that it went down like that. At the fuck all. Not at all. What is Lindsay on the 13th going to testify to at the grand jury? And then if this was remotely had anything to do with actually the grand jury that started up on 11/28, okay? Like, no. When was Lindsay Gaetani ever sent a summons? She didn't testify at the grand jury that indicted him. Okay? That didn't happen. Now, why does this matter? Well, because all of a sudden, Lindsay Gaetani, and I have no idea why Aidan would ever be endorsing this. We're not doing anything. We're not aligning. The fuck are you talking about?
Unless you talk to the police, you have to report this. This is a crime that's being committed against you. You need to talk to the cops. You need to report it. You need to file a
But 1,000 to thick cash romantic.
realize like she was a dumbass bitch that like thought this guy was going to be loyal to her. Like you're getting involved with a guy that's still married that you knew was fucking around with 18 different women at one time. Like you knew what he was all about. You entered this knowingly, willingly, knowing what he was about. You thought you were going to be the one to change it. I don't know. Or was she like literally sent here by some, I don't know. I'm just proposing these questions. Okay.
Oh my God. The only person I think could have been potentially sent by anybody for any reason is you, Lindsay. Is you.
There's probably some shit I shouldn't say right now because I don't,
Okay.
I know Aidan likes, okay, we can all agree on this, that Aidan talks too much, right? He confides in people too much. He shows his cards because he just is a talker, right? I don't like to show the group my hand of cards. I don't like to show people my next move. So
I will.
I'll
do
talk
it for
on
you.
them.
I'll do it for you. I'll do it for you. Everything that you are saying is a lie. And if you plan on if you want to go to prison, the Commonwealth is going to put this woman away for perjury. No doubt about it. If she thinks that she's going to say anything other than whatever she is sworn to under oath for any reason, they will put her in prison. Mark my words. Because now this is some fucked up shit. If you're lying, so you come out and decide to do this, Ray from Dallas, whatever. Okay, no knock on him. I mean, I don't even know the guy, but hey, she wanted to speak on this. I cannot believe that she thought it was a good idea, okay, to say the things that she said, which are so easily provable the opposite way. Like, how dumb can you be type of moment?
But yeah. I'm not going to give a heads up so they can prepare for how they're going to react to my next move. So ask me what you want to ask me, and I'll see if I can answer.
What are you talking about? Nobody has to prepare for any next moves. When it's the truth, it's the truth. What the fuck is this broad talking about? Her fucking her Cellibrite is on the internet. I mean,
Okay, so we know
nothing.
that
Everybody,
Because I've been pretty open about this.
Okay.
When he left that early that morning, like I don't know if it was before midnight or after midnight or whatever, but when he left, eventually, like I woke up and I'm gonna be straight up with you. Like I don't remember talking to Kate Peter that morning. Aidan says I did, so like I take his word for it.
your Cellibrite's available. Okay, your Cellibrite's available. You don't know if you talked to Kate Peter or not. What the fuck does that have anything to do with anything?
And I'm sure that he says the records show that I did. So like, I don't even remember talking to Kate first. I do remember very vividly my conversations with Brian Tully and Ken Mello that morning though. And so Aidan says I talked to Kate first. So I'll take his word for that. I'm sure the records will prove that. I don't know what I said to her, but when I eventually did speak to, it was Tully first, I believe.
No, on the 13th, you called Mello on the 13th. Then I'll help you out here. Then after you call Mello on the 13th, okay? Then on 12/16, Turtleboy calls you and you answer it. On 12/16, 2023, Turtleboy uses his phone to call you. You answer. And you guys talk for 9 minutes and 1 second on 12/16, 2023. While there was a grand jury going on that you did not know about.
Was it Tully first?
And you were not summoned to. Now, after that, on 12/17, 2023, because it just creeped into the next morning, you missed a call from Clarence Woods Emerson from him calling from his Facebook account that you missed. Then he calls again just 2 minutes later from Clarence Woods Emerson on, again, 12/17, 2023, but you answer it this time. And you guys talked for 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Then on 5/19, 2023, you have a missed call because you rejected it from Brian Tully on 12/19, 2023. Then you immediately call him back within 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And you talk to him for 17 minutes and 23 seconds. This is on 12/19. Then you call Kate Peters. You do not talk to Kate Peter before you talk ever to Brian Tully as far as these records go. You did not talk to Kate Peter prior to talking to Brian Tully on 12/19. Then, right immediately after you got off the phone with him in your 17-minute call with Tully, you run to Kate Peter and you dial her up and she doesn't answer. Then you call Sean Kelly. Fuck that is. Then Kate Peter calls you back. But because you were on the phone with Sean Kelly for 28 minutes and 28 seconds, you didn't answer. You missed Kate Peter call. This is on 12/19. Possibly actually 12/18, depending on the time change with the UTC. So actually Brian Tully could have called you potentially on the 12/18 at like 10 at night. Then since you missed Kate Peter call, you then call her after you get off the phone with Sean Kelly, and you talk to Kate Peter for 48 minutes and 12 seconds. Then Turtleboy calls you on 12, same day, but this is way later. And this is like at 2, maybe 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning. And he calls you from his regular phone number and you miss it. Then you must have slept all day until you made a phone call or you received a phone call from Sean Kelly, and you answered it for 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Then you talked to Auntie Cheryl. Then you took a phone call on 12/19 then, because technically it would be now 12/19 because I just corrected that in the evening of 12/18 is when Brian Tully called you. You called him back based on the UTC not transferring over. And you talked to Turtleboy for 9 minutes and 47 seconds. You do that. You take his phone call. Then immediately after you talk to him, you run to Kate Peter and call her and dial her up. But what's crazy here is the text messages that are going back and forth from the moment that you reach out, Lindsay, to Kate Peter, almost looking like you're trying to set her up. I totally agree. Bedtime stories with Bella. Karen Reed is innocent, and these idiots just muddied up her name. Okay? This is absolute wildness that, like, what the fuck? Okay? We're going to read these text messages out. I don't know what people have been talking about, but how anybody could possibly get this twisted. Kate Peter did not reach out to Lindsay. Kate Peter, it was Lindsay reaching out to the world. Lindsay was like, oh, Gretchen Boss wants to talk to me. Yeah, sure, I could talk to her. Yeah, that sounds great. Oh, wait, Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, they want to be on a three-way that I know about an hour and 46 minutes later. Sure, they talk for an hour and 46 minutes. Then she smashes her car. Then she waits 3 hours to call her insurance guy. Then she doesn't call the police, tells Kate she calls the police. The other person must have called the police. Who even knows if there was a fucking car accident? Then, continuing on this train wreck, then Turtleboy calls you, same day, 12/19. You talked to him for another, or I already told you that, 9:47. Then you call Kate for 6 seconds. Then you call Kate. And then you talk for 6 seconds, only 6 seconds. So there was not enough time for this whole, whatever you think's happening. But then you receive a phone call from Brian Tully, 40 minutes after you take a 6-second phone call. And now what's interesting is that every time that Brian Tully calls you, you don't pick it up. You always miss the calls when he calls you. And it's almost like this. You don't know how to record a phone call. So what you do is you actually, you're the one that actually has to call him. And then but you call him and then you guys talk again on 12/19, just later that day, for 7 minutes and 54 seconds. So why Kate only has one phone? Yes, but Lindsay, I think Lindsay has more than one phone. I don't have Kate's records like that. But let me ask you guys a question. Why does everybody just let's talk about the 23rd or let's talk about the 22nd? Why isn't the story starting at let's talk about the 18th? Exactly. I figured that out in a second when I looked at her phone records. The biggest part about her phone records that everybody should be wowing about is what I said the other day is Lindsay basically went into the closet and grabbed a phone that she had stopped using in May of 2023, grabs it out of the closet and is like, okay, this is going to be the phone that I'm going to use because the first phone call, or I should say the first activity since May of 2023, I think it's like May 28th. The next time that phone is used is September 7th. And it's to literally communicate with Turtleboy. So she misses that call from Tully. Then she calls him back 20 minutes later. They talk for 7 minutes and 54 seconds. Then Tully calls, or I'm sorry, let me back that up. Let me back that way up. I made a mistake here. Tully calls her. She misses it. Instead of calling him back, she calls Aidan. She calls Turtleboy. So how this would look to me is that, wow, Tully calls her. She doesn't answer. It's a missed call. Then she receives a phone call from Turtleboy. She answers it for 7 minutes and 54 seconds. You didn't tell him that Tully had just called you on 12:19 in the afternoon? And then after you talk to him for 7 minutes and 54 seconds, then Turtleboy calls you back at 7:35, so just within a couple minutes after you guys hung up, and you guys have a 29-minute and 51-second conversation. So you want to talk about what this is truly going to look like? Because I'm going to lay it out how a Cellibrite expert, a digital forensic expert, would go ahead and lay all this out and say, we have a huge problem with Lindsay's phone. First of all, it's like a phone that was in the closet and that she must have bought a new one. But here in September, when she's going to decide that she's going to talk to Turtleboy 9/7/2023, the first activity on this phone that she used to have, this one, she starts using it for Facebook, and it's to communicate and make Facebook calls, Wi-Fi calls back and forth to Turtleboy. And that's about it. Okay? Now, on 12/19, so this is what she does. Now, ready for me just to show you where the real big scam is here? Remember how Kate Peter asked her, hey, did you call the cops? You know, for your like bender? She's like, yeah, there was a police report and all that stuff. Remember that? Okay, well, check this out. On 12/19/2023, okay, 12/19/2023, she calls, I'm sorry, Lindsay Gaetani calls her Mike G, the agent for her insurance on 12/19. She talks to him for 4 minutes and 37 seconds. Then she gets off the phone and she literally calls right away Medfield Police Department. Okay. Well, let's find out what date she actually made this police report for this car wreck. Okay. Because she talks to Medfield Police Department. You cannot find the Medfield Police Department call made in this phone unless she called from a different line. But this is the first time Medfield Police on 12/19. Right after she talked to that Mike G guy again, who's the insurance guy. Then, now 12/20, Brian Tully calls her and she misses it. She doesn't answer it. Then what does she do? Right after Brian Tully calls her, if this is even Brian Tully's number, because when we look this stuff up, this Tully number belongs to a Rhode Island guy. I'm not saying that it's not him or whatever, but it's just interesting that Tully would have, whatever. Because you could name your phone anything you want. You'd actually have to you'd have to take the number and truly look up the phone number, because I can save any numbers under any name. So we looked into that already. But right after Tully again calls her on the 20th and doesn't answer, guess who calls right after that? It's like, how does Aidan know every time that Tully calls LG? But there's no, I mean, is she texting him and saying, hey, Tully called me? And then because here she doesn't answer it, but God, just like on the 19th, Turtleboy calling her within 5 minutes. Turtleboy calls her. She rejects the first one. Then she misses the second one. And these are back to back to back. Then she misses another call from Turtleboy, doesn't answer it. Then Brian from Plymouth Rock Appraisers, and I'm like, okay, she's dealing with her car. She's getting she's trying to, ask, hey, I need you to come down, look at my car so I can get, all this stuff, right? But I made a note here because I originally thought that this broad could have potentially got actually in her car accident on the 19th or the 20th until this Ray from Dallas interview. And when she reiterates for us, because I was like, well, maybe actually she got in that accident because I saw the Medfield police being called on the 19th. And I'm like, and she called the Mike G guy right before she called Medfield police. And I'm thinking, that's the day, because I made a note right here. I'll use Hector here. And I'm like, dude, that's the day of this car wreck, because it's like she called the police after she called the insurance guy. Like, this is the day that this is happening. Well, lo and behold, we come and listen to this interview, and she's like, I'll never forget the day that I got in the car accident, because that's when I talked to Jenna McCabe the first time, and I was on three-way and all of this shit, and how Kate did her so wrong and just sprung this on her. But I went and looked at the phone records again for the text messages, and I was like, nope. She 1000% texts Kate and says, I just got into a car accident. We were on our way. Right after I got off the phone with you, we were on our way to, like, the Polar Express shit. It's all there, black and white in text. And I'm like, okay, so I think she's trying to, like, back end her, her accident, but who knows? So after she deals with this Brian Plymouth guy on the 20th to appraise her vehicle, she then calls Kate Peter and talks to Kate Peter for 26 minutes. Then she calls Jillian Daniels. What? Yes, she takes her Facebook account, and I don't know, she's probably going to tell you that I didn't mean to. I was looking something up. I don't know. But she goes to make, and she hits the actual dial button. But here she makes a FaceTime, like not a but a Facebook message call to none other than Jillian Daniels on 12/20/2023. And it was a missed phone call. So either, that's what it looks like with Facebook. It's not going to, it'll just let you ring, ring, ring forever. And I'm like, wow. Like, talk about somebody making rounds. Like, this isn't people coming to you. You're going to them. All right. And what it seems like you were put up to this. That's how I think I could spin this. Okay. I'm telling you what, if I was, let's say that I was Kate's attorney, or the Commonwealth, or Jennifer McCabe's attorney. Okay. Lindsay Gaetani's phone records blow up her spot like a motherfucker. Her words don't align. And then just recently here, not only are her words unaligning, but she comes out and lies on this guy's platform on her truth tour while stating that she is now in cahoots with Aidan because they have a mutual interest. What the fuck? That is absolutely wild. Wild that she's coming.
No. It was Ken first. And I was a hysterical mess that morning. And I'll just tell you, like, it wasn't about any quote unquote assault, because I never labeled it as an assault. Okay.
Why hasn't she talked and come out and spoke about why she was talking to, why she called Mello on the, that's right. Her lie to say that Jen McCabe was like, if you really feel so, then you're going to go and testify at the grand jury. Okay. Again, here, I'm going to pull up what I'm looking at here for you guys. This is straight from Cellibrite. Okay. And what I do is I end up taking the Cellibrites that we all have here. Okay. And I end up creating, like I did with a side-by-side with Jennifer McCabe stuff back in the day. Okay. But here, so I'm doing the same thing with Lindsay's shit. And Lindsay basically lies on a broadcast when she says KP called her three-way with Jen and didn't know at first. Lies. How do we know that's a lie? Well, it's right here in black and white. When, oh, where's it at? Here. Those of you guys that are just joining us. Right here. Kate Peters, right here, Texas. So, Kate Peter, Texas Lindsay, on 12/12/2023 and says, "You free?" question mark. I'm with Jen and Matt, if that's okay. Do you see this? Well, guess what Homegirl says? LG says, "Yes, sorry, driving. Just saw your text. Call me." Literally, within 5 minutes. See, 3:56. We're just using these times. You guys can see it, but UTC, you're going to change that up. And then Kate says, "Oh, shit, I just saw that you wrote me back." Kate says, "Oh, sorry, just saw this." See, at 4:11. So like 11 minutes later. Then I went and looked at the call log. And I said, what Kate Peter did then is she calls her. We're not even going to get into the fact that Lindsay's already making phone calls to Leah Genduso on the 11th, but we're going over here. So look at this. So, sorry, just saw this. That's what Kate says to her. And then Kate, in between 4:11 and 39 seconds and 4:15 and 39 seconds, she calls her. How do you know that, Lana? Well, because it's right here. Okay. And so she says, "Call me back whenever," right? So she calls her at 4:10 and some change. Then she doesn't answer. So then she sends her a text and says, "Sorry, just saw this. Like, just saw that you texted." Okay. Then Kate texts and says, "Call me back whenever," because she didn't answer. Then Lindsay, almost 35 minutes later, says, "I'm so sorry. I completely forgot I had a Zoom with my son's doctor. Are you free now?" And then Kate says, "Yes." And then, see how this jumps all the way to 7:24? Well, what happened after 4:52 and 6 seconds? I'll tell you what happened. Funny that you should ask. 6 seconds later, Kate and Lindsay talk for 1 hour and 46 minutes. And then after they talk for 1 hour and 46 minutes, 35 minutes will go by. And here's Lindsay to Kate. "I hate my life. The second I got off the phone with you, I got in a car accident. This old guy pulled out and it writes all this shit." Okay. Again, key 12/13 date. So when you go and listen to now this broad just completely fucking lie about all of it, but more importantly, it's like, wait, what's going on here? What's going on now?
It was about my children out there, and
Yeah, and that long cheekbone ass bitch with nothing in me.
that shit. Sick of. This is the thing about crusty pants. Okay, she cannot live her life without bragging. She has, like, and this is why she's gotten so much trouble, because she cannot contain her her quote unquote truth. It's like,
What?
she can't stay silent about shit. She has to brag.
This is
She has
all
to be
crazy.
like, so she's bragging about how, Zora and what's her name? Fucking what's her name? Gretchen Voss. Gretchen Voss is her bestie now. But then she's telling me behind closed doors that she's got all this. She dug up all this shit about Gretchen Voss and how she had an incident with these men when she was fucked up on shrooms or acid or whatever, and all the shit. And she's using that, holding that over Gretchen's head. So
this is all lies, Lindsay. So who's your handler?
Wore a red dress with devil horns, like a little fucking headband, devil horns.
Yeah.
And they threw up tweets of like they were stalking me since before I ever reached out to them. You lying fucking Jen McCabe is no fucking saint, and I'm sick of everybody portraying her that way. I am fucking sick of that shit. Sick of it. Sue my ass. I dare you.
Hey, Lindsay, I can't stand this.
Sue your ass. I dare you. You are lawsuit proof. Do you know what that means? Google it. I know you like to Google stuff. You want to know what lawsuit proof means? That means nobody is ever going to sue you because you're not worth a goddamn dollar. They're not going to go spend money to sue you. Okay? But what I will tell you is you have absolutely lost your fucking mind and you're going to go to prison. That's what's going to happen here. Because you think that you're going to testify to this shit? Your phone records prove the exact opposite of what the fuck you're saying. The jury is going to see this. So I don't know what your common interest and your intent is. Okay, but let's talk about some intent here. One more time here. When I just cannot believe. What was that time, Sandy? Was it 139 or was it 159? Yeah, 159 was it? Yeah, was it? It was 149 then. No, it was 149. I got a photographic memory. Not that.
Everything with this bitch. Like she's fucking everything he said she is. Like her fucking profile, her tagline is "I'm a public figure." Dude, what are you a public figure of? Being a dog with a fucking somebody coming on your face. What are you a public figure of? You dumbass fucking bitch. What?
Who is she talking about?
Here. I've never fucking, the only thing I ever said was if they're gonna talk about me, I want to be the one to fucking say my piece. Nobody's
Okay,
gonna.
it's 139. Okay, here it goes.
I don't give a motherfucking Kate Peter and talking shit about me and Aidan and giving him her details about what we're doing and what party we're at. There's slimy ass fucking people involved in this whole mix, and that's what people it will all come out in the end because there's gonna come a time where I just
it's gonna all come out in the end, and you're gonna be looking at prison. This is crazy. Okay. This is absolute wild.
Said I'm deleting all of our messages right now. You think I would have done that shit long in advance. I didn't know he was going to go through or asked to go through my phone. So, that's just the facts of the matter. But he comes over and whatever, we go to after the conference room, go to my apartment and.
Okay. This is wild. This is wild. This is absolute craziness. Just craziness. I want to read you guys some of these messages. So again, you just want to get it for yourself. So this is what I did. Okay. She reaches out to Kate Peter on 12/11 for the first time. Let me double check that. Let me just back up these dates. Okay. It goes away from. Okay. On 4/12/2023, This is something that I think is interesting. And you'd want an expert to basically like give you their take on it, but um, I'll tell you my take. So on 4/12/2023, which is way before any of this shit, okay, you can clearly see that this phone is being used by Lindsay, and she's texting a Frankie Keegan, okay? Then it goes from texting on 4/26 back it up. 4/26 to 12/11. And this is the Android IM service. And what I think is interesting about it is, unless they only had permission to go in and get like, usually when you do a download like this, for Lindsay and Kate Peter to be the only people that are texting back and forth here, that's interesting to me. I've never, in all the cases that I've ever covered, have never seen that somebody only gets an extraction back with only one person. So on page 344, it begins, and you actually want to work your way backwards. So here, I'll share this for a second. I'm not trying to dox anybody, though. That's not the purpose of this. Yeah, I knew that Frankie was her baby daddy, but the purpose of what I'm trying to say is that she wasn't using this phone, and she had stopped using this phone. And so the first text message that's in the IM tab is, Kate texting her saying, lost you. Like, if you drop a call. And then Kate says, I'm going to work on getting you some legal protection here. And then Lindsay says, how? This is after Lindsay went to her. Kate says, I'm going to call Mello in a bit when shit calms down here. Feel out the situation. See if there's anything to be done to assure you're left alone. You have some information that would certainly be an incentive for the powers that be to protect you. Don't tell anyone we've talked, please. Kate tells her that because Lindsay reaches out to her. And Lindsay's like, I'm scared. I wants protection. That's what she's saying. And so people thinking that by Kate saying, yeah, we want to help you there. Like, let me, I'll call Mello. Like, what should she say to the girl? Go fuck yourself? I mean, so she writes that. And then Kate says, I've got his cell number. It can't be FOIA'd. His line is obviously not recorded, LOL. Now, right there, I think that's interesting. And that's shitty. I think that's shitty right there. That they know that, clearly Kate was told that. She heard that from somebody, you know what I'm saying? So she's announcing that in a text message that I've got his cell number. It can't be FOIA'd. His line is obviously not recorded, LOL. Then Kate says, he is kind of talking about you again this morning, I guess, try not to be scared. You've done nothing wrong. He has. Again, this is all on 12/11. After Lindsay reached out to her, Kate then says, he's going to try to rattle you. Call a friend or someone instead. If he succeeds, talk through it and keep your head up, trying to help the girl. Lindsay writes, oh God, what is he saying? I'm scared. Why can't he just go away? That thing I saw that he wrote on Twitter yesterday where he is screenshotted another tweet to you saying, hey, Kate, it won't let me DM you, but I might have some good news for you, in quotes. I think in his mind, he now believes that I was helping you this entire time. I was seeing him and supplying you with information to give to the police against him. I know that's where his mind is going. That's what Lindsay writes. Now, this is all about this Jane account. All right. and everybody thinks that the Jane account is Lindsay. Okay, and I said I wanted proof of this. Okay, I wanted proof of that the Jane account is Lindsay's versus that the Jane account was opened for Aidan by Lindsay because he got her to open up this account. So next. Kate says, well, that's just not accurate to whatever the fuck she just said that I just read. Well, that's just not accurate. You haven't been working with, like, she's like, well, that's just not accurate. Kate then says, but I tell Leah all the time, LOL, at the end of the day, just go with the super secret double agent story. Why not? It's kind of sexier. LOL. Like joking with Lindsay to say, yeah, let him think whatever he wants. Go with that. Sure. Double agent. Yep. Sounds great. Kate then writes Lindsay and says, he's pretty much bragging that he sent you a DM to the Twitter you deactivated. So Kate's under the impression that whatever this Jane backstory is, like, that's what this is about. But now it's like, who's lying? Kate says, I'll call Mello shortly either way. He's very invested in protecting people. Very decent person. Now, this is the thing, is that what's relevant. And what's relevant in this story to me is that before Lindsay ever reached out to Kate, they had started the grand jury proceedings on 11/28. That's what's important. 11/28. Why were they looking to indict Aidan? They were looking to indict Aidan because of, well, what are his charges? Okay, what are his charges? Had nothing to do with Lindsay. Okay, so think about this. If you, cheers. Oh, is Grant in here? Grant, I'm a fan of yours, by the way. I'm a fan of anybody that, I think he's going to law school and how much time that takes. So if he is in here, oh, Grant Smith Ellis. Hi, Grant. How are you? I would love to chat with you. So with that said, sorry, that took me off course there. But yeah, okay, going back to this is how somebody could actually interpret this is was Lindsay sent on purpose to Kate? Okay. Why I'm saying this is okay, on 11, so he was arrested on 10/11, okay? On 10/11, right? And so think about what better of a way to get information if you're Aidan Kearney. Then we're going to have this big blow up and you're going to go talk to Kate Peter and you're going to get me all this information. What do you guys think about that? Oh, that kind of sounds like a move that Aidan would make. Okay. So think about Lana works for Norfolk County with feds. Shit, motherfucker don't pay me enough for that. Love it. Anyways, I've been covering the Karen Reed case since 2023. I'm a big digital person, and I go based off of documents. Imagine that. So, moving on. So when this whole big thing blows up and Aidan gets arrested, right? It would be, though, on... I've always asked this question, though. Maybe Grant's in here. You can answer this. Hey, Grant, I have a question for you. In Massachusetts, when you are arrested and then arraigned, and he was charged within, I think, 4 hours of being arrested, my research shows me that you either he got out on bail. So since you're out and not in, the Commonwealth has 15 days to bring an indictment against you, or you're going to have a probable cause hearing. Okay. So I was looking at Turtleboy's docket, and I've been asking people, I'm like, hey, so I have a question. Why was Turtleboy indicted outside of the 15 days? What I mean by that is he was arrested on 10/11. Okay. He's arraigned, and then he makes bail, so then he's out. Now, they have 14 or 15 days to have a probable cause, a preliminary hearing. He was arrested in October of 2023, and then the charges was bound over by a grand jury on December 20th. You can bind over any time to Superior Court. Okay, see, that was my question there. By a grand jury. So then a new grand jury started on December 21st about Karen and Aidan. I understand that. So are you saying, so the answer to my question is because was Aidan wondering why he didn't have a probable cause hearing then within the 15 days? Grant, Lana's saying your girl lied. 100%. If his girl's Lindsay, I just proved it. I just proved that she lied. Lindsay had information about Karen and Aidan. Lindsay had hearsay, right? I don't think there would. That's what Lindsay was saying. Anyways, thank you for answering that. This is great. Lindsay had information about Aidan and Karen talking between October of 2023 and December of 2023, and Tully wanted it. That's your story. Yeah, that was. What I'm saying is that Aidan should have known that was coming then, because if he didn't have anything happen in district court, right, within those 15 days, like, why isn't he asking for why didn't he have a probable cause hearing? Why didn't his lawyers, did they stipulate to say, hey, we're going to have this probable cause hearing in 3 months? Okay, well, here you go, Grant. Just rewind it and watch the beginning. That's all you need to worry yourself with. Okay, I know that they don't have a speedy trial right in Massachusetts. Yeah, I get that part. But I'm asking about being your probable cause hearing. You have 15 days. Okay. So why didn't Aidan ask for a probable cause hearing? Nobody? It has nothing to do with speedy trial. This has to do with probable cause. I want my probable cause hearing. Okay. It's a very, very specific question here. Because for example, guys, let me explain why this matters. Let's say that Aidan didn't make bail. Let's say that when people don't have money, okay, and you get arrested, okay, and then you're arraigned. Well, fuck, yeah, you arrested me, but God, I didn't fucking do this shit, and now you're going to just throw me in jail, and I have to sit here and wait for, we get our probable cause hearing. Okay? Yeah, you can bind him over whenever. That's absolutely right. But you have to have within 15 days, if you want to have a probable cause hearing in 15 days, you get that. You understand? So did he have a probable cause hearing within the 15 days, even if it was district court? Does everybody understand this? Okay, it's just like the Brian Kober case. Remember, he was arrested, then he was arraigned, okay? And then they stipulated, he has a right to have a preliminary hearing to see if there's probable cause that exists within 14 days. The defense and the prosecution said, okay, we're going to have this week-long probable cause, just what they're doing in the Charlie Kirk situation right now. We're going to have this in June. because there's so much discovery. And then what they did is they indicted Brian Culver before they got to that date because they weren't going to have that. Okay. All right. Grant, I will be happy to talk to you at a different time. I'm going to continue on, but do I think that Sandra Birchmore was 100% murdered? Absolutely. Do I know who or what people covered it up? I know that obviously people did cover it up. Whoever went to the scene and labeled that scene, and after looking at her cell phone and labeled that scene that it was a suicide, not a homicide. So you have to start from the grassroots there. And Canton police officers went there, and then so did Massachusetts State Police. Okay, and but 1,000% Sandra Birchmore was murdered, as I see it, the way the FBI saw it, and I think that whoever did what they did in that case should be held accountable, and I think that's what the feds are trying to do. But that's not what we're talking about right now. And so that's called deflection. So we can talk about that. I do believe that two things can, sometimes three and four things can be true. So thanks, though. All right. You're going to have to time out, Grant, so I can focus. Appreciate you. Now, since nobody wanted to answer my question about why Aidan Kearney did not ask for his probable cause hearing, which I would have been asking for my probable cause hearing. Yeah, let me see what you got. You know what I mean? Probable cause hearing. He didn't get it within 15 days. Also, what didn't happen in 15 days is he wasn't bound over in 15 days. That's what I'm trying to get to. He wasn't bound over within 15 days. He didn't have his preliminary hearing / probable cause hearing. Why? And the only thing that I can think of that would make any sense, otherwise I don't know why it hasn't been argued yet, is that you know. Yay. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, back at it. I think it matters whether you're in jail or not. Yeah, and guess what? In Massachusetts, it's 1 day. So you have to have a probable cause hearing within 14 days if you're in jail, and you get the Commonwealth gets 15 days if you're not. So that's what I looked up. Good to see you in here, be in trouble. Good to see you. All right, next. Maybe that's a good question for Andrea, but I've always I put that out there. Nobody seems to answer it. All right. What's important? Oh, sorry. Yes, I knew that she wasn't summoned to the grand jury until the day Aidan was arraigned. Yes, I knew that. 1,000%. We already knew that. Also, but my whole point is I'm talking about he was arrested on October 11th. Okay? He was arraigned same day. That's what kicks in your 15 days. So why didn't he have a probable cause hearing within 15 days? Why didn't he demand that? Because if they don't find probable cause, it's out. Understand? So why didn't Aidan ask for a probable cause hearing? Instead, he gave them time to put together a grand jury to indict him. Think about that. Why would you ever do that? Nobody can answer that, though. Don't feel bad, guys. Nobody can answer that. So why didn't his lawyer ask? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Okay, what the fuck's going on? That's the point. I just didn't want to say it. So why didn't his lawyer? Yeah, that's my question. Is what the hell is going on, right? Common sense ain't that common. It's here's truth and transparency. I always appreciate that. Seeks and speaks truth like this. Whatever name this is, I really like it. Always look forward to your lives. Thank you so much. Oh, the mom of course in hockey's. Thank you so much. It's okay. You're always late. I love it. Hey, it's okay to be late though, right? Better late than pregnant, right, Lindsay? Too soon. Looking gorgeous, Lana. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. You rock. Okay. Motorboat fund. Some people picked up some memberships. Thank your boy or your girl Kay Schmidt there. And then right back to backer. That's very kind. Jiggles and wiggles. I laugh at that all the time. Appreciate that team name. Okay. Too bad the glare talks so much shit behind the scenes, or you could have actually oh yeah, but I don't my help though, if I would see something, I'd be like, this is fucking whack. So I want to tell you guys what else I think is whacked, okay? And we're gonna get into this, which is I don't like liars. Okay. People make mistakes all the time. All the time. And I know that there's a history between Kate and Aidan. It's not my history, it's their history. But I will tell you, when I came across, because I've been studying up this, and I've been for a while, studying up this 88-page motion, right? And I want to correct a very big misconception here, because I noticed that it wasn't corrected as it should have been. But Mr. Bederow brings up the fact and makes a whole little declaration in here about Kate Peter. Okay? And wanted to bring up the fact that Miss Peter, this is page 34, that on May 28th, she sent him, okay, an anonymous email filled with defamatory and false information about Colin Albert and Chris Albert, hoping that hoping. Now, no, she wasn't hoping anything, okay? She was proving a point. So this is all about intent for me. So Kate Peter sends now this is 1 month into the case that he starts in April of 2023, okay? So Aidan starts covering Karen Reed's case, as we all know, April 17th, 18th, okay? 2023. Then within a month, basically more or less a month and 10 days, Kate sends him an email from Mia Rose, and it's basically she's trolling him. And her purpose, her intent was, here, this motherfucker doesn't vet shit. He's going to use it for content and just read it. The most important part is that before this ever happened, he had already come out and talked about Colin Albert being basically a killer, involved in the house, and that he is one of the people that had, killed or was responsible for the death of John O'Keefe. Now, in this motion, Mr. Bederow thinks that it is relevant to bring this up, to talk about this. Number 130, it says, Miss Peter was acutely aware that if Mr. Kearney publicly accused Colin Albert and Chris Albert of criminal activity, it would lead these Reed case witnesses to claim that Mr. Kearney witness intimidated them by causing them emotional harm. Wow. Cannot believe, when I actually get to the point of this, which is, wow. On May 28, 2023 at 3:30 p.m., concealing her identity under the alias Mia Rose, Miss Peter shamelessly emailed Mr. Kearney that Colin Albert was a drug dealer and that he was responsible for killing Mr. O'Keefe. What? This is called confirmation bias, because what does Aidan do? Well, go watch the episode like I did, and you're going to see. And, but this is what he didn't tell you. Okay. Well, let me continue. Number 132. Miss Peter lied to Mr. Kearney that Chris Albert knew his son moved drugs through D&E Pizza and that the whole Albert family made money from Colin's drug operation, which probably explained why Brian Albert covered up Mr. O'Keefe's death, Exhibit X. Okay. Miss Peters, number 133. Miss Peters' deranged scheme included presenting Mr. Kearney's with fabricated screenshots she created and which she purported to show Mia and Colin discussing drug deals. Okay. Exhibit Y. And I'm like, wow, these motherfuckers are crazy. How did they bring this shit into a murder case? Okay. I'm like, this is wild. Well, this happened in 2023. Like I said, 1 month after he started covering the case. And these two have a history. And this is what the fuck they do to each other. Okay. This is what they do to each other. The difference is what I've seen here is that he said Miss Peter falsely told Mr. Kearney that Colin Albert talked about harming John because he believed Mr. O'Keefe was investigating his drug dealing. Okay. Just as Miss Peter intended. So now Bederow is really truly speaking on Miss Peter's intentions and just writing it like this. If anybody watches the clip, the very next day, Kate does a live showing him never responding to her email and literally just takes the email, doesn't do his due diligence, which is to, first of all, reach out to the person that just emailed you, right? No, he doesn't respond to the email. Instead, he uses it as fodder for his show. That was what Kate Peters' intent was, to show everybody that watch, he won't even fucking vet this. He will not vet this. And he's just going to read this shit out online. Okay. How do we know that that's her intent? Because literally the next day she comes out and shows him in his video. And that's the intent, is look at this dude. I don't want my anonymity, motherfucker. That was me who sent that to you. And you didn't vet it. You didn't even respond to the email. Okay. And so I went and double checked all of this. Guess when he responded to her email? After he went live with it. And so when she shows the email on her show, if one doesn't pay really close attention to the dates and the timestamps, it would look like that he did respond. But she went a day later, right after it happened, and came out and said it right away. Now, what they were using in this whole motion, in this mega motion, they were using hyperlinks, okay? And so on number 137, they were using hyperlinks. So on 137, when he's saying, on May 29, 2023, during her own live stream, Miss Peter gloated about her disgraceful conduct, which she oddly thought harmed Mr. Kearney and made her look good. He used it as a hyperlink in that. Okay? And I'm over here like, why didn't we hyperlink what he said? You know, on his live, like he was just reading this email, right? This anonymous email that he didn't know who it was from, though, when he read it. He didn't know it was from her when he read it. That's the point. That's the point. You didn't know who sent it to you. You didn't care, though, because it was confirmation bias that this is going with your narrative, so I'm going to just read it. Okay? So he hyperlinks that on 137. Then I just cannot believe this part. Well, then let's hyperlink some other things. Why didn't we hyperlink that number 136, which came right before it? Mr. Bederow says that after he tells the judge what Miss Peter intended to do, even though anybody that would watch the episode knew that what her intentions were, 136, he says, Mr. Kearney read the email Miss Peter sent him and indicated that he would investigate this information. He cautioned his audience that this was new, unvetted information, and he did not vouch for its accuracy or state that it was untrue, or state that it was true, rather. And I'm over here like, where's the hyperlink? Why aren't we showing what Aidan did? Then he says this, importantly, after investigating, Mr. Kearney later stated this information was not credible. Again, where's the hyperlink? Because what did he do to investigate? What are you talking about? Do you know how many people for the longest time, like myself, thought that that was true? Because the way, I didn't even know who Kate Peter was. I never saw her channel. And I had people saying to me that, oh no, Colin was a drug dealer and he was selling, you know, drugs and blah, blah, blah. Like, what? how is this even having how is this having any air? Well, because this is why. Because there was no investigating. Because if you were actually to hyperlink this, you'd actually have to go to Kate Peters' own broadcast and say how it was vetted. And how it was how it was investigated was Kate came out and said and explained it all. And then all Aidan should have done, which you'd have to go back and watch these episodes that came after that, is how did he tell the world that it was not accurate? Did he go into talking about his whole relationship with Kate and how it's meddling now in a fucking murder? That your guys' bullshit has somehow found its way that it's in. No, I can't do that because then Karen's gonna think we're all fucking crazy. I have to make up some, this is a month dealing only with Karen Reed. And this shit's coming. Like, this is what's happening. Okay. Now, I will say this. According to the Bederow motion, it is that Colin and Chris said that whole thing that went on, that it when he testified or wrote his letter or whatever the hell he did to the DA, it said that Miss Peter conceded that her conduct was damaging to Colin Albert and Chris Albert, but rationalized it because I sent this just to fuck with Aidan. Well, again, that's putting 10 on top of 2, but more importantly, that's pure conjecture. Okay, I watched it. I didn't hear Miss Peter say anything like that, except she did say the words, I sent this to him to fuck with Aidan. To fuck with him. To show him that he does not, to show everybody out there, you guys want to follow this guy, you guys want to listen to him, he doesn't vet anything. And here's my proof. Watch this. Send it to him, watch what he does. Boom. Now next, Miss Peter threatened Mr. Kearney. This is not your client is. This has nothing to do with Kate. She's not being charged with anything. Well, Miss Peter threatened Mr. Kearney, warning him that he should fear her. She issued a call to arms and urged her trolls to send Mr. Kearney more false information, which she would then share with his alleged victims. She bragged, "What? That's not how I heard it, but here it is. I know that bad things are happening to you right now, Aidan, and you're probably thinking that it might be me, but it is me. Just so you know, every single annoyance, every single horrible thing that's happening to you right now, yeah, I've done it. Call the police, you bitch." This is an emotion. You guys, what? I'm over here like, okay. What? So I'm over here just like, call to arms. Where in that paragraph was it call to arms and urge her trolls? I'm like, okay. No, what she actually did say is, hey, any of you other people out there that have ever sent him a fake ass email, and he's actually read it, send it to me and I'm going to give you a prize. Like, and you get a prize. Like, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I'm going to say, ooh, look at another person that was trolling Aidan over here and he just doesn't even vet it. Or somebody that wants to insert or anyways, just as Miss Peter intended, Mr. Albert assuredly blamed Mr. Kearney for the bogus drug dealing allegations. You guys, now this is what I want to talk about. Do you know how many emails I get daily when people want to email me something and like, it's like, oh yeah, look at this car and blah, 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 or whatever. You're so stupid. I could never imagine possibly coming out here and saying and showing you guys and reading emails that I would get to say, hey, oh my God, I'm going to go with this one because it's with my, like, it's confirmation bias. I'm going to pick this one. You think that he would have read off on the internet that same day? If it was, hey, Karen Reed and Higgins, they made out, and right before the murder, she was over at his house. You should look into it. Do you think that he would have read that out? Or do you think that he would have went to Karen Reed and said, hey, this is the email that I got. What do you think about this? So now, the point of what I'm trying to say here is now we're talking about intent. So I want to have this argument because me and Bella had it today. And I said, okay, who's really to blame here? And I said, dude, it's his journalism. Nobody would have been harmed at all. Okay? Nobody would have been harmed at all because the way that Bederow is making it seem like what her intentions were, okay? Kate Peter can speak for herself. But I know that I watched the episode and she does it immediately. She doesn't let it linger on. She didn't wait a week or a month. Immediately the next day comes out and says, look at this dumb motherfucker. And it was to show that he doesn't vet anything, okay? So here, who actually harmed who? Because the question is what if I sent that email to him or Sweet Susie did? He's still going to do what? Just read it. He read it. Kate Peter had zero intentions. This goes back to intent of harming Colin or his dad with what she did. That was not the intent. You'd have to prove intent, right? So Kate's intent is clear as day, okay? And guess what? Why didn't Aidan do something about it right then and there? Hey, this girl sent me this on purpose. And then because what's he going to say? Because she knew that I wouldn't fucking vet it and I would just read it. Like he knew that he couldn't do anything about it because he's the one in the wrong. If I read something that I didn't vet and came out and said it, who is it on? It's on me. But to pass this off that it is on Kate Peter, dude, take some goddamn accountability. Fuck. Or change your ways of operating because this has nothing to do with her. This has to do with your client and his operating and his practices and his business tactics. But I just couldn't believe that. And I had now let's talk about this trolling shit. Okay. This trolling shit. There's no place for it. There's no place for it. It's dangerous as fuck, right? But go back. I would love to watch the episode that comes after. Where does Aidan clear this all up? Where does Aidan say, this is the video. Look at this girl. This is somebody who I've had a past with. And this is how this all happened and blah, blah, blah. Did he bring it up like that? Did he lay it all out? He doesn't want to bring in his past drama into his shit. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Now, next, about this whole, what Lindsay and not being, all right, so Lindsay writes, okay, Kate on 12/11/2023 writes Lindsay and says, I know you were asking for Tully's number yesterday. You guys hear that? She didn't say, here's Tully's number, call him. I know you were asking for Tully's number yesterday. Well, I pieced that together from messages I got, but it's actually better to go straight to Mello at this point. Lindsay writes back, I'm scared. Kate writes her back and says, if you'd rather I not call, I will not. Do I need to repeat that? Right away, right back at it. Immediately she writes, if you'd rather I not call, I will not. Because she wants this protection, so she was going to come out and she's just like, yo, if you don't want me to, I'm not going to call. It's in black and white. I'm reading straight from the Cellibrite. A Cellibrite is when you take somebody's phone and you take a cord and you plug it into their phone when the police get it and they download all the information that's in your phone. That's what I'm reading off. Lindsay then says, again, this is on 12/11. Kate says, I'm sorry, that option is available to you. You can tell me I'm not here to make this any worse than it is. I understand how shitty it is leaving a narcissist. Again, because Lindsay went to Kate. Lindsay says back, I don't know what to do. Lindsay says that again, right after that. By the way, not to change the subject, but did you know that the LG Twitter account is now gone? Do you think that that was Aidan? I thought he said he didn't have access to it anymore, so he couldn't delete it even if he wanted to. And then she sends her a screenshot of, and I believe it would have something to do with what she just said. And then Lindsay says, this is insane. He can freely attack people all he wants, though, ? These people are nuts. So this is Lindsay to Kate. Kate says, it really is some sort of crazy mind control thing. I sometimes wonder what Aidan could have done with his life if he applied these skills to something good, but I can't for the life of me think of what that could possibly be. Kate then says again, I didn't know the account was gone. I wonder why that is, to be honest. Again, this LG account. Kate says, oh, well, LOL. That I will rub in his face because he was logged into it on his damn phone, LMAO. That stupid, stupid man. So then I looked and I was like, 505, 455. I was like, I need to see if they had a conversation. Because it was like something is missing in between there. So here we go. And I went and looked at 12:11 at 5 o'clock. Yep. Okay. 12:11. Here we go. We have a call to Kate at, God, she blows her up. To Kate at 2:17 and 26 seconds for 8 minutes. To Kate at 2:25 for, she didn't answer. To Kate at 2:26 for 34 minutes. Then to Kate, 6:20 and 35 seconds. So 4:55, 5:05. Let me see. 4:54. Then Lindsay says, sorry, I was just trying to scroll through all of my messages with him. And if I go to a different screen, I lose my spot. Like, because she didn't write back. And that's so true, because you have to like go through all your stuff. So she's trying to go back. This is Lindsay, though, not Kate telling her to do this. 5:28 texting and saying, Lindsay says, I know I was hoping the police had gone through his phone already and maybe took it down, but that's probably wishful thinking. They just have no idea. She has no idea how this shit works. Okay. Guys, we just want the truth. Absolutely, right? Right? Is it so hard? Right? So let's get into some more interesting texting here. Because it's always been Aidan to say that there's stuff missing. No. If you have a different device, that's why stuff is missing, because this isn't the device that somebody is using except for certain things. So, Kate says, I can try to find out. Kate says, or I'm sorry. Yeah, Kate says, honestly, they take more info than they give, LOL. Common misconception that I get my information from the DA or MSP. We hear this right here on 12/11/2023. Honestly, Kate says to Lindsay, honestly, they take more info than they give out, LOL. Common misconception that I get my information from the DA or MSP. I don't, generally speaking. I just have a really good relationship with the O'Keefes, Alberts, McCabe's, and several local journalists working on this. I wonder what Lindsay's talking to her on the phone and trying to get out of her, that she would write that type of a text. Kate says, the police definitely know about the Twitter account, though. We suspect that someone in Holden PD has been covering for him. But when we find out who that is, it's going to get dealt with. Now, I'll tell you what this is about. This is about him getting information and getting it really quickly and knowing things. And so when she says what we think, Aidan's over there running with we and Tully and the DA. No, that's not who she's talking about. But when you run off thinking that, then you're going to make 88-page motions like this. That's not what she's saying. She just said it a breath ago that a huge misconception here is that I get all this information from the DA or MSP. I don't. Then Lindsay says, can I call you really quick? It will just take 5 seconds. Again, this is on 7/11. This is like just back and forth. Kate says, yeah, 1 sec. Then Kate says, sorry, someone is in my office, like, because I think she tried to call her. Kate says, yeah, he's not even close to divorcing her, by the way. I just checked for shits and giggles, nothing filed. And that was after I talked to you. So what was Lindsay asking about Aidan's marriage? Because she's like, yeah, he's not even close to divorcing her, by the way. Well, that's a follow-up to a phone conversation. And it was Lindsay that was asking to talk to Kate. Hey, can I call you really quick for 5 seconds? Kate then says, she sends her whatever a screenshot was. It was, or actually she sent her a file. Then again, this is 12/11/2023. Kate says, okay, so I did talk to Mello off the record with some specifics. So this is way before the 12/23 incident. So why aren't we starting there? That's where we're going to start. And then Kate said, and he said, call him. So she's nothing. I'm going through this. I'm like, she calls him because Lindsay clearly, the girl just said, I won't call him if you don't want me to. Okay. Kate said, here's his number, and provides it. And then Lindsay had the choice to either save the number or not. And Lindsay saved it. Lindsay at first puts it in, and the Cellibrite would show that she takes the number on 12/11/2023, and she actually reformats it and changes it just to Mello, because it was saved in Kate's phone as Attorney Mello, Special Prosecutor. And how Lindsay saved it in her phone was just Mello. So this first name basis bullshit, it's saved in her phone as attorney, and Kate's phone is that. That's what the Cellibrite shows. Lindsay then says, oh my God, what was his vibe? I'm nervous. Like, she wants to know what Mello's vibe was. Kate says, oh, he's the nicest guy. Exactly like I thought. He said if he threatens or blackmails you, he'll fucking charge him. Or I think he meant to say charge him. No one is going to roll over and allow anyone to be victimized in this any longer. Dude, that's something normal. If you ask somebody, hey, if this is what's happening to my friend, like what can they do? What can you do? And it's in this situation, it wasn't a friend. It was this woman reached out to me. So if somebody would have reached out to me, and if I was in Kate's situation, and they're like, oh my God, and it's happened to me before. What can I do? What can you help me? Like, oh my God, like this is what's happening. I know you're super busy, Lana, but I could really use your help. What should I do? Go to the police. Oh my God. He'll like the fuck if he finds out, oh my God. Like, well then what do you want to do? What do you want to happen? How about this? What's your goal? What do you want him to do? You know, what's your goal? But so this girl came, Lindsay Gattani came to Kate in order for Turtleboy to succeed at all with this whole, the government is in with, you know, Gattani and fucking Kate Peter and all this shit. You are going to have to show that that Lindsay Gattani was always working with Kate Peter. And when I say show that, it ain't going to be through Lindsay Gattani testifying. You're going to have some hardcore facts. Otherwise, sit and spin. And if Lindsay speaks at any hearing, she is going to be in trouble with perjury. No doubt about it. 1000%. If she goes against anything that she's already said, she's going to get in trouble. 1000%. And I don't want to see her get in trouble. But you know what? If you're going to lie about people and try to railroad them, like, you get what you deserve. I mean, it's just, what's going on here? You can't do this stuff. All right, reading some more here. Same thing on 12/11. This is just right after the other one. Lindsay writes, okay, sorry, I had to drive to Dedham to get my kids. That's his cell phone. I'll probably give him a call tomorrow so the kids aren't yelling in the background, but can I call you tomorrow before I call him? She asks to call her before that. And Kate says, call me anytime. Just bear in mind, I'll be in court surrounded by mouth breathers and lying sluts for a couple hours, LOL. I think that's fucking hilarious. Lindsay says, oh, Jesus, that's tomorrow? Laughing at the sluts and mouth breathers, not you, LOL. Kate says, yeah, he's getting his mileage out of Lauren tomorrow, LOL. Then, let's get to continue on. Okay. Lindsay writes to Kate, who is this nut job, ? She posts 1,000 times today, obsessing over Aidan. Really? What? That's what Lindsay writes Kate on 11/12 at, 9 o'clock at night. Lindsay then sends her a screenshot of what she's referring to. Lindsay then says, and then Jen Altman posts this and then sends another screenshot. Lindsay then writes, a turtle with a 69 on it and a tail light piece. I almost pissed myself laughing at the comedy show when she told me she was the same age as me, LOL. Kate says, no idea, but she really likes hunting camo, LOL. Like, Kate's like, what the fuck? Kate says, those taillight piece things are the most classless things I've seen since the fucking Halloween party. Then Lindsay says, I know, she's defending it to the death in the comments, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Now let's get to, okay, Kate says this to her. I've done shit I'm ashamed of that's worse than, I guess, the taillight pieces, LOL. It is what it is. Windshield is larger than your rear view for a reason, okay? Kate says, were you skeptical of the legal fees thing at all? ? I would be so surprised if 100K got him someone like Bradel, to be honest, LOL. So Kate asked this of Lindsay. That means that she's already received this information. Like, Lindsay told her this about getting Bradel for $100,000 flat fee, which is normal in criminal cases, by the way, guys. It's really normal to get somebody to be your attorney. I want to pull up. Let's see. Hold on. I want this to be up on the screen right here. You free? I'm with Jen and Matt, if that's okay. There it is. Can't make this shit up, man. Dude, wow, just like it's just the lies. Like, okay. So, I don't know how this possibly got twisted up that how this is on Kate. I mean, does anybody like read? Like when anybody talks about this shit, does anybody read? When someone's telling you something, do people not look at these documents? Mind blowing to me. Okay, so Lindsay says, when he was trying to find an attorney, he wouldn't even meet with the few I mentioned because he said they were asking for $100K. It's like he forgets that he told me these things. I told him I was going to inevitably have to notify the IRS eventually because of the thing I haven't mentioned. And he shut right up. But an hour later is when he went on his show and called me a crazy bitch. completely ratchet attention star. Which is funny, Lindsay says, because I never ever wanted to be in the limelight. What? I never so much as even commented in any of his groups or anything because I didn't want any attention on me. Now watch how this totally changes. Kate Peters says, the IRS question mark. Oh my God, what the hell did he do? Do you see how like Lindsay is just like leading Kate to like this, like, because she doesn't make any sense. And so Kate's like, what? And Kate's like, I cannot imagine what he actually paid Bredel. The guy is an idiot. Lets his client run his mouth about the case everywhere. Is last minute late with every motion, makes terrible legal arguments that have literally failed every time. Okay? That's weird. Then Lindsay says, something he would have to show his income for. Lindsay says about the IRS thing. Lindsay says 100. There's no way in hell he's worth what he's claiming about Bredel. These, you guys, this is a huge, I mean, he's facing 90 years. This is a big deal. It's like murder, man. Lindsay to Kate. By the way, look at what he spends on his suits. This is what Lindsay writes to Kate. Then she sent him a picture. Lindsay sends Kate a picture of this. Like, look at what he spends on his suits. Lindsay sends another picture. Again, this is all about the suits. And then Kate says, ha, $900 for ill-fitting suit jackets. Get the fuck out. Can you imagine? Do you think that Karen Reed is having conversations like this out there? Okay. Exactly. I was gonna say it. Like, hey, Liza, look at this. Look at. I'm sorry. This is Lindsay now be the judge here. Let's really think about this. Was she sent to Kate Peter? Kate says, "Oh my God, I cannot believe that he still screenshots his conversation and sends them to people." Because that's what, Lindsay just sent Kate all these screenshots. Okay. Now you're going to Kate Peter, mind you. Why do you think she went to Kate Peter? I mean, like, whoop, just jetted right to Kate Peter. And then she's like, "Oh God, Lindsay sons, I know. And yet he has people thinking he's hard pressed for money for this legal fees. It's gross." Then Lindsay says, "Oh yeah," and records every phone conversation with everyone. So who brings up these phone conversations? Lindsay. Kate says, "That was one of my problems with him. He'd beg for money and claim he was going to have to quit his blog or lose his house, but also take secret vacations to Disney with his family." Kate says after that, "Of course he does, LOL. We've known that for years," about what she said earlier. Kate says, "Did he ever tell you where the Lexus came from? I know it was purchased at Lexus in Northborough or whatever, for like $60K. This is what he wants to focus on. Lindsay says, "Oh, sorry, my phone died." Sure. "Yeah, I can't believe these idiots also raised $3,000 for his kids because he claimed their iPads were taken. And he announces he's going to use the money to get a box suite at the Celtics game." This is Lindsay to Kate. But then he's the cheapest motherfucker I've ever met. There's nothing worse. God, he looks like it. "I had to pay for my own tickets for the Halloween party. All my drinks. That fucking cheap bastard. I drove myself there. Had to pay for my own Uber to the comedy show and for all my drinks there. Every time we went out, I had to pay for a sitter, which he never offered." That's actually, guys are so dumb. Like, so dumb. "And when we went out, people would buy a round or two of drinks or, and this one time his card wouldn't go through and he had to buy it." What? And then she's like, "He hardly ever spends a dime." Like, what? Kate's not asking any of this. She is just like writing all of this. Okay. And everybody is in Delulu land, delusional land. I call it Delulu University over there. Like, this is Lindsay writing this. And here's Kate, like, Lindsay continues on and says, "Then I buy his mother flowers and had them sent to her on his behalf because her cancer came back and she had to get surgery again. And he didn't even go see her or even call her to check on if she was good for like weeks. So he called me in a fit saying he stormed out of there on Thanksgiving because she called him a narcissist. So I got the flowers and sent a card saying they were from him, paid $80 for this really nice arrangement. She, like normal people would do that. She texts him saying, "Thank you so much for the beautiful flowers and the thoughtful note. I love you and I hope you'll come over for dinner Sunday." Well, he got mad at me. Didn't want her getting flowers because he was still mad at her. So he went there for dinner and told her they weren't from him instead of letting her be happy. Jesus. What? Lindsay to Kate, "I know he told me that Karen's brother owns the Lexus dealership and he alluded to the fact that it was given to him and chuckled, but he didn't directly say it. So this is where that came from." Okay. Lindsay tells this and wants this put out to the world. Also, I don't know about you guys, but do you guys have a bunch of friends? You guys at least have more than one friend? Okay. When I've ever gone through, I'll say this again, somebody's Cellibrite, it is every single text message, okay, that happens on this day, and then it goes to the next day, These messages, there are no other messages. It's just her and Lindsay. I mean, Lindsay and Kate the whole time. And I'm like, I wonder what this phone was used for. Okay. So then, just when we thought shit can't get any worse, well, Kate says, Kate sent 3 screenshots. Don't know what they are because can't click on them. Kate then says, Ashley Bell has his back, though. Don't know what that means. I know who Ashley Bell is, and she lives on a street that's over there. I think you guys have heard about it. She had a Ring camera anyways. Kate then says, he threw his mother under the bus during a deposition with Gaffney once. Oh, my God. So after all that mother talk, Kate puts in one sentence. And then Kate says, how does he have no money? ? That's wild. These morons are literally throwing it at him. What the hell is going on? What the hell is it going? LOL. Like, I think where the hell is it going is what she meant. And then Lindsay says, no fucking way. That is amazing. He was so confident the other day when I asked him if he trusted her. He said 1,000. She hates cops and would never in a million years throw him under the bus. He's a fucking moron. That's awesome. This is Lindsay. He also thought Gretchen Voss loved him and had the hots for him and was completely in his corner, LOL. When I tried to tell him before the article, I don't know. I'd be careful if I were you. She could just be hyping you up to get you to blab. He got mad at me and said, I'm just a pessimist. I'm just a pessimistic person that's distrusting of everyone, and that's why I have no friends. This is crazy. This is crazy. Jesus. Somebody is blowing me up. Jeez. Okay. God, it's like, hold on. Okay. Sorry. Lindsay says, he did? His mother? I don't believe for 1 second that he has no money. I think he's the biggest scammer I've ever met. Jeez, says Lindsay. Kate says, Gretchen and I are friendly. So literally, she just was on this guy's live broadcast talking about Kate's bragging about all these people. She just says, Gretchen and I are friendly, LOL. I just talked to her this morning, actually, before I talked to you. Ha ha ha. Like, Kate says, I just don't get where his money goes. His wife is the breadwinner. He's a cheap date. What the fuck is he spending it on? Then Lindsay says, ha, really? That's great. Even when she was at his arraignment, he was still in denial and thought that she was there to support him. Talking about Gretchen Voss. It wasn't until he got the emails with something and saw them flirting that he finally fully turned on her. What? Kate said, that's not even flirting, LMAO. Kate says, I've had dinner with Gretchen. That's Lindsay saying, oh my God, she's just saying how she's talking to all these people. What? Lindsay texted Kate and said, I know. Drugs? Like, is he on drugs? Is that what he's spending his money on? That's Lindsay, not Kate. Lindsay then says, well, talking about flirting. Kate says, we were not flirting, I promise you. Ha, she's just like that. What? Lindsay to Kate. Ha, he can't imagine a woman just not being into him. Kate says to Lindsay, Ted Daniels thinks he's a douche. Jesus. Lindsay to Kate. I've been wondering about Ted's opinion. Okay. Kate says, yeah, very few people actually like Aidan. Kate says, that's what she says. And then she says, most people just kind of fear him. Kate says to Lindsay, crazy thing is too, that around the courts and even a lot of the media, everyone knows Karen hit John with her car. I completely disagree with that 1000%. Lindsay says to Kate, yeah, Matt Gutman didn't look like he was buying a single word of her story. That's what Lindsay said to Kate. Kate says to Lindsay, like, she's still presumed innocent and all that, so not so much knows she did it per se, but it's pretty common knowledge that the state's case against her is very strong. It's common knowledge. Lindsay says back to Kate, It's maddening to read the comments in the groups, though. They won't even entertain anything other than this conspiracy. And Lindsay says, oh, question. Does he have an order against him for Allie McCabe? Right there. So again, I have to go in order, and I'm not going to skip at any parts because it matters. Ready for this? Okay. Why in the fuck is Lindsay asking that question? Well, because what it seems like to me, so I went ahead and looked at the date and the timestamp. And I'm like, why is she asking, oh, by the way, oh, question. Does he have an order against him for Allie McCabe? Wouldn't she know this if she was dating him when he got arrested? Kate says to Lindsay, yes. Then Kate says to Lindsay, why? Like, why are you asking? Like, why? Question mark. Kate says, Lindsay says now, here's story time. Kate's just like one sentence, one word. Here's Lindsay. So Friday night, we went to Mick Morgan's in Norwood. He picked me up in Medfield, and we were coming up to Norwood Center, and he starts talking about the rally, the rolling rally. He goes, do you care if I drive by Brian Albert's house real quick? This is this is after he's been arrested. This is on December 12th. We're only to December 12th, guys. So he heads over there and shows me which one is his, and the lights were on and the Christmas tree was lit up. He drives around back to the private parking lot and says, oh, that's Brian's new truck. He just bought it, and took a picture of the truck with license plate. Then he drives back around front and got all excited and goes, that's Allie McCabe's car too. I couldn't remember who had the orders against him. I'm sure he probably couldn't get violated because he was just driving out of the lot and leaving as he noticed it. But how creepy to have this guy going to your house, stalking, taking pictures at 10 on a Friday during a date. I'm dead. Hey, do you mind if I just drive by these motherfuckers' house on a date? I'm sorry. Now, for all we know, this could have never happened. Okay? Because this is Lindsay just telling Kate this. Then Kate's like, oh my God, what the fuck? He went to Brian's house. LOL, what is wrong with him? That's it. Lindsay then says to Kate, I don't know. It was so bizarre, though. Like, he was all giddy about it. Like, again, Lindsay's words. Kate's like, I doubt it was Allie's car, though, to be honest, because she's at school right now. LOL, but what a creep. Now, people do come home for Christmas break, so 12, I would think that she could potentially, that's like right around finals, before you take finals and leave for college. Lindsay says, he really is very, very strange person. Kate says, he doesn't learn. Like, fine, do dumb shit. But this is usually the part where most people would at least pump the brakes. Lindsay says, oh my God, Lindsay says, exactly. Oh, and how he told the Roccos, oh, this is awful right here. Lindsay says, exactly. Oh, and how he told the Roccos and the others to protest that day in front of C&D or D&E. Listen, all you Canton 9 people, whoever got arrested, listen to this. I cannot believe this. Exactly. Okay. Now, again, this is if Lindsay's just being honest or if she's lying. Exactly. Oh, and how he told the Roccos and the others to protest that day in front of D&E. I forgot when he called me to tell me they were being charged. He told me it sucked for them, but he's actually happy because it takes all the attention off of him. Then he told me he didn't want people fundraising for them because it would take money from his defense fund. Then Friday night, I was really letting loose and told him how I feel about the Roccos and how I suspect they've been taking a portion of the fundraisers because no one would ever know, since it goes straight to their personal Venmo and Cash App. And no one sees any proof. Is what? He tells me that they are amazing at what they do And he wouldn't be mad if they were taking 5% of the funds raised because they deserve it. He almost said it in a way that he was telling me that that was the case. Lindsay continues by saying, right? That's what I was thinking. They must have had a phone conversation because that was 14 minutes later. Lindsay then continues, or allowing them to take it from the fundraiser because then she can't get in trouble for paying them technically. Again, Lindsay telling this to Kate. Lindsay continues by saying, the Roccos spend every waking moment doing stuff for TB and KR. And they have 3 fucking kids. There is no way they're doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. Not a chance. I mean, Lindsay, people are actually kind-hearted. No offense, didn't the guy win the lottery? You know? Kate to Lindsay, 1 sentence. And Aidan isn't selling that many t-shirts, I'm sure. So how is he making money? Like, Kate says, that's a rhetorical question, LOL. I'm just wondering, like, just to let her know. She was Googling rhetorical. Kate then says, it's just weird. Like, I know there's obviously a little cottage industry around this thing, but it's all every day, all day with them. It is someone's life, Kate. It's murder. Lindsay then says, LOL, I know. I wish there was a way to find out and prove all of this. Prove all of what? That the Roccos kept 5% of the money? Kate says, when I started looking into this, I knew my gut she was directing this but had no proof. So think about how awesome that is in sentence to say. My gut said that Karen Reed was directing all of this, but I had no proof. I pieced it together. Whatever the truth is, I will figure it out eventually, LOL. So she's like, I piece stuff together. That's what I do. And whatever it is, one day I'll figure it out. That's what Kate said. So she's saying, my gut is telling me that Karen Reed was directing this, but I have no proof. Now, directing what? Now, is she saying the Roccos fundraising? Is she saying, Aidan? Lindsay says, I pray you do. It would be such poetic justice if you were the one to finally put an end to him. Kate says, oh, did he call you after he got those texts about him getting arrested a few weeks ago? Whoever did that is a real piece of shit. ... LOL. Lindsay says, ha ha, called me right away. I was thinking he sent them to himself. Jesus. And you guys remember what that's from? She left a message and said, hey, faggot, I'm the reason that it's not Lindsay, it's me. Right? Something like that. Or whatever that message was. Kate says, oh my God, was it your number on his hand? Because he wrote somebody's number down. Lindsay said, no, haha. He wrote his mom's and Tim's. He came over right after that. That's the only reason I know, LOL. He was all shook up. Lindsay says, after his court date in Stoughton, that time I was sitting next to him in the car when they came through those text messages. Kate says, I don't understand how someone is this fucking stupid or soft. Kate says, after his court date, ? No, not me. She didn't do that. Kate says, I don't prank him often. I like to wait until I know it will create good content. Ha ha ha. Lindsay says to Kate, he was getting sent pictures of Silverados. Because he got pulled over in a unmarked Silverado. Okay. Kate says his bus stop walks are pure. Kate says, my daughter found like a million songs involving Silverados and made a playlist so I can sprinkle them into my videos. That's trolling. That's like a healthy troll. Okay. They are both morons. Which ones? Okay. So I'm over here just going through it all, trying to just be like, how the fuck is this Lindsay broad going to testify? She is going to get absolutely destroyed. Absolutely destroyed if she testifies. I'll tell you why, because of all the stuff that she said that happened. And I'm not talking about anything to do with the 23rd. What were you doing with Mello on the 11th? You know, we have to back this all up. Why did you go to Kate Peter in the first place? Okay. Continuing on. Kate says, getting arrested is not that big of a deal. I'm not there with you, Kate. Sorry. I think getting arrested is a big deal, but she says, getting arrested is not that big of a deal. I still cannot believe that he had a fucking panic attack. Like, what? Lindsay says, ha, ha, ha. No, she didn't. That's awesome. Don't know what that's about. Maybe something before that. Let me see. Oh, about the song, Silverados. Kate then says, ever heard the song Champagne Silverado? Because I had not. Lindsay says, I know. And they were bringing him straight to court. It's like he had no idea how the process works. You don't just get arrested, Aidan, and locked up with the key thrown away. Lindsay then says, to continue on, because this was Lindsay's statement, she says, I can't believe he gave up his passwords so easily. And guess what? She's absolutely right. He had the right to remain silent. Anything he can't say can and will be used against him. But also, he was just telling his aliases, you know? And he was, I wouldn't have said a word. I want a lawyer. Right after I want to talk to my lawyer immediately, and I have nothing to say to either one of you guys or any of you guys, so don't ask me any questions. Yeah, and I would say, and if you have and I want you to have your body cam on, and I want it right there in front of where I'm sitting here. I want you to take it off of your person and sit it right here in front of me the whole time, because I know a bunch of you motherfuckers don't even have body cams on. So put one right here. Let's go. Right? Like, come on, man. Get the A team going. So then Lindsay says, then Kate says, yeah, they were never going to hold him in jail. How did he not know that? Lindsay says to Kate, oh, I heard that on one of your shows. So Lindsay's over here saying that she's watching Kate's shows. It's 12. You guys, it is still December 12th. This is still December 12th, and there's a bunch of phone calls. Kate says, my entire family hates this guy at this point. Down to my parents, my siblings, my kids, my in-laws, literally everyone, LOL. Which they have a right to, because he's literally fucking completely lied on this broad. There is a serious murder case, though, and this is what's going on. Kate says to Lindsay, it kind of sucks, or it's kind of sick, rather. Then Lindsay, I would too, after all he's done to you. It's just unheard of. This is not fucking normal behavior. So Lindsay writes that, like, I would too, after everything he's done to you. Then Kate says, it's not even personal anymore for me. Honestly. She says, I hate this bully shit. Amen. Okay? Amen. Kate says, I'm a DV survivor too. I've jumped from the frying pan into another fire more than once with that shit. It took me a long time to get any sort of agency over my life. I hate seeing that awful power imbalance play out the way it does over there. So true. Ask for what? Okay, come on over here. You can play. I got to play Lindsay. You can play Kate. Kate plus 8. Okay, page 295. But you know, yeah. Come on, take a seat. I'm gonna bring in Bella. Woo. Let me just put this like this. I just want to have this really big, because I just want this part to be big. You free? I'm with Jen and Matt, if that's okay. This is proof that Lindsay Gaetani completely lied, 1,000% lied on that dude show, whatever dude show she went on, saying that Jen McCabe, she talked to Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe for 1 hour and 46 minutes. Ridiculous, but okay. Are you going to read from my screen? Okay.
Yeah, because I'm on this side.
Okay. Here we go. So I'm Lindsay, you're Kate. So, Yeah.
If I don't stand up to it, if I don't stand up to it, who's going to really? Before me, he ran around almost virtually unchallenged. I can't sit back and watch that shit. Not with anyone that I fight with online. They have people they're hurting, and I'm not gonna leave those people hanging in the breeze alone out there.
You're a good person. I know he's tried to portray you as this monster, but I'm glad you're fought back and not let him win. Knowing that you and Leah were out there was the only reason I didn't completely freak out. I'm definitely interested to hear what Mello thinks and says about everything tomorrow.
He's calm, motivated, very fair, and doesn't give out any good, juicy info. LOL. But he's definitely first and foremost committed to protecting those affecting this. He and Gretchen are the people in this I admire the most.
Sorry, I fell asleep. Is your court hearing this morning in regards to the bogus witness intimidation charges or the RO? This is on we're still on 1212.
No way. RO.
Okay, good. Because I still want to try and find that text to help you with the witness intimidation one. Good luck. It's not fair. You are being put through this. This is so ridiculousness, but the truth always comes out in the end. Call me when you're done. I want to ask you a question before I talk to Mello.
Of course. LOL. I think Lauren is here. So yeah, they're back together. How pathetic is this?
Oh my fucking God. What a desperate whore. She's so fucking pathetic.
I cannot imagine lying to the police for this guy.
Lindsay, oh God, here I go. Okay, I'm hoping this will earn some trust with you. I've only been talking to you for I've been talking to you for like a day. I know you don't know me from a hole in the wall, but I do think me, you, and Leah have to have each other's backs moving forward with all of this. Just sending you this could cause me big problems, but he's an asshole, and I can't believe he is doing this to you. So I found out one so far. In this message, I was trying to find out if he was still talking to Lauren behind my back after she put all my shit out there, and he swore he wasn't. So notice, I asked him in quotes, "Have you been talking to Lauren about me?" End quote. And he completely dodged my question. So I said, LOL, in quotes, because I see exactly how he tried to avoid the answer. But then I noticed in his response, he says, the narrative, ...
Oh my God.
And then she sends 1. Lindsay sends 2, 3 screenshots,
Holy shit.
4 screenshots. He spent an entire 2 full days just searching for things to try and use against you and sent me pages and pages, and here you go.
Oh my God, for real?
This was this November 18th, big old 2-day fest. We got to get everything we can on Kate. Everything. I am going to go file witness intimidation, and I need everything. So Kate says, oh my God, for real. Then Lindsay sends 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screenshots.
Holy fucking shit.
7.
This is psychotic. LOL. Oh my fucking God. He could catch another charge over this shit. LOL.
Please, can you just promise me you won't be rash about this and at least try to protect me somehow from giving you this info? I know if I just received this, I would be super impulsive. I want to help you because it's not right, but I'm also scared. So hoping you can talk to someone about this first to try and protect my identity. Maybe if it's possible somehow, this is how this all started. This is how. Lana, read chat. Can't hear Bella? You can't hear? What do you mean? Get in here. Closer. Get in here. I didn't read chat. You couldn't hear? It was just my side? You need to speak up.
Okay, so I gotta go. Okay. You gotta make it big though, so I could actually, can you guys hear me now? Let me know.
No, up here. Down here.
I have to move my mouth where your mouth is. This is horrifying. Okay, right here. I can't read.
Holy
this.
shit. This was everything. These were 7. I'm just gonna have to go back this other way. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. She needs to get into it, man. Get on that mic, girl. Hump that shit. Lindsay was always working for Turtleboy Terrace. She tried to get inside information from the police. You know, that's what this looks like to me. But I will say this. Her sending all this stuff about, I thought that, and then you go back and forth. And I'm curious what the screenshots, we can't get the 7 screenshots because they're not available with the download. So yeah. But this is what's crazy about it. Ready? This is nuts. So Lindsay starts all this shit. Lindsay sends her all these messages about how he went and did all this to get witness intimidation on you. Okay. And then Lindsay asks for protection. And then guess when the first time Lindsay talks to Mello? The fucking 13th, you guys. This is December 12th. This is happening. And then when does Lindsay talk to Mello? The 13th. Unbelievable. And they're going to get their asses all handed to them. And let's just, okay. Woo. I got a couple more things I need to say because this is absolutely crazy. The timeline doesn't lie. So then when you look at the timeline and you see that, okay. Well, then Lindsay writes after she says, please, promise me you'll help. Then Lindsay says, I know it's insane. And then Kate says, yeah, of course, about keeping it, Then Kate says, I'm not hot to go post anything on Twitter. Okay. Kate then says, listen, by the time anything comes up on any of this info, if it even does, then you'll have protection. If it even does. She's taking this stuff to the police. She's not taking this stuff to Twitter. Okay. Yeah. This isn't YouTube. This isn't Kate's taking this woman at her word. You know what I mean? And that's why I think it's just, I've read these other cases that Aidan has been involved in and what he's done and what he's capable of doing. And so do I think he's capable of saying, hey, I need you to do this. So Kate Peter then says, but this is just beyond just some silly online pissing match. Kate says, you free. I'm with Jen and Matt, if that's okay. And so now I want to replay again for everybody. Okay. I want to replay for everybody again. What was it, a couple days ago? Lindsay goes on to this guy's channel. And what she does is absolutely just batshit, fucking batshit crazy. An absolute,
Sorry, fucking beeping in. I don't know who the fuck that is. I've been getting fucking all right. And he acts like he's all, and then he texts me with some bullshit fucking teenage girl drama. dude, we already hashed this out. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, he was so fucking high on fucking Klonopin, he didn't remember the conversation he had with me. Are you kidding, dude? Like, get off my fucking junk. You got
Man,
something to say to me, call me up on the fucking phone like a fucking man. Grow a fucking sack of shit. Call me up and fucking talk to me if you got something to say. You want to fucking play this game on this fucking internet bullshit. Like, I don't do that. Call me fucking up on the phone.
Okay,
See,
I'm
I'm
gonna
getting
call her.
multiple
I'm
fucking calls. Fucking calls
He's saying
back to
some
back to back
weak-ass
to back.
shit.
Text message. All right, let me read these texts that I'm getting as we're
Okay.
talking.
I should have made that the goal.
Okay.
She's like,
Oh.
I gotta read these. I'll be back.
I'm gonna be straight up with you. Like, I don't remember talking to Kate Peter that morning. Aidan says I did, so like I take his word for it. And I'm sure that he says the records show that I did. So like I don't even remember talking to Kate first. I do remember very vividly my conversations with Brian Tully and Ken Mello that morning though. And so Aidan says I talked to Kate first. So I'll take his word for that. I'm sure the records will prove that. I don't know what I said to her, but when I eventually did speak to, it was Tully first, I believe. Was it Tully first? No. It was Ken. It was Ken first. And I was a hysterical mess that morning. And I'll just tell you, like, it wasn't about any quote unquote assaults, because I never labeled it as an assault. Okay. It was about my children, the Peter and us. And yes, sure enough, it was her. It was fucking her. This fucking slimy.
Who you're talking about?
This is Grace Barrett,
Okay.
who was babysitting my children, who I left my children in the care of, and she was going to her boyfriend Jim. Why can't I remember his last name right now? But she was telling him all this shit about me and Aidan. That like this is the only bitch I trusted, the only person.
This girl thinks that her babysitter screwed her over. A person that she knows in real life. She thinks that her own babysitter screwed her over. A person in real life that she's known with her kids, she thinks that this is Aiden's like, it's got to be Grace. Grace is doing this. Grace is doing this. That's who Grace is. Grace was her babysitter. Now, something that I think is interesting with this phone, as I showed the other day, this phone was not used from 4/28/2023 until the first time that it's used again is 9/7/2023, and it's a call from Clarence Woods Emerson. She misses it. Then she calls him back. 5 minutes later, he answers. They talk for 31 minutes. It's through Facebook. All of it's through Facebook. And then, you ready for this? I'm going to tell you the biggest tell about this. This phone, the more I've dissected this fucking piece of shit phone, this fucking 2x2-bit, it's shit, okay? This phone is literally used for them to communicate just Facebook. Then, ready? The first time that, so I think I can actually show you guys this and I'm going to use Hector here. Here you go. Check this out. Okay, these are the timeline transactions. So like, see how it says 1976, it goes in order 1975, 1974. There's not a timeline transaction missing. It doesn't skip the number. Okay. And so right here, 4/28/2023. Okay. Then the next one, and it's literally the next 1973. Okay. If I was to testify after doing and looking at this extraction, I would testify to the courts that this phone was not used from right here, May. The last time it was used was May of 2023 2023, 4/28/2023. Okay. It was not used at all in, or I'm sorry, April 2023. It was not used at all in May, June, July, August, and then for the first time used on 9/7/2023. And what is it for? It's to receive a Facebook call from Clarence Woods Emerson. So I don't believe that Lindsay, correct me if I'm wrong, was Lindsay in jail for those 5 months? No. So Lindsay had a different cell phone because this cell phone is not cell phone number one. Lindsay has a phone that's cell phone number one. What this means is Lindsay got cell phone number 2 out on 9/7 and began using this cell phone, which was extracted. Okay. Now take a look at this. Turtleboy was arrested on 10/11/2023. So as you go in order here, it's nothing is missing. And then take a look at this. I'm going to zoom in, turn your phone sideways, get a good look. Look at this date. You see that 10/8/2023? You see 10/23/2023? You see that? I personally believe that Turtleboy has been playing dumb and saying she's got to have like another phone or something, or it wasn't that. It was that there's stuff missing from his extraction. Like what the fuck? Like stuff's been deleted. No. You guys, no. Mm-mm. There is another phone, but look at this. She doesn't use this cell phone at all for any calls from 10/8/2023 to 10/23/2023. This phone is not used for any reason. No calls. And when does Turtleboy get arrested? 10/11. But he thought he was going to get arrested the day before, right? And so was Turtleboy like, we're not using, like, get rid of that phone? I have no idea, but this is how it looks to me. There was a conversation had on 10/8, and then look at that. Jumps and look at the timeline. There's nothing missing there. There's nothing missing there. And so 10/8/2023 to 10/23/2023, missing in call logs. This phone does not make a single call, nor does it receive a single call. Okay. Then on 10/23, they were just using Facebook. Then on 10/23/2023, it's the first time that they're actually using phone numbers with this phone. And she uses *67 to call that number. She *67. Why is she *67ing? I'll tell you why. Ready? Because she doesn't want her number to come up on his phone call list. Because if his phone gets seized, okay, is it going to come up private number? This is very important to understand what the fuck is going on. Could it be one of her kids? No, this is not one of. It's to hide her number in a Cellibrite, though, because it's not to hide her number from him, and it's not to hide her number from. No, what it is to do is does it make it a private call? How would it come in for someone to read the Cellibrite on the opposite end? Like, meaning if you were to look at Aidan's side. Okay. And it's not one of her kids', guys. It's not what it is. It's like, this is what happens all the time. If I buy a new phone, and usually in May and April is when new phones come out for iPhones, at least with my experience, as well as right after the holidays. But I've kept every single one of my phones. I've never turned my phone in and said, oh, here you go. You guys can just have my phone. No, I've always kept my phones. Okay. So what it looks like to me is that because this broad just didn't have a life for 5 months. Okay. Also, when Aidan, he gets arrested on 10/11, but why aren't you using this to do anything until the 23rd? Well, I could tell you a lot of reasons why. You'd be scared shitless after he gets fucking arrested. Well, first of all, he loses all of his devices, right? They all get seized. That broad's got to be going fucking crazy. Lindsay. Okay? He just gets all of his devices seized. But you can go and get a new device and get your number just here. So what I looked for is that they were only communicating up and until that point via Facebook messaging calls. Okay. Then it's after the arrest that now we're going to actually make regular phone calls. Okay. So suck it all the way. Okay. The only other person that she is calling, I want to show you guys this. Okay. So on 10/26, it goes 10/23, 10/23, 10/23, 10/24. Okay, 10/20. 1905. Okay. So on 10, for example, 10/26/2023. For a long time, the only numbers that are being used for this is an Auntie Cheryl number that's named Auntie Cheryl, but we don't really know if that's Auntie Cheryl. Then this Grace newest number. Okay. Grace newest number. Well, guess what I did? I was like, who's this Grace newest number? Okay. And the world was told Grace is her babysitter. Okay. And I said, well, how do we know that Grace is her babysitter? Who the fuck is Grace? I'll leave what I have in my back pocket for that. Then I went further with this phone. And I was like, let's look at, okay, so 10/27, as you can see, look at all these calls. Everything is just only him. It's just, this phone is every call. Turtleboy, he's just blowing her up. Okay, remember, he gets arrested. And literally, think about this. How I know I would be, before I met this broad, who they just started hanging out at the beginning of September, right? Allegedly, supposedly. And he literally gets arrested within a month. Within a month. I'm thinking that this broad might have something to do with my arrest. If I was him, I'd be like, fuck, I'm not talking to anybody. Fuck all this. Okay. Or I'm gonna try to figure out what the hell has gone on. Like, if I think that I was set up or something like that. But he wasn't, because he was arrested in October for what he had been doing from the time he started covering the Karen Reed case up until that date of when he was arrested. So I have a question for this movement, which is, why aren't we discussing what's relevant and what he was arrested for, instead of an 88-page motion that talks about all of this deflection? Okay. Because what he was arrested for is for everything that happened. Now, ready for this? April, May, June, July, August, September. He gets arrested on October 11th. 7 months. It's interesting that this phone is missing all the data from April until September. And it begins missing. It's like, I got a new phone in April. That phone never got extracted of Lindsay's. And then in September, when I'm supposedly going to try to say that this is when I started talking to Turtleboy, this is the phone here. This is the one that will get extracted ever. Okay. So I just want you guys to hear this all out. Why would Lindsay be star 67ing her calls to him? Somebody would have had to tell her to do that. Have you heard this girl talk? Because she's thinking that if the phone was ever seized, that it's going to come up what? Private? Who's she hearing that from? That if it was ever come up in like a download. Hey, Dow star 67. That way it's always coming up as private, 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 private. Okay. Now, so when you actually look through this, the only person she's calling and talking to and using this phone for, literally, is to call Aidan or him call her. You cannot sit here and tell me that a girl that's going and getting their nails and hair done and has kids, 4 or 5 kids, 3, who cares, that from 1023 in your phone, if it's just one phone that you have, that the only calls are to him or from him. And like 3 are Grace's new cell phone. Then you go to this date here. She's calling Western Union. She calls Western Union. That's a very interesting call. Western Union. I'd have a lot of questions about that. If they pull up any financials, I'd be looking at the date 10/31/2023 and looking into any Western Union transactions. Again, Lindsay's truth journey.
I talked to that I confided in, and me and Aidan figured this out. Like, I had text messages between him and I where we kind of like figured out, like, I think it's Grace. I think Grace is the one fucking talking shit about, us. Like, and yes, sure enough, it was her. It was fucking her, this fucking slimy ass bitch that's with my children. As she's fucking supposed to be babysitting my children, she's calling up fucking motherfucking Kate Peter and talking shit about me and Aidan and giving him her details about what we're doing and what party we're at. There's slimy ass fucking people involved in this whole mix. And that's what people, like, it will all come out in the end, because there's going to come a time where I just sit down from start to finish and tell all the fucking shit. And I expose every motherfucker. And I don't care. I don't care. That's what a lot of people got it twisted, and Aiden's got it twisted, that I care what people think about me. I don't care who hates me, who likes me. I don't give a fuck. All right? Let's make that clear.
So what about the Netflix?
Then why would you lie about the fact that you talked to that Kate said, hey, Jen and Matt are here. Like, is it okay? Like, why would you lie about that, about getting ambushed? If you don't give a fuck, then you should never have to lie about anything, because you don't give a fuck. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about? You don't make any sense. Okay? And this is all smoke and mirrors. All of this is what they want you to focus on, except for everything else, which is, let's talk about the facts of this case. Let's talk about what Aidan is being charged with. Why is this all deflection onto, I get it. You know what? I don't think that Ken Mello should have some private account and using personal. Yeah, that's discovery violations. Fuck yeah. Like, that's bullshit. Okay. But what it seems like to me is that if Lindsay's over here trying to say, like, oh my God, well, if I contact you and it's going to come up in FOIAs or not even FOIAs so much, but like discovery, then he's going to know it's me and blah, blah, blah. If she's saying all this stuff, and I mean, I would love to know more about how they're going to explain that, but you cannot you can't try to frame the Commonwealth. It's not going to work. The Commonwealth, trust me, I watched them, what they did in that Karen Reed case, okay? I also watched some things that Alan Jackson and the rest of the team said that weren't accurate. Okay, that first go around with the whole trial, they had it wrong. This wasn't Colin. right? Who was pushing that narrative? Turtleboy. Okay. That was, pay attention to the waterfall bar. Pay attention to the digital data that was in front of you. Keep it simple, stupid. And when they got away from that and they got away from Aidan, they basically, this was a nightmare that pretty much within a month of Karen Reed and Aidan supposedly talking, if it only started in, in April of 2023, this blew up within a month. Literally, it blew up within a month. And if you don't truly believe that, it did. And that's when they started talking within like in May, at the end of May. Then it blew up, like royally when that motherfucker gets arrested at the very like latest date that you can go. He got arrested. And then he had to turn over all these devices, which there's going to be hella shit on there, which I want to continue reading this because this is where it gets crazy, is of what Lindsay starts saying. It is just, she just not remember what she says. Discovery violations is what, he should be yapping about. Yeah. You know, what's interesting though, if Kate Peter ever thought though that Lindsay was fucking with her, okay, I'll tell you what I've done numerous times. When I think that someone's fucking with me in the past, the only way that you can catch a troll is by feeding them false information and seeing what gets out. Okay. So I would, if I wanted to get a really good sniff of Lindsay here, if I was Kate and she's sending me all this shit, okay, at first, like, take it at what it's worth. And then, like, it starts getting, okay, now I'm going to give her a little something and let's see if it gets back to Aidan. And let's see if Aidan talks about it. Let's see what happens here. So I'm going to tell her something and let's see where it goes. And if that gets back to Aidan, and she's over here trying to tell me that she doesn't talk to him and all this shit. And then here, clear as day, this is getting put in. Like, these alleged, whatever it could be. Then you know that, yeah, Lindsay, you're full of shit. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're coming running to us for what? So then after the whole Jen McCabe, hey, I'm with Matt and all that shit. Lindsay says, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot I had a Zoom with my son. Kate says, yeah, I'm available. Then Lindsay says, after they talk for an hour and 46 minutes. An hour and 46 minutes.
Same with Krusty, because I knew that she tried to keep you out from getting on that documentary. Can you speak on that?
But that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, Kate Peter thinks that, like, people, like, I don't want to be in your documentary, you fucking you thirsty ass bitch. No, like, a lot of people don't give a fuck. I don't care. I've never the only thing I ever said was, if they're gonna talk about me, I want to be the one to fucking say my piece. Nobody's going to talk on my behalf. So if you're going to bring me up, then I want to be the one to fucking say my shit. I don't want anybody talking on my behalf. Other than that, I want no part of it. I don't want to be in any fucking Netflix, any documentary, any fucking nothing. No. But Kate, this has been her goal since day one. And then she tries to play it like, oh, everybody's so jealous because they wanted me on my Netflix stack. Like, no, bitch, you're the one that's fucking, you're the one that's fucking thirsty to be fucking the next Charlotte. I don't know if you've seen the Most Hated Man on the internet, that doc about that guy that did the revenge porn, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, she wants to be the next Charlotte, and she's trying to, because she's white trash. She is the bigot. She is the epitome of white trash. And I'm a little white trash. I got a little white trash in me too, but like, she is the definition of white trash. Yeah. Let's get that straight, okay? And she's trying to change her reputation and make it look like, oh, she stands up for victims. She's the fucking, the defendant, the defender of victims. And poor Jen McCabe, she's got her back. She's a victim defender. No, you're not going to change your reputation. You're fucking white trash. You worked for Aidan, who you're calling out now. You are exactly what you call everybody out for. You are that, you fucking dumbass motherfucker.
So didn't she do that? Like, did she film something like at your place?
Hell yeah, she did. She went to a fucking. Okay, so she was bragging because this is the thing about crusty pants. Okay, she cannot live her life without bragging. She has and this is why she's gotten so much trouble, because she cannot contain her her quote unquote truth. It's like she can't stay silent about shit. She has to brag. She has to be so she's bragging about how Zora and what's her name? What's her name? Gretchen Voss. Gretchen Voss is her bestie now. But then she's telling me behind closed doors that she's got all this. She dug up all this shit about Gretchen Voss and how she had an incident with these men when she was fucked up on shrooms or acid or whatever, and all the shit. And she's holding that over Gretchen's head. So we'll just put that out there for right now. So Kate,
let's put what out there for right now? What are you, girl? I know you're drunk. I know you're definitely on something when you're doing this interview, but this is fucking crazy. Oh my God.
Goes on to say that she's getting, these, they did all my makeup and they fixed my hair and my teeth and they wanted me to go in a diner and film in a diner.
They fixed my teeth. Dude, what?
First, they wanted me to do it from my bed because I told them, I never shower or anything. I just fucking go into these modes of depression where I just sit in my bed and I don't shower for weeks at a time. And so then when they wanted me
so they were just like, this is how we want to do this. Yeah. Does that sound like something that a professional agency would be saying that, yep, don't shower for a couple weeks. We want you. Yeah, girl. Who's believing any of this?
to film in my attic. And then they wanted me film in a diner and
this is crazy. Okay, I gotta read this part then for you. Okay, so then she says, after this whole Jenna McCabe thing, this is how I caught this whole big lie. She says, I hate my life. The second I got off the phone with you, after an hour and 46 minutes, I got into a car accident. This guy pulled out, and all that shit I just told you. And now we missed the Polar Express. In this interview, she says that they were just 5 minutes away from the Polar Express. 5 minutes away. And now we missed the Polar Express ride too. So it'll be my first at-fault accident. So she goes out of the and then this is Kate. Are you okay? Do you have AAA? Lindsay says, sorry, what a fucking nightmare today has been. Trying to get the kids down to bed. But wow, she's so back to commenting in public forums again. Unreal. Because Kate sent her a picture or something. Kate said, how's your car? This is 12:13 now. Just still going in order. How's your car? Lindsay says, I'll send her a pic. She sends her a pic of it. Lindsay says, not nearly as bad as the other girls. Not Lindsay says, then she sends her another pic. Kate says, oh, but still, that's not bad. It's just all bumper. Lindsay says, agent thinks I can fight the surcharge because the girl admitted the other guy who took off was at fault. But it will take 6 to 12 months of paying the surcharge before I can even get a hearing. She doesn't want to pay that her insurance will go up if she has to claim it under her insurance. Okay, that's what that means. Then Kate says, you called the police, I'm assuming. Then Lindsay says, yeah, of course. She didn't, not in this phone. She's like, they took a report, but not much they could do because it was minor and no injuries. She talk about something that doesn't get it. Kate's like, there's a report. That's what matters. So there's no changing her story because of what, Lindsay just lied to her probably about. So she's like, so I would definitely fight it if someone tries to change the stories. Like, it wasn't your fault. Lindsay says, oh, true. Okay, yeah, good. Kate says, that whole rear end fault thing is so stupid in something like this. Lindsay says, I know I'm pissed because I had more than enough space between us, but the guy came right through the stop sign like a bat out of hell and took a left against the direction we were going. Such bullshit. What? How'd that become a fender bender then? Lindsay says to Kate, again, back to back, oh, I forgot to show you this. So Lindsay then sends more screenshots. She's like, I actually forgot that I sent that to her. And this is about this Lauren broad. Kate says, I'm sorry to lump this Lauren shit on you. Honestly, LOL. It's just no one gets it. And I'm flabbergasted she's allowing herself to be used or played. This is, they're talking about that Lauren Murray Carroll, the Turtleboy. I don't know. He's state. Bang. Fuck. I don't know. Lindsay then says to Kate, so the other night when LM texted Aidan when I was with him at the bar and tried to lie and say I was calling her on a fake number, I sent her some messages and went off on her. And she responded once. I'll show you. But now I noticed today, all of a sudden, she blocked me. Kate said, oh my God, because he told her to. Ha ha, I bet money on it. And then Kate says, this is insane. I can't figure out if she's a victim in this. Like, honestly, is she just disadvantaged at this point? Kate says, but also fuck her? Kate says, oh, by the way, or BTY, by the way. Kate says, there is a profile on Aidan that's being greenlit. And then Kate says, again, this is all Kate right here, I would love for you to talk to Gretchen about it. You are literally one of the smartest people to run into this mess in a long time. Your perspective is invaluable. Look at Kate's over here giving her grace, telling her she's one of the smartest people that she's come across in all of this, right? And Lindsay's like, you're probably right. The timing was so convenient, and there's clearly a reason he didn't flat out defend me, tell her there's no way it was me that sent her something. No fucking way she's a victim, LOL. I will never believe that again after my interactions with her, unless she's slow. Aidan did say she never graduated high school and thinks she might have Asperger's. What the fuck? Dude, this is insane. This is like, what? Who does this all day? Like, can you guys understand that this is gonna, you guys thought that like this is gonna come over like this, like the Elmo that they use in court. Can you please read the next text for us? Sure. It says, and then Lindsay says, what do you mean a profile on Aidan? Kate's like, you know, like an expose, like, and Lindsay's like, oh my God, really? I'd gladly talk to her, talking about boss. And then Lindsay sends Kate a text, or like a screenshot rather, sends her another screenshot to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Then Lindsay says, after sending her 21 screenshots, she says, I was a tad angry that day. So she's showing these screenshots, right? That are from, I believe, that are between obviously Lindsay and somebody else. So she's just sending them as is. And then Kate says, or I'm sorry, then Lindsay continues after she sends her 21 screenshots, sends her a text that says, I was just a tad bit mad. Then Lindsay says, but strange, she didn't block me until today. Aidan probably told her to. That's what Kate just said, you know. Kate then says, yep, that's it. That's it. Kate then says, wow, you told her like the whole unfiltered truth, LOL. Then Lindsay says, yeah, this was during everything that was going on with the thing that's going on. I lost it on everyone that day. So what is this thing that is going on that they can't write about? Then Lindsay continues to send 1, 2, 3 more text screenshots. And Kate says, oh man, LOL, he's probably low-key terrified of you. Lindsay says, LOL, yeah, I was a little unhinged that day, not going to lie. Not my proudest moment, but that was tame compared to what I really wanted to say. Lindsay says, continues on by saying, I really don't want to waste any more of my life watching his yawn fest of a show. But I do want to see if he says anything about me tonight because I saw more threats on Twitter. Lindsay continues by saying, who is Kate is gross? Is that him? Kate says, probably. I don't know. I can't keep up. Kate says, he has so many fake accounts. Kate says, I'm sure some of my friends will watch and tell me if he says anything crazy at all. Kate says, I don't generally watch him myself. He bores me at length. I only enjoy the unhinged rages. Lindsay says, LOL, I know every show is exactly the same at this point. His voice puts me to sleep. Kate says, he's still threatening you on Twitter, ? Kate says, I haven't checked today, LOL. He took creepy photos of me at court again. And then Kate sends a picture to Lindsay. And then Kate says, oh my God, even Lauren's answer to you. I just reread it in quotes. I'm afraid this won't stop if I don't drop the charges on Kate in quotes. He's probably coaching her to try to set up her own witness intimidation case. Okay. So Lindsay sends Kate these screenshots. Okay. And Kate's then sharing with Lindsay what happened at like this hearing. Kate says, for the record, I do not have that bitch's number and I legitimately have her blocked on all social media. And then Lindsay says, he took pictures of you today? What the fuck? Oh my God. I didn't even realize that. Yes, her response is 1000% coached by him. Then Lindsay says, again, continuing on, she's like, and clearly she had to add that part about dating. And he keeps calling her a friend because if they admit they're fuck buddies, it makes him look less credible as a witness. Of course, your boyfriend would lie for you in court, but if they say that they're just friends and it looks more legit. And probably Kate's like, what the fuck are you talking about? No. And Lindsay continues on by saying, God, these scammers. Kate says, I think it's because he wants to keep the nature of that relationship off the record, his personal fucking off the record. And Lindsay's like, oh yeah, I guess. Like, duh. Fucking A, man. Lindsay then says to Kate, but he didn't care with Leah. Like, what, you know? And then Kate says, he hit her too, till he panicked and put it on the record trying to get an RO. And his family was very unhappy about it. Then Kate continues on by saying, so I'd assume he's avoiding making that mistake twice. Lindsay says, he's losing it. Lindsay says, he's talking about me again. To Kate. Who fucking cares? Lindsay says, on his show. Kate says, why? Why is he talking about you? What is he losing it about? I'm sorry, I'm not watching, but if he's going unhinged, maybe I might. Lindsay says, trying to explain the money about his lawyer again. Talking about Jane too, LOL. Now, this is going to be really interesting because everybody's saying that Jane is Lindsay. And Kate says back, well, that tells us a lot about the money on its face, LOL. You struck a nerve. Lindsay says back, now he's defending what I said about the Roccos, LOL. Kate says, this is a warning sign. Lindsay says, someone keeps talking shit about him in the original Justice Group anonymously, and the admin Jessica keeps allowing it. Now, this is where everybody should say, how do you know this? And that's what I want to bring up. How would she know that? How would Lindsay know what's going on in behind the scenes? Because then I went ahead and looked at the group chat that they had going on to compare these dates and shit. And Turtleboy was losing it in this private DM group at the same time saying, who the fuck is allowing this shit to be posted in the Facebook group, like the Facebook page? So behind the scenes, like there's a moderator chat. And he's like, who the fuck is allowing this? You know? And like versus like because you have to approve the post. And so here, Lindsay's like, someone keeps talking shit about him in the original Justice group anonymously, and the admin, Jessica, keeps allowing it. And there was another post today. So he was saying it must be this person or that person. Then he's like, or maybe it's Jane. These, oh, what is that? Oh, Turtle Power. This is what's hilarious. It's really not hilarious. This is what's just so sad. I think Jane was, that's what I think too. And they're all saying that Turtleboy came out and said, we know that Jane, is what he said. We know that Jane is Lindsay because we got the emails. We got the email that came back and said that you, like, it lets you know in like an email, notification that you're going to get that says, hey, so-and-so, when you sign up for whatever, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, we got the email because of the Cellibrite dump. And I'm like, no. Whoever created the email, just because you're going to have to do way more than that to prove to me that you didn't have her, like, or that you didn't use, hey, what, like, I'm going to set this up type of thing. And I have to have an email to send it back to, or a phone number or whatever. Who? Oh, she originally reached out to me on Jane, but wouldn't admit it was her until afterwards. You can see the Jane messages in the extraction, I believe. I know, but I was thinking about this, though. I would love to talk to you about this, about these messages. Did she ever call you from a different number or text you from a different number? No? Okay. Well, since you're in chat here, I just have another question. As I'm showing these gaps and, basically alluding to what I'm alluding to, can you not see that she totally used a cell phone to, basically it was for the purpose to fuck with you? No, only one number? Mm-hmm. I believe she deleted some messages to hide from Aidan. Well, this is the only thing, though. It doesn't matter if she deleted them. A Cellibrite's going to catch that. She would have had to like really do some damage to her SIM card to fuck with that type of shit, because what it shows, she was definitely manipulating me. So what it shows on the side here, guys, and I can show you guys this, is even if you delete stuff, it'll just say on the left-hand side, it still can recover it, and it just tells you on the left-hand side if it was deleted. Now, it also depends on if this stuff was a full file extraction, if this was just a logical extraction. But it would still catch that it was deleted. And on the right-hand side of it, it'll just say, I could show that to you guys, but there was a pretty good gap between when she would have deleted and when they extracted her phone. They extracted her phone, as far as what we can tell, is in January. We have it as January 8th. That's when we can look. I mean, granted, I just started looking at this, and I'm creating like a pretty sick timeline right now with an Excel spreadsheet. But when we called Cellibrite, we were told it could overwrite. Well, I would love to talk to an expert about some of the findings that I have, and them to explain from 10:8 to 10:23, there being no calls in her call log. That's because I believe that she did not make any, and she was not using that device. Yeah, so she would have deleted right around the 22nd or 23rd of what? December? No, I'll just have one of the experts come on the channel. In fact, I just might have one of my own experts that I know come on the channel and talk about this. She did physically have a lot of phones. Oh, she definitely had a lot of phones. Okay. I know that. I know that she pulled this out of the woodwork to use literally in beginning on 9/7. And I think that if they, so anyways, let's continue on though. Thank you for answering my questions. Okay, someone keeps talking. See, so when did she, I have another question. When did she admit to you that she was Jane? Do you know a date? Did you save all the Jane messages? Because I'm about to prove something. I don't believe a fucking word. It was a hot old mess. Okay. So Kate says on 12/13, again, still there. Kate says he's gonna go nuclear. Lindsay says, yeah, he's getting all worked up. Looks like he's gonna have an aneurysm. Kate says, you caught him scamming. Lindsay says, I want to ask Bradel live on the Young Jerks tomorrow so badly. Did Lindsay go on the Young Jerks? I want that episode. Sherry, do you know that? Truly is for the win. No, I have an Android. I get used. What about it? Okay, do you know if when her phone was extracted, was it only told that they could get certain information out of it, or was it did she sign a consent form for it to be completely downloaded? Do you know any of that? Jane was 100% Lindsay. She told me the account shows up in her extraction with all the messages. It was her. I know, but we got to talk about that though. It shows up in her extraction because it was being used by what? The device, right? Is that what you're saying? Because I want to explain something. And if you read the messages she sent to me as Jane, she'd talk in third person and compliment herself. Very odd. Well, I gotta tell you guys about this then. Okay. Well, we'll come back to it here in a second. There's a lot of weird stuff you guys can do with phones. So then Lindsay messages Kate and says, he's so fucking dumb. Are you watching? Kate says, question mark? Kate says, no, sorry. Should I? Lindsay says, he is dumb as bricks. He thinks your case is being moved because he is the conflict of interest. He has no idea it's because you are working with the police, LOL. Now, this is where I have a question. On 12/13, when she texts you this, okay, did you ever tell her that you were working for the police, or was this a way for her to get this in writing to try to say, because your answer back to that was very appropriate, because you say, Lindsay's like, oh God, this is too good. Kate says, holy shit, he is really trying to railroad me. Exactly. Okay, now let me prove. Yes, exactly. Now check this out. Lindsay, you need to stay way away from a fucking microphone under oath, girl. I will tell you that right now. Okay? Right there when she writes her and says, Bella knows how many hours I've already put into this. When I was like, what the fuck is she saying right here? She says, again, Lindsay to Kate on 12/13, which technically could be like 12/12 going into 12/13 because of the time. He is dumb as bricks. He thinks your case is being moved because he is the conflict of interest. He has no idea it's because you are working with the police, LOL. And in every message up to that point, there has never been any text like that to say I'm working with the police or I am, employed by the police. Nothing. Watching 3 hours behind. Oh, you're going to enjoy the beginning. You're going to enjoy the beginning. That's a pure setup right there. She's trying to get you to write that, oh my God, yeah, like all this stuff about the police, like that you're doing, and it's just, that's not what it was. Lindsay again says, oh my God, this is too good. And Kate's like, holy shit, he is really trying to railroad me. And this was on December 12th or 13th. I would love to know what the live stream was that night. Well, no. This was TV on a live, and they're watching. And so that was Aidan's live that they're watching, that Lindsay's watching, trying to say, so whatever, then Kate tuned in, and whatever she saw, she's like, oh my God, he's really trying to railroad me. And railroad, you guys know what that is. I never worked with the police. I sent them emails. Some of my tips, they investigated. That's all. I was trying to help her. I know that you were. 1000%. I know that you were. It's like black and white. And the only reason I have not shown, just so you know, I wasn't going to put your cell phone number out there, or Lindsay's, or anybody's for that matter. If Lindsay wants to fucking now lie for Aidan, or if she was always working with him, I believe that there'd be a nice little paper trail of some cash, because this is absolutely, I mean, you want to talk about a railroad job, like, you want to talk about frame job. Aidan was arrested because of what Aidan did up until October 11th, 2023. Okay. All of this talk about wanting to then muddy up the stuff, and that there's this Tips is now working for the cops. Yeah, absolutely. That's the least I could do. Thanks, chat. The penthouse video. Thanks. What's the penthouse video? Is Mike still at the beginning, though? He's not going to hear what I'm asking. Sherry, did you answer that? Did Lindsay ever go on the Young Jerks? If you did, I must have missed it. Okay. So then Kate says, on one hand, the hypocrisy and irony in this is fucking delicious. He is such a fucking crybaby. On the other, what a fucking inconvenience this all is, and it's all fucking lies with a specific fucking purpose. Then Kate continues by saying, oh my God, like honestly, why did any of us have anything to do with this fucking guy? This is so grimy and pathetic and sad, even just to watch, let alone sit in the middle of. And I think right there, you were actually trying to like, you know, that's why you said like, why were any of us? Not like you were like saying, what the fuck were you doing with this guy? Like, you're being kind to her. You're giving her grace. Lindsay then says back to Kate, the grimiest. I can't even look at the comments. My blood pressure is rising just listening to the shit spewing from his mouth. Kate then says, GPS tracks where you are plus minus 0.15. Oh yeah, that's right. You guys were talking about the data. Let's Cellibrite. Definitely someone close, if not her. I think she's okay. Here we go. Now, Lindsay says this. Now, this is fucking tits right here. Let's talk about this Olivia Lamb shit. You want to know where this came from? Fucking Lindsay. Lindsay writes Kate and says, again, while this live is going on, Olivia Nile is Karen Reed, right? Question mark, question mark. It has to be. She's continuing. Like, this is a huge long post, or I should say text. She's like, it has to be. Or someone Karen Reed is feeding shit to. They think they debunked that it's Karen because she called into the Young Jerks. Why didn't she join by video if that was the case? I was thinking it was kind of sounded like Liza Little. Oh my God. But the way he gets all worked up about trying to prove it's not Karen makes me believe 100% it's her Because if it wasn't, then why would he give a fuck? I believe that this was Lindsay's way of attempting to see if Kate Peter would out the fact of who really Olivia Nile / Lamb is, because nobody knew. And it was like, well, let's see if it's somebody from that side acting like they're just trying to support Karen Reed, but they're really not. Oh, no, she didn't. We talked about it, but decided not to at the time, maybe in the future. Talked to both. Oh, dear Lord. Okay, so that was Lindsay writing that. And why I believe Lindsay wrote that to Kate, okay, after examining for hours and hours and hours this fucking shit of a extraction, she wrote that in a way to fish for information. She wants to know if Kate knows the real identity of Olivia. Then Kate responds back and says, definitely someone close, comma, if not her. I think she's impersonating the real Olivia Lamb. Kate says, IDK, honestly, that whole thing is a rabbit hole. Okay. Kate continues by saying, someone found a LinkedIn, but the LinkedIn looked suspicious. Kate says, I literally cannot watch him a second longer. The way he keeps spinning back to these tired, pathetic talking points, the more I want to punch things. Lindsay says, holy shit. Like, nothing to do with anything that she just wrote, you know? Holy shit. And then Lindsay says, who just posted this in the original group? Okay, so this girl is supposedly, allegedly watching the live, also paying attention to the Facebook group, takes a screenshot, and then because then she's like, holy shit, who just posted this to the group? And Kate's like, question mark? Like, there's no picture yet or anything. Then Lindsay says, fuck, I can't send it to you. It's him recording someone's phone call. What? Okay, so think about this. This is December 13th of 2023. This is Lindsay fucking writing this shit to Kate. And Lindsay's like, is it Scanlon or Lucky? I can't tell. And Lindsay continues on by saying, someone just posted it in the group on that Facebook page that's like the original Free Karen Reed, whatever the fuck it was. Kate's like, shit, is it in the original group? Like, and then Lindsay's like, yes, oh my God, how do I save it before someone deletes it? Kate says, screen record it, or I'm going to see if we can get it. Lindsay takes a screen recording. Hold on, I want to see how quickly she's able to get this done. Fuck that. How long is the recording? Kate says, screen record it at 3:19 and 41 seconds. At 3:20 and 37 seconds. 20, 12. At 10:19 and 48 seconds. So like she's able to get this screen recorded and sent to Kate within 57 seconds. 57 seconds. How long is that recording? Holy shit. Screen recording. 10. So 12, 12, 10, 20, 10. What time is that sent at? So she started screen recording at 10:19 and 48 seconds. 10:19. Screen recorded. Literally within 7 seconds, she's already doing it. It's pretty impressive there, Lindsay. Lindsay then, she says, I don't know what this is, but a lot of people in this group have been talking shit about him and posting shit anonymously about him lately. Do you know who it is? God, I know what this is about. Lindsay says, this guy he's recording, like asking, she wants to know, do you know who this is? And Kate's like, that's Scanlon. I have that one. Lindsay says, oh, okay. So police already have it. Dude, she's doing all of this for Turtleboy to literally go back and tell him everything that they have. This is insanity. Oh, fucking A, man. This is gonna go down in a blaze of glory. Holy shit. What the fuck have they got themselves into? Lindsay says, oh, okay, so the police already have it. Like, nobody would ever say that, Lindsay. You would say, oh, holy shit. Did you give that to the police? You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, so the police already have it. That's how she says it. Just Lindsay then continues on by saying, damn it. Kate's like, yes, LOL. Kate's like, I have only heard about Lucky's. Haven't gotten it yet, though. Kate says, he probably has hundreds of hours of recorded phone calls on his devices. Lindsay says, yes. He told me it was on his phone that was taken and told me all about it, but never played it for me. Kate says, that's so weird. I don't understand the need to record calls. Lindsay says, I know. If it's illegal to share it, then what is the point? No, Lindsay, it's illegal to fucking do it. And then share it. Yeah, I mean, that's just disseminating it. What is the point? Kate's like, I think he probably tricked Lucky Lochran. The guy is kind of slow. Kate says, she continues on. Like Aidan has even said so himself, LOL, I feel like that guy was manipulated. Lindsay says, he told me Lucky had no idea he was recording. I said, so what happens when they find it on your phone? He said it will be his word against Lucky's. This is absolute fucking crazy right here. Kate says, oh my God, LOL, you could literally destroy this man. Like, here's Kate telling Lindsay, like, he was telling you all of this? Like, you could destroy this man. Like, what do you... And here's who's bragging over here? I don't see bragging. Kate said, oh my God, you could literally destroy him. Then she says, he told you so much fucking shit that he just shouldn't say out loud, period. And then fucked you over. He was trying to muddy up the Commonwealth, is my opinion. Lindsay says to Kate, even at the coffee meeting with his attorney, Aidan says in quotes, so what if they find other illegal stuff on my phone? Like, for instance, a recording of my interview with Lucky Lochran. Can the police charge me even though they're not supposed to be looking for that? ? And Tim just shrugged his shoulders. Kate says, what a fucking idiot. Kate says, he made it obvious he recorded it. Kate's like, LOL, photographic memory in quotes. Yeah, sorry, he doesn't. Lindsay says, I know. That's what I can't understand. I told him on the phone the last time I spoke to him on Saturday. I went and looked this up. When this was wrote, it was on... She talked to him... This wasn't the last time that she talked to him, but she wants Kate to know that Lindsay is like... What I can't understand is I told him on the phone the last time I spoke to him on Saturday that I was going to expose all of the illegal shit I know about him, and then I hung up. So I think he's just trying to get ahead of it because he knows he's fucked. I actually forgot I said that to him until just now. So that actually explains why he took the Leah account down. Okay, so what I did more research on was I said, okay, so get this straight. This Colin Albert thing back in the day with the Mia Rose, she wanted to prove a point. She came out right away. Next day, Kate did and said, yep, you fucking don't vet shit. Look at this. You didn't even write the account back. You just read it on your channel because it's confirmation bias, blah, blah, blah. You just don't vet it. Like, you're a horrible journalist. But it outed it immediately, like the next day. So you don't think that Aidan remembers that? That Kate did the whole Mia Rose thing? And then so, like, okay, here, like, I need your help. Like, starts dating a girl, whatever, get her like you, do whatever the fuck, I don't fucking know. And send her, act like you break up and send her on. Like, you don't think that that's above any of this shit? This is, yeah, that's exactly what this looks like to me. I would think that I'd be, that's what I would think that would be coming my way. I'd be prepared for it. But they're idiots. Absolute idiots. And here's Bradel and Bederow. I mean, dude, when you're getting paid as an attorney, yeah, you can take the money all you want, but guess what? You got a professional oath to uphold too. And if you're going through all this shit and you come across, like, you can't be involved in this. This is sick. Lindsay then continues on by saying, oh my God, he was laughing to me about how stupid the turtle writers are to actually believe that he has a photographic memory. Oh, and this is when Kate Peters says, yeah, he thinks they are all such idiots. Lindsay says, or Kate continues on by saying, and poor and trash, etc. Like, these people literally fund your life, dude, and you talk so much shit about them. And Lindsay's like, exactly. I told him I had no interest in going to this Halloween party because I don't know anything about his fans back then, and said, I don't do Halloween. It's all trashy girls in lingerie. And he goes, in quotes, have you ever seen my fans? Woof. LOL. He's such a fake, two-faced little bitch pretending he gives a fuck about them when they donate $5 to his Cash App. Wow. She's on this Ray for Dallas thing. Listen to this.
I mean, but you'll see. You'll all see that, like, I've been the realest bitch out there when this all comes out. Like, when you see my fucking really.
Nah, hold up. You said she don't take no bath.
I'm the realest.
Do you not see this bitch, her greasy ass hair? Then no, she don't bathe for fucking weeks at a time, and she brags about this like it's something to be proud of. She's fucking nasty. She smells like shit. She left period blood all over my bathroom. She's a disgusting. Am I talking to you? I think I should probably cut this off.
One of the other vindictive bras in Leia.
Dude, so fucking, oh my God. Ray, what are you doing? Oh my Lord. Okay, so when I first started talking to Aidan sent me all this shit about this girl, right? So, and I actually got like defensive for her before I ever spoke to her, because I'm like, why is this guy sending me all this girl, like this girl's, his ex-girlfriends, like, or ex-hookups, text messages, or her, you know, their private conversations, or like, you know, trying to do it to you. I'm not no dummy. So I'm like, why is he fucking attacking this broad? Like, what's going on here? And like, he's telling me all this shit, showing me all these messages where she's like, it appears from what he's sending me that she is manipulating him in the worst way psychologically. Like, and so, but I'm still giving her the benefit of the doubt. Like, this dude is sending me this shit. Like, there's something, and after her. But then after me and him had a falling out, and I'm in this group, and I'm talking to this girl on a daily basis, right, with Kate and all these other people.
She did not talk to Leah on a daily basis. That's a lie.
I'm like, holy
That's not what the phone records show at all.
fucking shit. He was right about everything with this bitch. Like, she's fucking everything he said.
She hasn't even said one thing, though, that he has said. She doesn't even know what the fuck she's talking about. This is absolute trash. They all gonna get in trouble. This is criminal as fuck. They're retarded. They're stupid. This is fucking embarrassing. And this is what they brought into a criminal fucking murder case. Okay? This is insanity. Kate says to Lindsay, imagine if he and Karen got into a fight. She said this in a text to you on 12/13. We're still 12/13. Imagine if he and Karen got into a fight. LOL. Lindsay responds by saying, or Kate continues by saying, like that would be the peak level of psychosis all the way around. Oh my God, this is fucking aging fucking brilliant. Who would even fight that battle for her? Here's Lindsay. Ha ha ha, I wish. Aidan said she gets mad at him sometimes, that she, quote unquote, can be difficult to deal with. Kate says, but he allows that apparently. Lindsay says, he said she got mad because after the glare played the 911 tape, he wanted to play it so he could talk about it on his show. And Karen still told him no. So he went behind her back and called Alan Jackson and asked him if it was okay. And Alan gave him the green light. So she got pissed he went around her and straight to Alan. Oh my God. Lindsay continues by saying, she seems very controlling. Kate's like, oh my God. Like me. Oh my God. What the fuck? Kate's like, you literally have such bombshell information. Like, oh my God, you have so many pieces to this puzzle at your disposal. This is what Kate says to her. She's not like, oh my God, I'm going to fucking use this. And Kate continues by saying, I don't understand how he's simultaneously so shitty and evil and also so fucking trusting, LOL. It's wild. Like, basically, Kate's like almost like saying, like, why the fuck would he tell you any of this? Okay? You're just some Friday night hog fest, fuck fest. You know what I mean? That's what they call. That's what Aidan writes about all the time. The Warwick queefs, the hog. What was that title of that episode? I was like, this is real life. The title of one of his live videos back in 2018 was the Warwick hog queef or something like that. And I'm like, this is like, this is crazy. I don't want the people that watched Aidan back to come over here. They wouldn't understand anything that I cover. I cover true crime cases. You know, my investigation to the Turtleboy's criminal case was just like I would do any case. And I'm like, this is crazy. Like, let's talk about the Cellibrites. Let's talk about what he's even facing. Let's talk about the charges. Let's talk about the statute. We don't get any of that anywhere, you know? And it's like, what the heck? And going to the point of this, the whole live is like, what's relevant? Like, what do you guys think that is even going to get to the door to this trial? Okay. It's the witnesses. It's whatever he did. How about it's this? What's on his phones? What do you think his phones look like? I've provided proof on this channel of how he literally fabricated and made his own evidence in the Ryan Waters case, who I've interviewed since and before I ever did that show. I interviewed Ryan Waters myself. Kate says, why would you ever tell someone that Alan Jackson gave you the okay to release impounded evidence? I cannot believe. So Kate does an amazing thing right there, and she's just like, she thinks she's talking to somebody that gets it. Impounded evidence. There's no way she knows what that means. You guys, have you seen her Google search history? You guys, her it's crazy with what is Googled, you know. But impounded evidence means you can't. It's sealed. I don't know. Lindsay then answers Kate back and says, "Right?" Question mark, question mark. But I think he just feels secure because he gets these pictures and videos and thinks I and others would never dare tell anyone because I know what he could do. Right there, you are admitting in a text message, Lindsay, unless you're lying, that you are afraid of him. That text message right there is saying that you fear him. She tried to get the restraining order extended, okay? She tried to get him on contempt or violating the restraining order. That was in August of 2024. Kate then says to Lindsay, I hate that. I hate that terrible power imbalance. I'm honestly so tired of this most days at this point, but I can't just walk away from a train wreck this size without bringing it to a conclusion somehow. Lindsay says, I probably would have got a lot more had it not ended so suddenly. Dude, listen to that text message. Holy shit. Okay. Like this sentence right here. Lindsay is basically trying to that sentence would make it seem like that she was trying to set him up. Again, she's like, I probably would have got a lot more had it not ended so suddenly, period. He was definitely trusting me more and more as time went on. Oh, I know it must be exhausting, but I just can't imagine a world where this guy gets to continue doing this to people forever. And so Lindsay's either going to have to say, yeah, I was just making all of this up, or she's going to say, yes, is really how I felt. Either way, she's fucked. It's fucked. Now going out on a public platform and saying that you and Aidan are basically aligning because you guys have a mutual interest. Lindsay then says, he has literally said over and over that he will never stop. Kate says, I could reasonably see him being offered or ordered off the internet for a while. Lindsay says, I fucking wish. In his mind, that would be just as bad as jail. Kate says, I've seen it happen for far less. Lindsay says, how was he able to get your DCF records back in the day? Question mark. Why the fuck are you asking her this? And how did DCF not get in trouble for that? Question mark. Lindsay's asking Kate this. They're allowed to just release your personal records like that? Question mark. Lindsay goes on to say, I'm guessing that's what he's referring to here when he says me and you have a lot in common. And then Lindsay sends her a screenshot. And then Kate says, no, he got a couple service plans through my ex's family. Of course, that is his account. Whatever narrative he's pushing. That's what she's saying. She's like, no, he said he got a couple service plans through my ex's family. Oh, well, of course, that's his account of it. Then Lindsay says, oh, he told me. Your worker? Caseworker? Are you kidding me? He told me your caseworker gave it to him because, quote unquote, she had been watching and paying attention to what you were doing to him, and she wanted to help him. Lindsay, you're so full of shit. Okay? Kate says, LOL, no, I didn't have a worker when I knew him. He's just full of shit. He faked one up entirely too. some weird looking non-document accusing my kids of molesting each other. What the fuck? This is insanity. Is that like he really did that? Oh my God, this is crazy. Killer Karen is guilty of sin of murder. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions, okay? I care about justice for John and the fact that Karen completely got railroaded and still came out on top because she wasn't guilty and set up. Again, to me right now, guys, I'm just focused on, looking at this case, which should, I mean, this is crazy. That's sick. Okay. And he used his own children and like I showed you all that evidence. Ryan Waters just didn't have an attorney. Which, by the way, I have more documents on that. And that's just a click away from coming back into the picture. Kate says, which was pretty vile after so she writes that. And here's Lindsay. Lindsay says, he's so gross. Lindsay, Lindsay, wouldn't you be saying, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't want, you're so scared about your kids and she just tells you this and you know about this. I would be saying, what the fuck are you talking about, Kate? What do you mean did you just listen to what Kate wrote you? Kate saying, LOL, no, I didn't have a worker when I knew him. He's just full of shit. He faked one up entirely. Some weird looking non-document accusing my kids of molesting each other. Which was pretty vile. Here's Lindsay. He's so gross. Not when did he do this? What are you talking about? Did he get in trouble for this? How do you know that was him? How do you know that he faked? What? Explain this to me? Lindsay says, children are off limits. I don't want to even say anything further about that because if he even mentions my kids, Lindsay, how much we forget, honey. If he even mentions my kids. That's all he's done is mention your kids. Kate says, I wonder if Lauren and Aidan could end up with some sort of conspiracy charges. Lindsay says, I know. She definitely is in on it. Question is, did he put it in writing when he talked to her about it? Lindsay says, continues on by saying, I want to unfriend/block him from my Facebook, but I'm afraid then I won't be able to see if he does post shit about me. Kate says, sorry, I go to sleep on the early side most nights. Oh, lady, if you block him, someone will 100% see it. My secret Discord group knows to look out for mention of Jane. Kate continues by saying, driving my kids to school, I can call you back in 5. Lindsay says, call me ASAP. This is still just 12:13. Kate says, as soon as they get out of the car, I can call you. Kate says, I don't know if that was you or me, but remind me to finish the FBI story, LOL. So they talked on the phone and got disconnected. Kate says, FYI. Screenshot. Lindsay says, oh my God, I forgot. I saw this earlier and forgot to respond when I was on the phone. But yes, for sure. Lindsay tells Kate, I wish I could contact him and tell him the truth about Aidan. I really think Aidan has duped him as well. Lindsay says, loser keeps telling him to answer Olivia's questions. Kate says, he's so fucking dumb. Kate says, seriously, this is dumb. This is on 12:14. Kate says, yes, give legal advice to the stranger live, comma, Tim. Kate says, the Canton 9, rolling the fucking, what? Stop. Canton 9. Lindsay says, of course they're not taking fucking live calls. Karen/Aidan probably instructed him not to do so. Kate says they're not. She's like, I'm streaming it in Discord, so I'm not watching the comments. Lindsay says, Oh, I just assumed since they hadn't yet. LOL. It's like she already knows that they're not taking the live calls. Oh my God, she just fucking out herself right there. Holy shit! Write that date down. Oh God, wow. Okay, right there. The 14th of December. She already knew that they weren't taking live. She knew that they weren't taking live calls. Oh my God, because she knew what was going to go on in the live show. And then Kate's like, "What? Wait." And she's like, "Oh, she tried to like, oh. Oh man, what a crazy bitch, man." But this is what her and Aiden did. Right here, Kate says, "I'm streaming it in Discord, so I'm not watching the comments." Lindsay says, "Oh, I just assumed since they haven't yet." Because Lindsay says, "Of course they're not taking fucking live calls. Karen/Aiden probably instructed him not to do so." And then Kate's like, "They're not?" And Kate's like, because she's like, "I don't know, because I'm not watching the comments, so I don't know what you're talking about." And then Lindsay's like, oh, I just assumed since they haven't yet. Kate's like, "I got people lined up." Kate said, "Oh my God, I forgot to tell you about the whole mess too." Kate says, "LOL, you really just got to join Discord. We have so many people on this. Oh my God, this is what he tells his fucking viewers. Like, you guys, look at this shit. They got so many people on this. Man, see, I told you they're all fucking going down." This trial is going to be a fucking hoot with these people. You guys, this is crazy. That's Aiden's big bomb is, oh my God, Kate Peters said to Lindsay, "LOL, you really just got to join Discord. We have so many people on this. Like, so many people are watching Discord. That's it. That's it." Lindsay says, "Taking calls now!" Exclamation points. Kate's like, "Yep, I just rallied the troops to call into a show, to call in somewhere." What is it, Howie Carr? Oh my God, that's another thing I have to tell you guys. Do you know that Lindsay called Howie Carr on Christmas Eve? Twice? She called him the first time Star 67. Then she called him the second time without Star 67. Why is she calling Howie Carr on Christmas Eve? We already checked. I don't think Howie Carr has shows on the weekends, right? You guys know that? We need Hector the Projector. Oh, Hector's coming out. None of this is making it to trial. Oh, I know none of it's making it to trial. Oh, I know. That's what they think that this is relevant. And I'm over here like, none of this is relevant. None of this has anything to do with anything. None of this is making it trial. None of the, like, this material that he thinks he's using in some type of way, it's not getting in. This is, yeah. So Lindsay I have it right here. Lindsay calls Howie Carr on Christmas Eve. Unless she called him right at the end of 12:23. That's what I was trying to look again. You can't make this shit up. I'm like, why the fuck is she calling Howie Carr? Okay, so then Kate says, "Oof, this is embarrassing." Kate says, he's probably afraid of Trills. To be honest, I don't know. I think that's, and then Lindsay says, fuck! Exclamation point. Kate says, oh, back on. Lindsay says, not working. Kate says, it's starting. Kate says, oh my God, he won't take private calls, LOL. Lindsay says, damn it, make fake numbers, LOL. Lindsay says, text free app. So Lindsay's over here saying, damn it, make fake numbers. Use the text free app. Kate's like, yep. Kate's like, LOL. Kate's like, oh my God, no one called and he is ending calls. So right there, no one called and he is ending calls. Lindsay's like, ugh, if my voice wasn't so recognizable, I would have called myself. No, you wouldn't. Full of shit. Kate says, no one will fucking unblock their number since he said he'd call someone back. Kate said, same. Kate said, I don't need 3 more police reports tomorrow morning, but now I kind of want to call because this is retarded. Lindsay says, I know, seriously, I'm so mad. Kate says, this is probably God imparting some self-control because the level of, oh my God, this is why she Googled it. Antagonism. No way. In the comments was probably a bad enough idea. Lindsay says, waste of an hour of my life. It was a fucking circle jerk. No. You creating Jane, but what's that? Kate says to Lindsay, I love you writing though. Kate says, you're writing. Lindsay says, LOL, true. But based on Aidan's logic, you should be able to ask uncomfortable questions, right? Lindsay says, ew, they all sit around and tell each other how amazing they all are. It's infuriating. This broad's whack. Kate tells Lindsay, the level of snark and polite fuck you was poetically beautiful. Lindsay says, I try. Kate says, LOL, we were going to do this the night before you meet with Tully. I appreciate your energy because it matches mine. Just blind, stupid. Ha ha ha. Kate says, continuing on, she says, okay, people did call, but didn't get through thanks to Debbie from Dorchester not being able to turn down her stream for 5 minutes. Debbie from Dorchester. Okay, we can get out of this. Okay, Kate says, which is definitely divine intervention, haha. They fucking hate all the leaks. I know that. Kate says, I didn't either till I swallowed my disappointment. Lindsay says, wow, I should be blonde. I really wasn't thinking there was anything wrong with asking Bradle questions, LOL. Kate says, it wouldn't have been catastrophic, but someone at some point would definitely text me. Kate, what the fuck? Lindsay says, oh my God, LOL, sorry. God, clearly I'm not as smart as I think. Well, yeah, then definitely divine intervention. Jesus. Lindsay says, shit, does that mean what I think? Kate says, it's not dumb, it's impulsive control. LOL, and I have none. Does what mean? Lindsay says, I'll ask you tomorrow morning on the phone. Lindsay says, I'm worried now. Kate's like, worried about what? Kate's like, now I'm worried. Lindsay's like, no, just worried for Jane. Was that considered witness intimidation? I can't even remember now what the tweet said that he was mentioned in. Jesus Christ. Jean from Dorchester, that was my show. Oh, hey, what's up? Debbie or Jean? Debbie from Dorchester. These people, man. These people. These people are absolutely out of their fucking minds. Lindsay called everyone she knew ever had a problem with him, claimed to have all this information, and claimed to be in fear. Simple. Yep, she sure did. That's exactly what, dude, these records show. But the records also show that she has multiple phones. This is not her only phone, and she needs a padded room. Okay? So when it comes out here, when this happens,
is like her fucking profile. Public picture being the dog with the fucking somebody coming on your face. What are you public figure of? You dumbass fucking bitch. What? Public figure, my ass. What? Like everything was about her. Like she went on this rant about like, oh, I think I got stomach cancer and I gotta go to the doctor. And everybody in the Discord group is like, well, go to the doctor and like get a checkup. Like, what the fuck? And she's like, but I can't go to the doctor because I think I have stomach cancer and I'm gonna die. And they're like, well, go to the doctor before you. It's like, I can't go to the doctor. And oh my god, like these people, like they're all fucking.
Lindsay, is this the same bitch who said she had a dream that she was a ninja?
Yes,
and
yes, that's that bitch.
Hey,
that's that
look,
same bitch.
Hey, listen, hold up. When I read that shit, all I thought was, wow, who, yeah, what is it good for? Absolutely. This crazy bitch talking about she had.
Yeah, that's it, bitch. That's
yeah. What is it good for? Absolutely not. Hold up. Now let me ask you about this, Lindsay. Let me ask you about this.
Yeah, go.
Can you talk about Jim McCabe and the voodoo dolls?
Holy shit. Okay. So I dare this bitch to sue me on this shit because the very fucking first time I went to this fucking bitch's house, I'm not joking. On my kids, may God strike my kids dead tomorrow if I'm lying. This bitch, the first thing she did as I entered her house was drag me to the dining room of her house and show me the wicker basket full of fucking voodoo dolls with Aidan's face and fucking Karen Reed's face and laughing and bragging about it. So like, you sue my ass. I dare you sue my ass and tell me I'm lying. Tell me I didn't take a video. Tell me I didn't fucking take a video of this shit. You lying fucking like. Jen McCabe is no fucking saint, and I'm sick of everybody portraying her that way. I am fucking sick of that shit. Sick of it. Sue my ass. I dare you.
Hey, Lindsay.
Your lawsuit proof, honey. We talked about that earlier. No one's suing you, girl.
I can't stand that Skeletor strong, cheekbone ass bitch with nothing in me. Now look. I remember seeing that she said to you, all you have to do is testify against him and nothing will happen. Like, did she actually tell you that? Can you speak on that? Or not? Jennifer McCabe.
Jennifer McCabe, yep. I'm on a call with Kate. And I didn't know Kate had me on three-way or speakerphone with Jen McCabe. And she puts me on speaker and she's like, oh, Jen's here right now.
I just literally destroyed you, Lindsay, in this broadcast. Literally destroyed your narrative. None of this is true. You were on an hour and 46-minute phone call with Kate. And Kate told you that she was with Jen and Matt in a text message right before the hour and 46-second phone call that you took. You are full of shit.
Jen McCabe's got something to say to you. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, so this is, and why this sticks out so vividly to me is because I got in a car accident this day. Okay. And so I have two of my children in the back seat. And I'm driving through, I don't know what the town is before Avon. We're almost at the Polar Express. We do this every year. This is our tradition. We go to fucking Jordan's and do the whole Polar Express, the ride and the games and everything. It's our yearly tradition. and we're almost there. We're 5 minutes away. We had prepaid the tickets and
If this was your yearly tradition, this is a big Christmas event that you do, why in the fuck were you on the phone for an hour and 46 minutes while you're getting ready, while you're driving, while you're doing all this stuff that you're supposed to be doing with your kids? The phone records don't lie. Kate said she is here with Matt and Jen. Is that okay? Can you talk in a text message? And then you're like, yeah. And then you proceed to talk for an hour and 46 minutes. It's in the phone records. Are you fucking dumb? Hi, stupid. Or are you just that intimidated, got y'all tizzy wizzy? Ridiculous. You guys are all going down.
everything. And I'm on the speakerphone. I have my phone in the fucking holder with Kate. And she's like, oh, yeah, Jen's here. Jen wants to talk to you. And this is the first time I had ever spoken to Jen. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, talk about being put on the spot, right? So she puts me on speaker.
You were not put on the spot.
And that's when Jen says to me, like, I don't know what to say. She's like, hey. And I'm like, hi. I'm like, I'm so sorry for everything that you've been through. Like, what do you say? Like the first time, like you're put on the spot with Jen McKeeb and like, you've never spoken to her before. And like, you've been on the opposite side of things. You've literally fucked the guy that has like gone after them the hardest. Like, so I'm just kind of like deer in headlights. Like, I'm so sorry for everything you've been through. Like, I'm like, and she says, well, if you're really sorry, you'll testify against Aidan and make sure that he's held accountable for the things that he's fucking done. And I'm just like, and literally like probably 2 minutes after that is when I fucking crashed in the car.
When I heard this, you guys, because I started doing my work with this criminal stuff, and I was like, okay, I'm going back to the beginning. And Sherry's like, Ray from Dallas is having Lindsay on. And I'm like, who the fuck is Ray from Dallas? I'm like, okay, sounds good. Turn this on after the fact, hear this part, and I'm like, oh my God, this is a fucking lie, and I can prove it with the Cellibrite. I'm gonna fucking, this is crazy. Like, this is a flat out, like, concocted lie. Like, a lie. And so she comes out and she says this. I have no idea if she's ever told that story before. I just used this because I was, like, working on the Cellibrite. And I'm like, oh, my God, this is a fucking lie. I was literally just working on this. And I was like, wow. I was like, and then in the same breath, she says, yeah, me and TB, we get it. And I just want to go to that part, let her say her own words. I don't like to speak for people.
In front of me, some guy, just some very elderly man, blew a stop sign and took off out of a side street. And the woman in front of me crashed into him, and then I crashed into her. So, but yeah, so that's what happened with that.
I'm sorry that you was in that car accident.
How did you smash into her if you were at the stop sign, stop waiting, and he blew a stop sign? That doesn't even make any sense. Did you not have a stop? I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? This is Tina with the fuck. What? How about this? I'm just gonna go get the body cam.
Definitely sorry that you was in that car accident. Now I want to ask you a question. This is a question that not only me but the thousands. Hold up, and thousands of people.
Oh Jesus! What is it?
I already got the body cam.
Matt McCabe teeth as large in person.
Look at that interview. That's the question that was asked. You have Lindsay Gaetani up there and you say, I got a question for you. Is Matt McCabe as large in person as he is on the television screen? Are his teeth, whatever the fuck, what the fuck? That's the question. That's the question that was asked. I mean, it's Jerry fucking Springer. The hog queef. The hog queefs of Warwick, whatever the hell. This is what the audience was. This is what he did before Karen Reed. This is the Turtle Riders. Okay. I'm good. I'm not covering a criminal case. This kind of just defaulted in my lap when I'm covering the Karen Reed case. I'm like, why is this guy getting arrested? Like, what's going on here? I supported the Karen Reed movement. I watched stuff with my own eyes, and I'll say it till I'm blue in the face. Nobody, not a single person, will be arrested and charged and found guilty of the murder of John O'Keefe. Nobody, because of the investigation. Nobody can be, because there's reasonable doubt with anybody that you want to put behind there. Okay, you would have to have somebody confess, but just as the investigation was shit as Karen as the defendant, it'd be shit if anybody else was the defendant, and that's sad. But this right here,
No, he's
question, unbelievable.
not. And I actually really liked him. I found him very funny and very personable. And no, I don't think, no. I think he's given, like, I think it's like one of those things, like objects appear larger in the hind in the rearview mirror than they are in person. Yeah, no. Matt's a good guy. Oh no, okay, I won't go that far. Matt, it appears to be a good guy. Matt is very kind in person.
Oh, okay.
Did you kick it with him? But what's Jennifer? I mean, the story I heard was that Jennifer watched your kid in a pool while you were just tossing back fucking hot potatoes. Like, I mean, just ridiculous. You don't know these people. And who gives a fuck what she says about him? I'm disgusted.
I can't believe that Skeletor-looking motherfucker told you, well, if you really want to do something, you need to get on the stand and testify against him. Like,
I don't believe that.
We may have a little technical.
The time
He's in
doesn't
the
make sense
building,
any of
lady.
that. Aidan Kearney was already indicted when Sugar Tits got anything in the mail. We all know that, right? Were you guys told that timeline, or have you been lied to about that timeline too? It's clear as day. Aidan got or what's her name here talking about, he wanted to talk to me about this, summons. He was already indicted. He was already indicted before Suge Tits here got her bullshit.
Anybody.
Because it had nothing to do with him, with what he was being indicted for.
And I want y'all to stay here salty as fuck, right?
What?
That I was able to get this interview, and they saying, why would I? Right? And we're going to get to that. I want y'all to stay here with me because this is going to be very interesting, y'all.
Okay. So, going back to this last piece here. Kate says, she said nothing that any reasonable person could reach and say is witness intimidation. As far as what he's said about her, he's already got the ball rolling and should definitely stop before it gets worse for him. Oh, because that's right. Lindsay's all worried about Jane. Lindsay says, okay, well, I'm going to be calling you before my meeting tomorrow anyway with more questions about this. I feel like that's something he would try to do and wasn't even thinking of that. Lindsay says, he plays so dirty. Don't you know? Kate says, my masshole account is blocked, so I had to use a sock to try to get some questions. I was accused of being you and had to out my sock. No big deal, but his comments thinking I was you were borderline. Dropping the town, someone's name. Like, I know who Bradle talked to. It was one of the ADAs who was on the Taint team. God. Kate says, oh, he'd never be able to get you on a fucking thing. You are not retarded and loudmouth like me. Kate says, like I consistently say out of Like, I constantly say out of line shit that he later can try to twist. You do not, LOL. Boy, does she not know yet. Lindsay says, wait, really? I missed the comments in the beginning. Damn it. Can I still see them? Kate says, I may have gotten blocked. Lindsay says, if you get blocked, they all disappear. Yep. Lindsay says, damn, what was he saying? Let me newsflash. Ready? Go unblock the person and all their messages, even after the stream, will reappear. Do you guys know that? You want me to help you out? If you block somebody you didn't mean to, you go unblock them and then all their messages will reappear. And you can go back then in the comment section and check it all out later on the live chat. I mean, this is pathetic. Stalking a live chat. For the record, everybody wonders why I have a rule over here that we don't talk about creators. There's a rule that I have, and I've put it in place a long time ago. And we don't talk about creators in chat because of this. Because of how it could be taken, screenshotted, and then sent, making it seem like that we're talking about somebody. We're not. Okay, that's why the rule is there. It's to protect the live chat. It's to protect troll screenshotting bullshit. That's why I have that rule. And I would encourage everybody to have that rule. There's no reason to talk about creators in chat. Because that's not, like, I mean, if you go watch, I don't know, Fox Sports, why are you're not talking about ABC? You know, it just blows my mind. The topic is what the topic is. And I do not stand by my statement anymore. What's that? What statement? Did I miss it up here? Ray is a turtle rider who calls TB the goat. Yeah, I heard that. I do not stand by my statement anymore. Oh, because I just outed how you can get it. So yeah, it's honestly to protect people. It's honestly to protect the integrity of the chat, the integrity of the channel, and nobody's going to twist anything that we ever do here into something that it's not. This is a criminal case, and we're destroying a Cellibrite. Okay, and whatever case I'm talking about, it's just go watch whosever channel you want to watch. You know what I mean? So Kate says, I don't know. I left the comment after because I didn't want him to keep going. And there were a million accounts antagonizing him about the Scanlan call, the privileged information, blackmail, wiretapping, prison time. Kate says, I just copied and pasted your questions, LOL, and asked people to call in. They landed in the comments. He asked me how Medfield is and how Jackie is. Oh my God, no, she fucking told him you were doing that, Kate. Oh my God, these people are so crazy. Oh, that was it? I asked KP if this stands in the comment. Oh, okay. You know how many troll accounts would be going through there? I don't know how many people would have been watching. He knew what account you were. Yes. Yes, but I think that she was telling him what accounts you were. Did you tell her what accounts you were? This is crazy. None of this is getting into the trial, though, and this is what they're focusing on. Mind-blowing. Lindsay says he probably recognized my snarkiness in the questions. Yeah, Lindsay, he would, like, what? No. Oh, so you highlighted her questions, put them in, and that's why he said Medfield, because that's about her. Lindsay says to Kate, who is Jackie? Who's Jackie? Kate says, no clue. Lindsay says, LOL, I don't know any Jackies. What a weirdo. No, Lindsay. Mm-mm. Kate says, then Jen Altman jumped in and asked me about needles in my medicine cabinet. I don't know. That was left fucking field. Why did Jen Altman delete all of her messages to Natalie? That's an interesting one. I bet if I wonder if they could have recovered any of those, or maybe if they did, I don't know. If they downloaded Natalie's phone, were any of those recoverable from the Facebook? Kate says, so I asked her why she didn't like when I pulled her record and blasted it. Kate says, hypocritical bitch. Lindsay says, needles, ? What is she talking about, ? The old bitch rides so hard for him, it's bizarre. Kate says, I've never had needles in my medicine cabinet. Just 10 million supplements I buy and forget to take. That's funny. We all do that. Lindsay says, how did you have to out your sock account? Kate says, oh, when he said Medfield, I was like, don't live there, bud. I live in North Attleboro. Kate said, I didn't want to let any more on I don't know. Lindsay says, shit, sorry. Kate's over here just like taking bombs for this broad, and Kate says, then I asked Jen Altman about her criminal record, so they know it's me. LOL. Jen was just repeating it over and over. Kate says, Natalie Hughes is Kate Peter. That's what it was in quotes. So Lindsay says, ha ha ha. Kate says, I don't use socks for anything other than ban evading, so it doesn't matter to me. Kate says, I commented once there on my account and they blocked me immediately months ago, so I don't fucking go there usually. Fuck them. Kate says, oh my God, now they're watching the Glare debate yellow cottage tails. Oh God, that's probably really, yeah. Take my fucking, that's something I said. I was like, you want to talk? Let's talk. Fucking run your fucking mouth. The Glare's been running his cocksucker about me since 2021. He doesn't know me. I don't even know the fucking guy. I never talked to him in my life. And but he's always been a troll. He's come from the troll land. That's all he's done. I mean, literally fucking sucked and fucked for Aidan and his riding crew. I think that was my show when Bradle was on, not TB. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I just know I try to follow the criminal case here. Yeah. I just think that this is wild. They think that this is getting in the courts. It's not. Then Lindsay's just lying her fucking ass off. Lindsay has more than one cell phone. If I was Lindsay, I would just literally walk away, say I want nothing to do with this, and go be a mom and hope to stay the fuck out of it. Plead the fifth all the way around. Lindsay says to Kate, oh God, the Glare has become another little minion of Aidan's. It's pathetic. That's what Lindsay said about the Glare. Yep. Kate said, I literally cannot sleep tonight because I'm so fuming about this whole Aidan filing charges thing. And the more I think about it, the more angry I get. Now that I remember, Lauren inserted herself into Chrissy. Yep, she did. Something she had literally nothing to do with. She totally did. That's the stuff I was working on. See, right here, Lindsay should be like, who the fuck is Chrissy Yakomowski? You know, let's see what she says. Kate says, he wasn't called as a fucking witness in that case until 2 years later. It happened recently. Yep. Lindsay says, the only reason I could see the police actually filing the charges against you is to try and get him for charges of filing a false police report. Lindsay's just gassing her up right there, man. No. And Lindsay should be like, who the fuck is Chrissy Yakomowski is what she should be saying. But she already knows all of this. Lindsay says, because it's asinine that he is going to claim he was intimidated when he was constantly approaching you. No, Lindsay, you don't get it. Idiot. Lindsay says, in one video with the stupid Curb Your Enthusiasm song, he added he's literally following you to your car, yelling at you, trying to get you to engage when you are clearly doing everything in your power to walk away and avoid an interaction. She doesn't even get what the hell you're talking about. Remember when you gaslit everyone about the wiretapping? Yep. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. Lindsay, what the fuck? Do you have any idea what you're doing? This is a big risk here. I hope Grant, wakes up. Kate says, I can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. She gave a victim impact statement in a case where she wasn't even a victim. She had zero to do with the case. Didn't even know Aidan back then. This wiretapping thing was 2018 or 2019. A lot of the stuff she claimed I did in order to get the order on me, she blamed on Chrissy in the statement she made in Milford District Court a month or so prior. Yes. So, Kate, right here, you had to be wondering what the fuck is going on, right? This is gonna, wow. Kate says, why would they even let her make a statement in Chrissy's case? Even weirder, one judge already recused himself because of Aidan in Chrissy's case, and it has a special prosecutor. He was working with that prosecutor, or claimed. Kate says, and you cannot find it online through the attorney portal. I have that case. What do you need? Kate says, the case, at least from the search, is not filed in any court. Lindsay says, whoa, wait, are you talking about Lauren in that first text? She made a victim impact statement in Chrissy's case, and Lauren didn't know Aidan at that time? Fucking idiot. Kate says, yes. Kate says, and it wasn't even a trial date. Chrissy was going to plea. It was the most bizarre thing ever. It totally tainted the judge, and they lied about her. Kate says, recycled those lies at the restraining order thing, just blamed me instead. Lindsay says, what the fuck? Lindsay says, what was she saying that Chrissy did to her? This is so strange, says Lindsay. Kate says, yeah, it was wild. She pretty much claimed that Chrissy harassed and stalked her, posted her nudes, was dangerous and psychotic, said she sent Leah to her house to take a photo. Later on, she said it was me who sent Leah. Oh my God. This is insanity. It's the Holden police. They just file anything he demands on them. Yeah, I got a nice little story cooking, I think. We'll see what happens. Mike's loving this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about? Lindsay, you make no sense, girl. Kate's over here having a conversation with herself, and because you have to think, okay, what am I supposed to know? What am I not supposed to know? What do I say? Is that what was happening here? Kate says, neither of those versions are the truth, and they aren't, and there's proof. God. Kate said to Lindsay, Chrissy never harassed her. I don't even know if Chrissy has ever talked to her. I have not. I have not. Kate says, I've never even sent that girl a DM. Never been to her house, never called her, never been near her or done anything other than post their stupid photos and talk about how I knew who she was, etc. Kate says, she's still going, well, I did imply that I knew her address too. LOL, there's that. Kate's like, okay, I wasn't perfect by any stretch, but whatever they do, so much worse. Lindsay's like, are you serious? You've never spoken to her, and she was able to get an order when they are the ones that are sending their own nudes around to people. Yep, dude, guys, this is exactly what the fuck happened to me, and I took it all down. But it was try explaining this to the fucking courts, man. It is so hard, but by God, that's why I'm like, the glare. You keep running your fucking mouth. You don't know shit. You don't know shit. I took down all the people like you. I got one question for the glare. Why weren't you part of the Wilbur? Did that hurt your little butthole a little bit? You just got tossed to the side. They didn't want to split it 3 ways? I used to work at What the Fuck Transition Services, but I got laid off on the account of not being able to translate anything. I just say, what the fuck? I know, right? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck did you just say? Well, what she meant to say is, I can start giving you guys the breakdown. That's the good part. This is crazy. Then Kate says, judge never gave an explanation or a memorandum, just extended it. Lindsay says, wow. Were you in court when he extended it? Kate says, the first time, yes, it was ex parte, then granted / extended. The second time recently, I didn't even bother to show up. Kate said, because they granted it the first time and then got violated because she quote unquote believed I was speaking directly to her in a live stream. Unbelievable. Getting other people to try to dirty you up. Man, this is just sick. He's definitely going to be in trouble though this time. I don't think he's going to be able to get out of this one. I've been looking at a bunch of case law. This has nothing to do with the First Amendment. The First Amendment is what he's trying to make this about, and it's not. This has to do about the witness intimidation statute. This is not the first. Dude, you can go on your live stream and talk all the fucking shit you want, man. That's not what happened here. It's just not. If anybody thinks it's okay for right now, if somebody was to come out to my house right now and fucking start chanting that I'm a murderer and that whatever, and then making a comment about getting the neighbors to apply pressure onto me, that is exactly what witness intimidation is. And that's what was said at Juliana Nagel's house. He didn't even attempt to go up to the door to knock on it to ask any questions. Like, if you're there to get questions answered, you'd have to go up to the door and knock on it. So that couldn't have been your intent. You didn't even go up to the door. And then you have to think about all of this. Let's talk about this evidence. So I'm looking over here. I'm like, Aidan knows what's in his phones. Even if he never got his cell phones back yet, where are these extractions? We need to see the phones. We need to see what's in those phones. As a lawyer, you need to see what's in those phones. What is in those phones? And what's in the Facebook? I'm telling you, where people created a bunch of shit back in my day with everything that I had to deal with is they were creating, obviously they were using fake accounts, but they're in a group message fabricating, so making up scenarios that never happen, and enraging So it would even like, what was it? Okay, Jen McCabe sending Aidan a naked pic of some man. Okay. Yes, I did. Lana did a long ass live, went through the entire rowing rally. All was golden. Lana gave TV pointers until damn, he got to Julie Nagel's house. Damn, his words used pressure. Yeah, I was trying. What was I saying there though? Fuck. Oh, Jen McCabe. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. It's to a reasonable person. It's also a potential witness. It's also if your intent. It's all about what the intent was. He is gonna have to try to convince a jury that he was never intending to have D&E suffer financially. And I'm telling you right now, fuck no. My dad owned a bunch of pizza places. You cannot say that there's blood in that pizza. Okay. What you cannot economically fuck people. That's part of our civil liberties, you guys. We have the right to make a living. Okay. We have the right to live peacefully. Okay. Finish. Yes. Jen and nudes. Yes. Okay. Did they make a fake account? I want to know, did they make a fake account and literally say that it was Jen McCabe account? And did they send Turtleboy a half naked man? Where is that? Because he's over here. Oh, I can't wait for this Jen McCabe stuff. And that, Jen McCabe's so scared, but yet she sends me, messages, or she's like, whatever. Okay. Again, we need a, damn, Lana damn near look like a 90-year-old granny. Do I? Oh, I think I don't. But thanks. Appreciate it. Funny, I still get carded everywhere I go. Appreciate it. I would say that the man was 98% naked. I think he did this. Anybody that's out there going to talk about conspiracy, if there was a conspiracy with what's her name, Karen Reed, you guys, that would have already been happening. Why did Jen McCabe have that picture of John C? I don't even know if it was. I haven't seen it. But I know in Ohio, they use the word dirty hands. And guess what? In Ohio, it doesn't matter if you have dirty hands. How about that? If something's happening to you, it's happening to you. It doesn't matter if your hands are dirty. So I don't know what Massachusetts does with that, but yeah, I mean, I would know my laws in my state too. Okay, Kate says, yeah, the photo thing was shitty. My bad, but they were sending them around. Lindsay says, wow, I can't even believe this. She has no clue what's going on. She has nothing to say because Kate's like, and I didn't even know it was both of them until you told me. I thought he did it behind her back. Kate's like, so to be honest, that's even worse. Kate's like, so I'm unloading and you don't even know me, LOL. Lindsay's like, exactly. Oh, yeah, that's what I was starting to tell you earlier, and I got sidetracked. You told me he took her mom out to dinner when the photos got out, and he said he told her mother that he wasn't just sending pics of her daughter around for the hell of it to be a douchebag, that they were actively both trying to recruit another girl for a threesome, and that they sent pics and videos to see if the other women were interested. And he told me the mother thanked him for telling her and thought he was a stand-up guy and was totally cool about the whole thing What? This is Tina with what the fuck? Are you? What is this? This is Aidan deserves his day in court. This has been dragging on for almost 3 years. John C. posted it everywhere. I have no idea. All I know is who is texting who and trying to say, do you want to have a threesome? What is this? I get it when you're not, when if he would have been actually doing the research in the Karen Reed case and it wasn't just completely supplied to him on a platter from Alan Jackson, aka Karen Reed did all the work. Aidan fucking was even getting shit wrong that fucking A, man. There was no journalism in this. There was no breaking story. Karen Reed did and her team did all the work. And all he had to do is shut the fuck up and put it out there. He couldn't even fucking do that. What is this? Yeah, do you know what this is? Literally, this has nothing to do with corruption. Yeah, this has nothing to do with corruption. This is unbelievable. So again, this is what Lindsay says. Lindsay writes Kate and says this wild shit at like 2 a.m. She's like, exactly. Oh yeah. That's what I was starting to tell you earlier, and I got sidetracked. She's like, he told me, as in Aidan told me he took her mom out to dinner when the photos got out. Yeah, because he takes people out to dinner all the time. And he said he told her mother that he wasn't just sending pics of her daughter around for the hell of it. To be a douchebag, he was sending them around because that they were actively both trying to recruit another girl for a threesome, and that they sent pics and videos to see if other women were interested. And he told me the mother thanked him for telling her and thought he was a stand-up guy. What? What? He's a stand-up guy and was totally cool about the whole thing. And then Kate's like, get the fuck out of here. And Lindsay says, he said he bonded with her mom because she cheated on Lauren's dad years ago and caused the divorce. So they had a lot in common. Oh my God. Oh, this is... I can't. This is fucking crazy. This is crazy. What? You guys haven't gotten this version yet, have you? Kate's over here just like, get the fuck... GTFO. That's it. Get the fuck out. And Lindsay's like, yeah. He said he bonded with her mom because she cheated on Lauren's dad years ago and caused the divorce. So they had a lot in common. Kate's like, oh my fucking God. I'm gonna pee my pants. This Warwick, what was it? The Warwick hog queefs, something like that. Yep. Lindsay ratchets. Lindsay says, I couldn't make this shit up if I tried. Oh fuck yeah, you are. Good girl. This is Tina. Lindsay says, back to back here, what kind of mother would be cool with that? What kind of moron guy that is still married would ever tell his girlfriend's mother that? I'm dead. Yo, listen, babe. I just gotta tell your mom the truth. Mary, girl, listen. We were just setting those around because we want to have a threesome, and that's it. It wasn't a big deal. Oh, thank God. Oh, that makes so much sense. You know what? You are such a stand-up guy. Let me tell you. You know, Me and Lauren's dad. Get out, man. Get out. Wow. Wow. Okay, continuing on here in this lovely fantasy. Kate says she wrote in her affidavit that she had to move out of her apartment because of me. Hold on, I want to change this up here. Hold on, there you go. Sorry, guys, that's a way. There we go. This is where I want this. Okay, good. Okay, later in her victim, so then Kate says later in her victim statement at my court date, she said, so Kate Peter got a RO put out on her from this Lauren Murray chick? Stop it. This is fucking crazy. But this is what these people do. Yeah, well, this is what they try to do to me, and I was like, let's go. I'll sue all you motherfuckers. Let's play. Yeah, and they're like, what do you mean you're going to sue these people? I'm like, yeah, and guess what? They all fucking stopped, didn't they? Because they're all doing this type of shit. This is yeah, let's go civil. Nasty ass motherfuckers. That's why I'm covering this, because this type of shit happened to me, and there's no place for this. This is very dangerous. People try to get my kid taken away from me. Yeah, no. Kate says later in her victim statement at my court date, she said her roommate had to check on her nightly to make sure she didn't kill herself. Oh my fucking God. This is sick. He's going down. This is disgusting. It's a pattern of behavior. Kate says to Lindsay, so which was it? You moved or your roommate was checking on you? Lindsay says, what? Are you serious? Aidan said she moved out because the roommate, who I happen to know, really didn't want Aidan at the house anymore, and he was going to break. She wrote it BRAKE. She was going to break up with her over it. Oh my God, stop.
Break like a car break?
BRAKE. Yeah, break like a car.
Maybe she was voice texting.
No grace right now. He was going to break up with her over it because she wouldn't put her foot down and tell her roommate, quote unquote, I pay rent here. I can have whoever I want here, end quote. Wow, this is sick. Kate said, oh my God. Kate said, I wonder if I could use any of this to try to vacate the order. Lindsay said, she told him one night she was going to stand up to the roommate and just walk inside the apartment with Aidan. Then they got to the house and Lauren chickened out and started crying and asking Aidan if they could just get a hotel instead. And he got pissed and told me he broke up with her after that because she didn't have a backbone. And he wasn't going to be with her if he had to sneak around and wasn't allowed at her place. That doesn't even make any sense, Lindsay, because she's not allowed at his. Lindsay's like, I'm sorry, Kate's like, if he had to sneak around, LMAFL. Lindsay's like, LOL, right? Kate's like, so this dumb bitch moved apartments for him? LOL. Lindsay says, that's what he said. Hand on Bible. Bitch, get the Bible and your kids out your mouth. I love God. Don't be using God. This is going into trial. This is crazy. We're all breaking up, okay? This is finalized. We're breaking up, everybody. So whose payroll is Turtleboy on? Now, Turtleboy is whose payroll are these people on? None of this is getting in trial. He's lost it. He's off the deep end. People have lost their lives because of this online behavior. Yeah, this is crazy. And people are out there like, just, whoop, please don't tell me Lauren supposedly got messages about taking her life. No, listen, Lauren's clearly involved if she's lying on the stand about all of this. I confirmed this with the roommate. This is true. What's true? that they broke up because he was like, I'm not sneaking around. Yeah, I'm sure that's what he said to her, but I don't think that's the reason. I'm not sneaking around, bitch. Fucking kick your roommate out or have her, she can watch. Who knows? Kate says, holy fucking hell. And then Lindsay says, I'm sorry, they're both a couple of goddamn liars. Goddamn liars. Get out of here, girl. You a lie. Kate says she lied to the court about like literally everything based on what Lindsay's telling her, you know? Lindsay's like, what else did she say in her statement? Kate's like, I have her affidavit somewhere. Lindsay's like, she's probably going to try and use my message I sent her against me somehow. Lindsay said, even though she was the one stalking and harassing me. Kate's like, she shared a file or J2, 3. Lindsay says her quote unquote friendship. Kate says yes. And this was August of 2022. Oh God, that was prime. That was right when all that Chrissy crap was going on. Kate to Lindsay. This is the offending posting. Kate says, in a similar thumbnail, LOL, but I don't even have it anymore. Lindsay says, okay, first of all, there's no chance in hell that she wrote that. She can barely form a sentence. I know, it just breaks your ass. Lindsay to Kate says, Aidan 100% told her what to write. Lindsay says, unreal. Then Lindsay continues on by saying, oh my God, no worries. I fell asleep. Sorry. Then forgot to set my alarm and woke up late and now running so late. I'm just leaving Midville now to drop kids off. Ugh. Okay. Then Lindsay says, hey, they just left. I just got to get my son off the bus. Then I'll call you. This is 12:14, guys. Oh my God. Hey, they just left. I just got. Lindsay says, depends on your definition of good. Sorry, I know the anticipation is killing you. Just had to ignore a couple calls from my worker and kids' doctor while they were here. Leaving here in 15 minutes to drive to Dedham and get my other 2 kids. I'll call you soon as I get in the car. Should we do a 3-way with Leah so I don't have to tell everything twice? Oh, because this is about talking to Ken Mello on the 13th. Lindsay says, yeah, no bueno on that front. What? Lindsay says, I know Mello told me yesterday not to worry about anything, but was told something entirely different today. By who? Now this is interesting. I'll explain when I call. Just want to get in the car before I call so I'm not distracted trying to get my son buckled and whatnot. Just getting his shoes and jacket on. Give me 10 more minutes. Interesting. Lindsay says, what? Lindsay says, oh my God, so fucking childish. I was going to watch Turtle Club last night to see if he was talking shit, but I literally could not put myself through 2 hours of his insufferable voice. Now, this is on the 12:15. So we must have a conversation. Lindsay says, really, do you think that there's any truth to that? What did Jen and everyone think about my meeting yesterday? Jen McCabe. I canceled it, but I think I'm still paid up until next week. Cancel the membership at Turtle Club. Lindsay says, yeah, that should probably be the least of my concerns right now. But that comment really irritated me for some reason. LOL, like I'm just some scorned lover. The fuck? Yeah, girl, you're something. This is crazy. I'm just some scorned lover. Lindsay says to Kate, oh my God, really? Lindsay says, comment about anything specific? Lindsay says, or just in general about Karen's case. Lindsay says, shit, LOL. Is Tully going to get mad that I told people that? Lindsay says, yeah, good point. And this is where where people would be saying, like, where's Kate's messages back? Because it's all Lindsay right now. Lindsay's like, oh, okay. And then, oh, here we go. Now, this is what's fucking wild. What's the date on this? Okay. I've never seen this before in extraction in my life. And I've looked at a shit ton for cases. I don't want to show. Okay. So on 12/15. So I've read you guys fucking, how long has it been? 4 hours of messages. Okay. The only person Lindsay is texting with, the only person is Kate. That's it. I don't have to skip through anything. It's just Kate. Okay. Kate. Then all of a sudden, here on 12/15/2023 at 3:30, and well, it's going to be off a little bit of time, but she tried to delete this. It was a message that was she received a message from this Sean Kelly. Is Cole a big kid small or a little kid small? On 12/15. She tried to delete it and it says deleted. It says a yes. So that's the only one that I've come across in literally fucking, I couldn't even tell you. Then Lindsay writes Kate and she's like, oh my God, I know why. And then Lindsay says, there's got to be more to all of this. Lindsay says to Kate, oh man, the cult members are going at it. Lindsay sends something to Kate. Kate, did she ever DM you? Was she ever just in the DMs? I'm going to redact these. Yeah, we're going to redact these. So Hexter might need to sit this one out. Yeah, I'm going to redact these. I refuse to put them out for any reason. All I'm going to do is just redact all the phone numbers, but I'll leave everything else. Kate has posted the replies. So it's interesting. Oh, he's full of shit. Lindsay says, of course he is. How did we not of that? Laugh mouth. This is too good. I got to get my popcorn. See, like none of the, like, I'm just like, this is disgusting to me though. Popcorn. Like, this is people's lives. Like, what do you mean get the popcorn? Let me be fucking Jane and let me act like I'm so pissed because I'm not dick and vag no more. Like, just pathetic. Like, I just think if you're just a badass, go get fucking other dick. Like, who gives a fuck about this pencil pusher? I just don't understand. I don't get it. Like, oh my God. Lindsay says, they were very interested in money also yesterday in regards to potential payments from defense, but also donations and taxes or lack thereof. Seems like there might be some digging into his finances going on. So Lindsay said to Kate. Then Lindsay says, and I found more texts that prove he just filed the witness intimidation charges against you to get you to stop talking to the police. So I shared those with them as well. Lindsay says, she continues to say, I think you're going to be good on that front. Lindsay continues to say, I'm watching the funeral of that officer that was killed by the driver that took off. They're talking about what a good person and friend he was and giving examples. And then I think of Aidan and how thousands of people follow him blindly and have undying devotion and loyalty to him. But what has he ever done for anyone else? What good qualities does he have? He's not selfless. He's not giving or compassionate. He's not a good friend or a husband or a father. He's not understanding or thoughtful. Like, I'm literally racking my brain trying to think of one good quality he possesses, says this ratchet. Nothing, she says. He wouldn't even use his platform to start a fundraiser for his quote unquote friends that he had arrested. that he had arrested. He had them arrested. She's blaming the Canton Nine getting arrested on him. The night they were notified of the charges and he did a show, he linked his own fundraiser in the comments, not theirs. Why can't these people see that he does not give one fuck about anyone except for himself? And see, now, like comments like that, Lindsay, maybe it was just because I'm like, yeah, you know, why is she saying that? Well, because she's got to keep Kate here on the ropes. I'm not on his side, clearly, you know. I don't know what's going on here. LOL, yeah, I'm really not a hateful person, says Lindsay, where I sit around sitting on people all the time. What? LOL, says Lindsay, yeah, I'm really not a hateful person where I sit around sitting on people all the time. I love it, but I have to say, where I go around sitting on people all the time. But this whole thing just baffles me, she says, especially because the few things I thought like that I liked about him were not even genuine. He's just a phony little twerp. Look at these. She reminds me of my mom with some of her language, though. It's the Italian girl. The old twerp. Lindsay says, Janelle keeps contacting me, even though I basically told her to leave me the fuck alone in the nicest way possible. That I just want to move on and not be associated with him or anyone that has anything to do with him. She was trying to get me to say certain things in messages yesterday, and I just ignored. Well, the phone record shows that you reached out to Janelle, so there's that. Lindsay to Kate. And she told me whatever I do not do what? And she told me whatever I do not to go contacting you, LOL. Lindsay continues by saying, right, because she deleted all these messages, I guess. I don't know. Well, this is what's interesting. Lindsay says, really? What did he say? I don't know, but haha, I love Charlie. Lindsay says, oh my God, seriously, I kept telling him I thought he had a crush on you based on how much he constantly thinks and talks about you. Lindsay says, helicopters. I think the reporter just said there's a noise. What? Lindsay says, oh, I would love to have been a fly on the wall during his convo with Karen after that. These people are fucking wild. I haven't ever heard it up until it was posted the other night. Now everyone in the original group keeps reposting it. He hasn't even commented on it at all. Lindsay says, oh, would he even buy that? What did Tully say is next steps? Did he talk to Mello yet? Says Lindsay to Kate. Lindsay says, I don't get it. Again, there's just one set of messages. What do you think is going on? Lindsay says to Kate. LOL. Well, that's what I want to know because my mind keeps going there, but I'm like, no, there's got to be a more reasonable explanation. Okay. It's hard to read these. Karen Reed is innocent, and this reject inserted his perv into it. He came to get his perv on. You guys. And I love me a perv, you know? You guys. He thinks he's smarter than everyone, but he's at best a C student. This is just none of this is getting into the courts. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But at the end of the day, let's me just fast forward a little bit and just when does this fucking shit like end? I think he did mention it was being filmed and then stopped around because he said every time streaming service it's going to be bidding top dollar. What is this? Oh, yeah. Okay. So Lindsay says, yeah, you do have a lot of info. I'd venture to say you know him better than anyone at this point. Girlfriends, he's tried to portray himself a certain way, but because you worked with him, he was probably the most authentic with you and shared the most information. It's Lindsay. Lindsay, you're a fucking idiot. Lindsay says, call the police for what? What? Lindsay says, what? I live nowhere near that lunatic. She lives right near Aidan, he said. I live in fucking Medfield, which is over an hour from Aidan. Why do you date people that live so far away from you, man? I don't even know that crazy bitch's address, says Lindsay, nor would I ever key a person's car. Yeah, right. Bullshit. This is total key car material. Cheers, Lindsay. Cheers. I'll give you that. You would definitely key someone's car. No doubt about it. She's like, I would never key a person's car or drive out there, maybe you wouldn't drive out there, nor would I have even thought about that. Lunatics. What a nutcase she is. I'm dead right now. What is this about? What? That's a bold-faced lie, Lindsay says. She never called me other than that day on Facebook Messenger when she was pretending to be nice. I don't even know her real phone number or her address or where she works. You guys, this is crazy. She's like, you have all these bitches being trolled. This is crazy. Okay, so I want to do an intermission here. Lana is having a hoot. Yeah, Lana is rolling over here. This is crazy. So I want to show you guys that this guy did. What? Wait, hold on. I thought he was having. I thought he was having. What is this? Is this? Jess Machado and Bunnies. Let's talk this walk. I thought she was on the channel. I thought she was okay. Well, I thought that she was on. I wanted to hear that. Okay, sorry. Okay. Jeez, crazy. I was no, hold on one second. I want this okay, so this is something I want to show you guys. So I went and looked up this old school. I wanted receipts for my free Karen Reed streamer. Tom CV admits it's all about the money. Turtleboy extorts Karen. Where is this episode? It's the one with Colin. Oh wait, here's some proof.
Is.
Okay. On December 9th, 2020, Aidan Kearney and Brian, don't know who that is, publicly claimed that Kate was arrested for assaulting her own child. Pat's around tomorrow, so we'll be talking about today's day in court, as well as Kate Peters. See how he always puts an S? That's why I always say S, I think. Kate Peters' arrest Sunday night for allegedly assaulting her daughter tonight at 9 instead. Smash that subscribe button.
Is, and we've proven that before. So anyway, Kate was not on her show the other night because Rick Kelly messages me and tells me last night during the live show, if you're watching this, that she was arrested for allegedly assaulting her daughter, Teresa. Okay. And so I'm like, is this true? Whatever. So I call sources up today that know about this more than fucking anybody. People who should not be telling me shit, but are anyway. Okay. I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to say who they work for. Let's just say it's fucking very reliable. Very, 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 very reliable. And I know as a matter of fact speaking right now, okay, that because the police were called on Kate by her son. Her son called the fucking cops on her because her and the daughter were getting into a tiff, a physical altercation in the house. Okay. I do not have the arrest report yet. I do not. I'm going to get it. Believe me, I'm going to get that fucking arrest report. And when I get it, I'm obviously going to publish it. They'll redact names or whatever. But the daughter, 100%, is not in Kate's care right now. The daughter is in foster custody, once again, living in a foster home, because this is what Kate Peter does. And I know as a fact.
These are lofty allegations made by continued pattern of harassment and quasi-stalking. Kate, this issue has been ongoing or been going on since February of 2020, and they show no signs of relenting. Aidan and Brian claim to be quote-unquote journalists committed to the truth. So one would think that they at least confirmed the existence of this alleged arrest with the authorities and pulled the arrest report. They did not. So today, Teresa R. called the North Attleboro Police Department and spoke to their records department. Here is the audio from that call.
North Attleboro Police Dispatch. Something got in.
Hi, may I have the records department?
Am I allowed to be playing this? Wait, that tattoo girl won't say name. She's from that area. You know her. Who's got that tattoo up?
Hello, police master's calling.
My name's Teresa. I just talked to the lady there. Thank you.
Hello.
Hey, hon, I'm so sorry to bother you again. This is Teresa. Are you the lady that I just talked to?
Yes, I'm sorry. I should have answered.
You told me. Okay, you told me for sure this weekend there was no arrest. What was the November date that you gave me?
November 25th was the last time we had any contact with her.
Okay. So no arrest and the only contact November 25th. I thank you so much.
And she, like I said, and that when she was the victim, she was not arrested at that either.
I understand. Okay. Well, thank you so much for confirming that. I really appreciate your time. I probably won't bother you again. I hope.
That's okay. All righty.
You have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
Aidan Kearney and Brian Sessions claimed an incident occurred that did not occur, involving the very serious claim of child abuse. They claimed an arrest occurred that did not occur, all because of their own personal hatred. Is what they did defamation/slander? Do you trust either one of these two to bring you the quote-unquote news? Is it ever okay to lie like this and continually drag innocent minor children into it? Let us know in the comments below. And abso-fucking-lutely not. This is sick. Well, that's just same person, I guess, that's passing out pictures of his own kids and frame, to frame people. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is not going to the dark side. This is looking at all sides, in my opinion. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Going dark, like yeah, this is just fucking crazy. I think Laura Mathias and Turtleboy have way more in common than yeah. Yeah. Okay, hang on, one more. I had a different one. Is this? This is pretty sick. They just. So, when I read this 88-page motion, okay, and it's titled. Where is it? Miss Peters' History of Dishonest and Fraud. Since Mr. Kearney terminated her, Miss Peters' unhealthy fixation on needling Mr. Kearney's seemingly has dominated her life. It recently resulted in her being permanently stained with a criminal record. Miss Peters' behavior has resulted in additional criminal prosecutions and the issuance of numerous protective orders against her in favor of Mr. Kearney and others associated with him. Miss Peters' disdain for Mr. Kearney has led her to engage in fraud, forgery, the manufacturing of evidence, and other acts of dishonesty for the purpose of harming Mr. Kearney. I noticed that none of those were hyperlinked. In March 2020, shortly after Mr. Kearney fired her for theft, Miss Peter engaged in a hair-braided scheme where she forged documents and fraudulently filed them to advance her position and harm Mr. Kearney in connection with a petty YouTube copyright dispute. Miss Peter brazenly sent YouTube what she falsely represented as a federal copyright complaint dated March 24, 2020, that she filed in the District of Massachusetts in a case she captioned Catherine Peter versus Aidan Kearney, Worcester Digital Marketing LLC. In fact, the complaint Miss Peter filed was a forgery, and there was no federal lawsuit involving Mr. Kearney and Miss Peter. Unaware of Miss Peter's dishonest nature for scheming against Mr. Kearney, YouTube relied upon her fraudulent documents and false representations to her benefit and Mr. Kearney's detriment, and initially ruled in her favor. Miss Peter committed fraud by going online and accessing a legitimate civil complaint filed in a 2013 federal copyright suit from the District of Massachusetts. She altered the caption and other information to make it appear as if her fraudulent documents were authentic, represented it as her legitimate complaint, and filed it with YouTube. Miss Peter's criminal scheme was exposed by her ignorance of federal court practice. She failed to change the index number when she doctored the legitimate complaint, which meant that her 2020 complaint contained a 2013 index number. Now, I want to show you guys something. Since he was going in this list of order of things with what Miss Peter did or didn't do, okay, he didn't fire me. Yeah, he already admitted on a live that I did find that. I found the live that he did it. He didn't fire me. I quit. He has admitted to this. If I committed fraud, my YouTube channel would have been penalized and I would have been charged. And so, ready for this? So then I want to take a closer look here with Bederow's Mega Motion. And I was like, this is interesting to me. He jumps and talks about this. Okay, because he's going in like this chronological order. Okay. Well, before he gets to this November 20th, okay, 2022. So in an online interview, Miss Peter admitted that she had submitted the forged complaint with the intent to defraud YouTube. So this is a hyperlink, okay? And now we get all the way down here. And keep on going, and it continues on. Well, nowhere in this list does he ever mention the November 18th, 2023, which would be coming like the next year after the November 20th, and why are they leaving out that Aidan filed for witness intimidation? So think about this. Why didn't, if you keep reading through this lovely 88 pages, and you go to this next page, you get to this May 28th, 2023 ordeal, okay? And then you get to Miss Peter immerses herself into the case. What? That's really kind of crazy if you ask me. Ready for this reason? Well, first of all, there is no mention that on November 18th, 2023, he literally goes and files for witness intimidation. Right? So think about this. Why wouldn't that be mentioned? Why wouldn't that be mentioned? To show the courts like, oh my God, he had to file like, well, because he got what? He was like, I was a witness in this case 2 years ago. Look at her on this platform and, all this bullshit, right? Well, why isn't that documented? Why wouldn't Bederow be talking about like, this is shit, he was witness intimidated again. This girl she was charged with witness intimidation. Well, so then he continues to say, well, on information and belief for years, Miss Peter has spent several hours a week online monitoring and cataloging Mr. Kearney's content, mining for material to use against him. Like, it's really disappointing to see that a lawyer would write all this stuff and truly not know what the fuck has gone on in their relationship. Miss Peter had no public interest or stake in the Reed case. Neither did he. No, like, neither did he. Like, how do you even write this shit? Miss Peter had no public interest or stake in the Reed case, and no association with any witnesses in it. Neither did he. Until Mr. Kearney began supporting Miss Reed's innocence. How about, even if that's true, and motherfucker, and I cannot believe that this would even be in, like, and like, it's, first of all, it's just ridiculous. Like, you don't understand what their feud is then. Of course she's going to cover something that he covers because he covers it so fucking, like, shitty. He's a shitty journalist who has unethical practices, and of course she's going to cover it because she's going to fucking out his unethical ass. Because that's what they do. But I thought this was about First Amendment. Don't we all have a fucking right to do whatever the fuck we want? You make no sense.
He's all about cancel culture. He loves cancel culture.
Cancel culture, yeah, but I'm over here about the First Amendment. Naturally, I mean, like, Cosgrove ate his ass. Naturally, once Mr. Kearney started to support Miss Reed, naturally, Miss Peter became a self-styled advocate for Miss McCabe, the Alberts, and the O'Keefes. And so what? and the Alberts and the O'Keefes, and sought to foster relationships of convenience with others who hated him. Why would anybody hate him? Nobody knows him. Including Lindsay Gaetani. Are you kidding me? I cannot believe this is in here. Who shortly after meeting Miss Peter, like, she came crawling to her on her knees. I just read it all. Who shortly after meeting Miss Peter became the alleged victim in the 2024 witness intimidation indictment against Mr. Kearney. Well, that's Lindsay's fucking problem. She's a lying whore. That's not true at all. I can't stand the dude. Are you kidding me? I supported this asshole because I thought he was actually like all about the Karen Reed movement. And then I got landed on the lap of myself that, okay, here, like, he's crying because nobody's covering his case. Well, like, holy shit, why don't you learn about, oh my God, what has truly been going on in that area under the guise of Worcester Digital Media or whatever the fuck it's called? Thank you. Hate is a very strong word to use. Yeah, I don't even know the person. And Jimmy, she can't stand the lies. I can't stand the behavior. I can't stand the manufacturing of evidence. I fought so hard against the fact that, against Karen Reed, that there would be manufactured evidence, somebody planting evidence. I've done actually my journalistic duty and went out and had my own interviews. I don't need to interview Aidan. He puts everything out online. So I take his material out, what he puts out. Interviewed Brian Waters, interviewed a bunch of different people. Yep. Went and got FOIA requests, went and got the cases and the actual filings. Aidan's looking at some serious time. Anyways, I get it. I was just saying, well, I'm just trying to help you understand. So if you want to make a comment like that, of course I'm going to address it because it's a ridiculous comment. And people are getting it twisted because I will call out the good and I'll call out the bad. But what clearly is their past relationship, okay, between Miss Peter and Mr. Kearney, right? How does it ever enter into the Karen Reed case? Even if Aidan is on one side of the apple or the one side of the coin and Kate's on the other, who fucking cares? What does it have anything to do with anything? It has nothing to do with what he was charged with. He wasn't charged with witness intimidating of Kate Peter. He was charged with all the counts. There's all these other victims. She's not one of them. And I'm all for our First Amendment. But there's this statute for a reason. And there is no statute of limitations on witness intimidation. And I thought about that for a long time, and I'm like, holy shit. Like, wow. But you know what? There's a great reason behind it. Because what if a crime happens that's unsolved for like 10 years? Okay. And then there's a break in the case and blah, blah, like you can still be charged with witness intimidation. Like, oh, that's, blah, blah. That's something that I did 10 years ago. Yeah. Well, guess what? That person never came forward to tell anything until now because of what you did 10 years ago. You see? So that's why there's no statute of limitations on witness intimidation. At the end of the day, it comes down to This is what he was charged with. And did he commit the crimes? Is he like when I say is he guilty of them? Guess who gets to decide that? Not a judge, but a jury. A jury that charged Karen Reed with drinking and driving. And I don't even think that they proved that beyond a reasonable doubt. But she got charged with drinking and driving because that's the law, right? And she violated it, right? But nobody caught her in the act of it. She wasn't driving when she got, like, nothing. They found her, and people could say, oh, well, man, that's just because they wanted to find her guilty of something. No, really? They got 12 people to say guilty to that. They did not leave it hung. So saying that you're not going to find 12 people that are going to say that you witness intimidated Juliana Nagel, I find that hard to believe. Because of the statute. What the intent was. The Commonwealth has to prove Aidan's intent. And I think his phones have a lot of incriminating material. I don't think that Karen Reed had anything to do with anything that Aidan was doing. I think she thinks that he's a absolute fucking... She had no idea who he was. I guarantee, and I just, what I can't believe is how Karen Reed didn't have anybody research this motherfucker. How does an Alan Jackson, how does a Yannetti, especially the people that are actually from Boston, how do you not know who this guy is and what he's all about in his ways? Well, because he was so small, nobody did know. He was tiny. Did you guys go and look up the stuff he was covering before the Karen Reed case? Because I went and looked at it and I was like, oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is like Jerry Springer shit. Like, Geraldo. And just none of this shit. So muddying up, I mean, this is what I believe this is all for. This is PR. This is PR. This is getting people riled up and, like, I mean, it's being read on all these channels. On September 13, 2023 at 3:34 p.m., Ms. Peter publicly bragged that she had achieved a purportedly illegal recording made by the retard, Mr. Kearney, of his, like, what the fuck, of his, she publicly bragged that she had achieved a purported, why are you, like, your client illegally recorded this man. So she goes, I mean, I've never seen a lawyer ever make a YouTuber as relevant as Mark Bederow has made Kate Peter in this situation. This has no, did you guys watch the judge that's the new judge on this case? This judge is not kicking off Cosgrove at all. Okay. He's like, let's go. What the hell's been going on here? Like, we're getting this to trial. You're going to get in front of your peers, and they're going to decide what the hell's going on here. Like, I'm sure that's what Mr. Kearney wants. Like, this has been dragging on. This disqualification, like, all this bullshit. Why should Cosgrove be disqualified? Why exactly? File the correct motions. If you think that you're not getting your discovery, do a motion to compel. Writing these letters that you're sending to the opposing party and then providing them to the YouTubers to read out on fucking channels. That's pretty, I mean, are you sending them to Ted Dan? Are you sending them to, like, the news? This has nothing to do with, this is unbelievable. It doesn't matter who took basically Bederow's over here saying that CI shouldn't be ever used. Or anybody that's providing a tip or calling into the tip line that's like against the law. And the source for all of Bederow's information is coming from Lindsay Gaetani, and what she's saying, this is how things went down and this is what's going on. Okay. She's not credible. She's going to get fucking crushed. And if you think that you're putting her on the stand as a witness in your case, you are crazy. If you think that you're going to have Lindsay Gaetani as a witness in your case when you go to trial. You know, in July of 2023, Miss Peter created a Facebook group, support for MAOs. Who cares? I mean, I cannot even believe that this is being brought up. Turtleboy was running how many channels? This is all going to get just smacked. Miss Peter claimed that she forwarded the recording to the MSP. Where do you think he got that from? From the extraction that I just read. Then the next one is blank blank when he wrote the DA blank blank blank. Just as Miss Peter intended, Mr. Albert assuredly blamed Mr. Kearney for the bogus drug dealing allegations, entirely ignorant to the fact that it was his supporter and advocate, Miss Peter, who saw him and his son as expendable collateral damage for her false flag operation to harm Mr. Kearney. He had already labeled Colin being in the house and committing the crime prior to Mia Rose coming out. And he literally is blaming Kate P. And this was the big debate. Is Kate Peter to blame that she trolled Aidan and then immediately the next day tells him, I trolled you, you fucking asshole, to prove that you will not vet an email? She was proving a point. That was her intent, was to prove a point that he's shitty at his job. He never even returned the email. Like, he didn't even write the person back that wrote him the email. Instead, he just goes and reads it off to the internet. That was the intent. Okay. But here, Bederow is trying to shift this blame of Aidan Kearney's decision to read an email on the air when he pressed play. His client's decision. His freedom of speech that he's defending over here. He pressed play. He reads off an email. He had no idea who it was from. It doesn't matter who it's from. It matters your client's conduct. Oh, well, because Kate Peter sent that. What if I sent it? What if Harry Bob Joe sent it? What's the difference? Just think about it. What's the difference? Your client didn't know who sent it to him when he made the choice to not vet it and just read it off because he has confirmation bias. Miss Peter, who saw him and his son as expendable collateral damage for her false flag operation to harm Mr. Kearney. To harm him. Just like Ghetto Mellow, right? Within weeks of Miss Peter's cruel and defamatory attempt to amuse herself at the expense of the Alberts and her call to arms, unleashing her trolls on Mr. Kearney, Detective Lieutenant Tully and Mr. Mello willingly relied on her as a primary source for gathering. The way that this was written up, you would eat it up and swallow it like it was, oh my God. But none of this is accurate. This is propaganda. Look at this. On information and belief, for years, Miss Peter has spent several hours a week on. It's wild. What the fuck does that have to do with what he chose to do and what he didn't? Okay. Okay, so here we get to this. So this is why he's up in arms. I want to talk about the evidence. On information and belief, on September 13, 2023, at 4:23 p.m., Miss Peter created a version of the recording and sent it to Detective Lieutenant Tully in a private link. November 28th, 2023 transcript. So this is at the grand jury. Detective Lieutenant Tully testified that he had been sent a video of the Scanlon recording. And guess who sent her that? Guess who recorded that? Can you imagine if somebody turns over a murder weapon and they were like, fuck no, dude, that person hates me, man. They've been trolling me forever. Wait, did you do it? Well, yeah, but they are the one that turned it in. They hate me no fucking way, man. That's this argument, and it has to fail every time, man. This is crazy. An audio copy of the recording that Miss Peter sent to the MSP on or about September 13th, 2023, the substance of which was played as a video before the grand jury. Oh, this is interesting. Actually, no. He uploaded it private. Oh, wow. To YouTube to share with his friends and then accidentally set it to public one day and my scraper picked it up. Holy shit. That's, see? Oh my God. That's what they're talking about with the private link. Oh shit. And the link no longer works and they're blaming it on Kate? These idiots, man. Does he? I would never allow myself to look like a fool. And I'm sorry, Bederow, man. This is wild. And trust me, I am not dude, I ride hard for defendants. Because I believe in our rights. And I don't believe that our rights should be I see it way too often. Fuck. The version of the recording provided to the defense doesn't include the beginning of the recorded call. Skips and repeats. It is clearly edited. It's clearly edited. Are you serious? Doesn't he have it on his phone? None of those devices? You guys, this was just for the grand jury, okay? After they arrested him, they immediately said they wanted a taint team. So we couldn't go through all of his stuff yet, okay? All of this motion here is to get this grand jury and all this stuff should be dismissed, blah, blah, blah. You guys, there was no... Okay, my arguments in my case was this. Somebody took my recordings of lives and cut them all up, made my sentences different words from different sentences and put them together like that. And then made a narrative I was going to Denver to fucking harm somebody. I'd never been to Denver in my life except for one time. And that was to obtain a lawyer in a criminal case for a family. Unbelievable. Yeah, they took things that people were saying in chat, not me. It was wild. And then has the balls to dude, put up testimony and testify to it was at an ex parte. And I'm and then they got the 4 final minutes of my actual hearing deleted where there was a hot mic caught, and I get a copy of the audio without the 4 minutes because the other side went and called and said, oh my God, you had a hot mic, you got to delete this. Because the magistrate and the clerk were over here talking about how they were Googling all this shit, how they were running. I mean, it was insane. You can't do any of that shit prior to a hearing. So anyways, Scanlon testified that he didn't consent to being recorded. I uploaded a copy to my YouTube set to private. It includes everything he recorded and does not skip or repeat. It's to me, I'm just like, they didn't even end up charging him with it, okay? But the way that it looked at when you read this is it's like, oh, they were gonna dirty him up. Like by here, let's just put this out there, but then we're not gonna charge him with it. And I'm thinking, well, that's a really interesting way to try to argue this. And then when the Commonwealth comes back and puts affidavits in, and they're like, we didn't charge him with that because we didn't know if we had jurisdiction. And then Turtleboy goes in a live talking about, well, where are all my fucking lives done? This is where I like live and blah, blah. And I'm just like, where are these victims at though? When it's happening? There's just a bunch of different ways to look at it. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, I cannot believe that you're arguing why you didn't get charged with wiretapping. So then it was the defense has been provided with a copy of the email or any the defense hasn't been provided with a copy of the email or any communication in which Miss Peter provided the Scanlon recording to the MSP. Okay, well, handle that in discovery. You should be listing all the things that you want in supplemental, and then you fucking take it like this mega motion here. Why aren't you just filing all this stuff separately so all these issues can be taken up? You want to talk about, now I get it when someone says to me, Atlanta, you can't write all that shit. Oral argue it. Get the main stuff and just, you have to oral argue it. You have to explain it. One day after Mr. Mello was engaged by the DA, Sergeant Buchnick confirmed to Miss Peter that blank, 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 either ignorant or dismissive of Miss Peter's own criminal conduct and woeful credibility, Sergeant Buchnick praised Miss Peter, thanking her. Like, on September 29th at 9:30 a.m., Miss Peter, now on a first name basis with Sergeant, is better than calling him Bukaki. You know, she emailed and said, Yuri, comma. Well, what if he said, you can call me Yuri? I mean, I don't know. What if she didn't want to spell his last name wrong? I forget how to spell that. Maybe I should just put Yuri. I'm just saying, like, that's really the argument here, that they're on a first name basis with. Well, God, maybe Kate's also on a first name basis because she's been dealing with Aidan and going to the police for a long time. I don't know. Miss Peter provided Sergeant Buchanan with blah, blah, blah. You know, we're not allowed to see this. Then after that, I'm just like, what is all this shit? All this. Okay. On September 29th, 2023 at 3 p.m., Miss Peter tweeted October 10th, he knows the deal, in response to another's post asking her when Mr. Kearney would. I cannot believe that this is even in. Do you understand if my lawyer came? My lawyer would never allow me to like say, hey, I want you to put this in a motion about what somebody's comment to somebody on Twitter was. It was a subpoena for his phone. He knows the deal. Did he know that there was a subpoena for his phone prior to his arrest? I have no idea. I'm just over here like, on September 29th, 2023 at 3 p.m., Miss Peter tweeted October 10th, he knows the deal, in response to another's post. asking her when Mr. Kearney would be subpoenaed. Subpoenaed. What does that have to do with anything? On information and belief, Miss Peters' reference to he knows the deal indicates that the MSP told her several weeks before Mr. Kearney's arrest that they intended to arrest him on October 10th. Well, where are you getting this information from? On information and belief, Lindsay Gaetani? Because God, I hope not. She's a liar. It was for a different case. He had my spouse charged with assault for walking into him. Wait, what? Oh my God. I mean, Bederow, are you paying attention? Aidan is so paranoid. I would be too if I was committing all the crimes he was, though. Fuck, I'd be losing my mind. I would think everybody's after me. He filmed the assault, and they subpoenaed his phone to get the rest of the video of him hiding behind a pole for 20 minutes waiting for us. Was that with, like, Jill Daniels or something? Wait, what the fuck? Who's hiding behind a pole? Do you guys see this, though? Like, he's a cop caller. He fabricates evidence. He's Michael Proctor without the badge. I'm sorry. Everybody out there that hates Michael Proctor, I'm just like laughing. I'm like, wow, you can't stand that Michael Proctor called Karen Reed a cunt and that he fabricated evidence in Karen Reed's case. But here you are writing for Turtleboy. How does that make any sense? No true journalist ever would do anything that he did to Karen Reed and say, and talk all. Who does he think he is? No way predates this. Oh God, wow. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing when you get the facts. And here's Melanie Little, like just drooling over this shit. And she's an attorney. And I'm like, oh my God. But fuck, they say that attorneys will just take your money. This is sick. I mean, maybe he needs to sit down his client and say, okay, what the fuck is going on? You're going to sit here and you're going to tell us the truth and you're going to tell us everything. Okay, because we can't fucking defend you if you don't. And he's out here saying, yeah, you never want to lie to your attorney. Well, that's all you've been doing because this mega motion is an absolute joke. And I'm telling you, I put it out there and I said, Cosgrove literally, everybody's just like, he didn't write that. He didn't write that. Oh my God, that's what you guys are taking from this? He literally took the 88 pages and shoved it so far the fuck up Turtleboy's ass that he's fucking going to be spitting spitballs for the rest of his life. 88 pages worth of spitballs. And an 88-page motion like this would cost probably at least 10 G's. At least. I'd be asking for every fucking penny back, but he can't because he supplied all of his fucking lawyers with false information and a false narrative, and they went with it and they wrote all this stuff up for him. And so he can't say anything. "88 pages of spitballs. On information and belief from who? The blank and blank being discussed by Detective Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, and Lieutenant Fanning on October 3rd, 2023, related to the blank Miss Peter provided Detective Lieutenant Tully in a private link on or about September 13th, 2023, and which was later used against Mr. Kearney in the grand jury. See November 28th, 2023. Do you guys see this? All of these dates, they are before Lindsay's little, I'm going to reach out to Kate Peter. That's how desperate he was. How desperate he was, and he got this girl to fucking do it. And to make a huge scene and to act like they broke up and they're fucking this and come on, baby, we're going all down now, blah, blah, blah. Like, we got to do this. We got to. he got Lindsay to literally go and lie and act like, and here we're going to sell it really good on the internet. And we need to figure out what the fuck's going on. That's crazy. That became an assault charge. Who got charged with assault? Like this isn't a game. But he's done this to everybody. Go back and look at all the stuff he's done since 2017. This is bullying. This is criminal. I wouldn't be doing. You got charged? I think Lindsay did it on her own and was trying to use it to get back at Aidan because she was mad he wasn't faithful. I don't know. The whole 2 phone things and the stuff that's not in there and the purpose of it and what's going on, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't gone through it all, but my opinion right now, Lindsay says, my fucking inner ghetto is about to come out. Yeah. Ghetto mellow. Here. That's what Lindsay says. My fucking inner ghetto is about to come out. That was on 12/15. Lindsay says, I hate Aidan. I really fucking hate him. Lindsay says, I'm about to spill the beans about the secret. Was this about her being pregnant? Lindsay says, Kate, what? Lindsay says, oh my God, she could be right. Lindsay says, LM is a fucking liar, so who knows? Lindsay says, oh boy. But she's like, the only secret that I saw before that is she called no, that's Tom CPU. This was in the fake pregnancy. Oh my God, yes, she was so fucking convincing. Yeah. Is that what that on 12/15? Because right before that, she had called the Norwood Pharmacy, CVS Pharmacy. But I'm telling you, like, that phone was used for the purpose. Ray from Dallas may want to watch Lana's YouTube videos on Aidan's criminal case. He's new on the scenes and could learn a lot. Yeah, probably. A lot of people could. Well, so I was looking at this, and I think that phone was always designed, like, if it was going to get, like, what do you call it? Downloaded. I don't know. I've been doing my homework, and I think that things took a way crazy turn. For months prior to November 28, 2023, commencement of the grand jury proceedings, Detective Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Mr. Proctor were aware of Miss Peters' unstable obsession with Mr. Kearney. You look like a fool writing that, Mark. An absolute fool. I cannot even believe you're writing this shit. This is disgusting. As experienced detectives who had been investigating Mr. Kearney since mid-2023, the MSP, I thought it was, since 2020 because they should just know about all of his writings. The MSP knew or should have known, who gives a fuck, of numerous red flags. No, there were no red flags, which adversely impact Miss Peters' credibility. You guys, if you bring a murder weapon to the sheriff and you said, I found this and it was, my friend recorded it all. I found it. Here you go. I'm turning this in. Oh, the person that found it, they fucking hate hate the persons whose DNA's on it. And the blood of the victims are all over it. Guess who gets to decide the credibility? The jury. The jury gets to decide the weight, how they're going to weigh the evidence. The admissibility is all that matters for the judge. What's going to be admissible in this case? After it makes it through the admissibility test, that the judge will determine who can be, who can be an expert, who can be testifying as an expert, what evidence can't come in, what's going to be motion limiting, what bad acts can they talk about with Aidan, prior to this, that actually is probative to show that this is his pattern and this is what he's done. And that we, as a department, failed a bunch of people in the past, and he was really good at get in front of and blah blah and So what's in, what's out? All those witnesses are all going to be testifying. You know how expensive it's going to be? Like, might as well hurry up and get some preservation orders going, and all those people should be preserving their phones and to see GPS wise where they were located. Where's the profit and loss statement for D&E? I mean, you know how embarrassing it would be for a 14, 15, 16, or 17-year-old kid to have somebody coming to their game and calling their parent, during like a high school varsity game, their parent a murderer in the bleachers. There's no place for that. But you guys, there's no boundaries. This is somebody that does not have any boundaries because he used his own kids and trolled himself and wrote that some guy was going to sexually assault them and acted like this guy actually wrote it. Meanwhile, it was him, and he used his own kids as bait, and he did it with the mods of his fucking YouTube shit. And it's right in front of these people's eyes. This is criminal. Yeah, exactly. We're the docs. Exactly. That's all I talk about. So I'm going to redact all this stuff because you need to see what this broad did. Everybody else, them being back chummy. She makes absolutely no sense. Lindsay now says, I'm getting more threats on December 16th. Lindsay says, sorry, I fell asleep so early and was all out of it because I took my sleeping meds and woke up from a crazy nightmare at 2 a.m. thinking it was morning. So I was all fucked up, LOL. But anyways, yes, him. I texted him from a fake number and basically told him to stop making up lies about me, and he guessed it was me right away. Jesus, Lindsay, whose phone? I texted him from a fake number. Lindsay, thanks, Kate. I'm just so upset because none of this had to be like this. He could have been a mature adult about everything and a compassionate person and just helped me out. Helped you out? Helped you out of what? What the fuck are you talking about, Lindsay? And just helped me out. I don't think he has a conscience, is what Lindsay says. But what did he need? What did you want him to help you out with? What the fuck are you talking about? Help you out. Lindsay says, I know. He knows if I didn't have his support or even just him to talk about this, I'd have absolutely no one and would just cave. Once he realized that he used that as his last Hail Mary to get me to do what he wanted, it's just fucked up all around. First with the manipulation, but then because when I finally got the courage to do it, he couldn't even be bothered to be here for a few hours. And I was begging him like a pathetic idiot. And then an hour later to go on his show and call me a ratchet. Wait a second. What the fuck? Did she try to take the pill? When did she end up telling him that she was pregnant? Why is she writing and saying that this happened before it did? Lindsay writes Kate on December 16th. And she's like, it's just fucked up all around. First, with all them, but then because when I finally got the courage to do it, he couldn't even be bothered to be here for a few hours. She's basically telling Kate that she took the morning, she basically is having an abortion. That's how I'm looking at this. She told him November, told me in December, pretended to have an abortion a couple of times. Oh my God, what? Oh my God. What the fuck? You guys, I'm looking at this extraction here. That's what she told him. I think it's all made up. You guys, I think that they did this together. I didn't know that. See, I didn't follow any of it. I'm truly looking at this from a criminal case, and I'm just like, this is crazy. Lindsay says, and to know that he goes to church every Sunday with his son and could do this to another person, I don't even know how he doesn't burst into flames when he walks in there. Lindsay, because he's not Italian. He doesn't get it. Lindsay says to Kate, I don't want a fucking thing from him, though. Even if he came around and apologized and said he fucked up and wanted to help me now, no, I'm all fucking set. In a weird, fucked up way, this was a blessing and a lesson. This is absolutely insanity. But he wants to woes me and say, feel bad for me. This girl fucking said she was having my baby 5 times and crying, and oh my God, you guys should feel bad for me. You recorded a girl when she was at her lowest point, or what you thought was at her lowest point. No, this is all for fucking, this is all an act. This is all to woes me, and to, this is to fucking psychopaths, sociopaths. This is unbelievable. She wants sympathy for a fake baby, and so does he. One that they planned, for all we know. Fucking show me some CVS receipts. I want to see that she bought anything to do with having an abortion. This is, wow. She's like, I remember one picture, she showed 3 pregnancy tests. Someone says, I didn't even stay up this late on New Year's. I know this is a train wreck. You just can't stop looking at it. Oh my God. She's a liar. She was never pregnant, but I think he knew. God, somebody needs to put in a motion to preserve Lindsay Gaetani's other cell phone. You want to talk about plans? I believe that they're in that cell phone. You need to get her iCloud account. I believe that all of it's in there. I believe that these two were planning this from day one. Yep, I do. I don't think he knew. Dude is painfully naive sometimes. I think that you're absolutely on crack for that one, girl, but I love you so much. So I agree. Like, I agree to disagree. That's why I love it here. Wild stream to stumble upon when I couldn't sleep. Holy shit, that's crazy. You guys, he needed to stir up something to get, this is nuts. Lindsay says, I know he knows. If I didn't have his support, or even just, okay, I already said that. Okay, then. And to know that he goes to try, I said that one. Lindsay says to Kate, I don't want a fucking thing from him. Said that one. Lindsay says, this was what he said on his show when he talked about Roe versus Wade being overturned and what I sent him. Jesus. Lindsay says, no, Jen Altman doesn't know. No one knows. Lindsay says to Kate, unless he told someone and I don't know about it. Lindsay says, oh, no, that was about his birthday party I was planning before. Lindsay says, well, no, that's a lie. I know he told Meg because he wanted Meg to talk me into it. That's all I know of. Lindsay told Kate, I'm sure he probably told other people. Lindsay says, and I'm trying to say I lied. And him trying to say I lied or am lying is ridiculous because one, it was very soon after we started dating and things were good between us. So why the fuck would I lie and try to ruin things? And two, like I said earlier, I didn't even want him to know and tried to keep it in from him. I would have never even told him. Only and then shortly after he found out and was trying to convince me to get it done, and I made an appointment, he would out of the blue say things during our conversations like, too bad we didn't meet each other years ago. We would have had our kids that are here now, but our kids together would be so good looking. What? And shit like that. Like, it really felt like he was intentionally trying to make me have a nervous breakdown about everything at times. I'm like, you can't be that stupid to say that shit to someone who is days away from a scheduled appointment. Oh my God, this is insane. This is next level trolling. This was all set up, man. This is a setup from jump. What? Lindsay says to Kate, who's Anna? Yeah, after I scheduled the appointment, he then told me he was gonna get a vasectomy after and said he should have done a long time ago. That's actually not manly of people. Men don't like to snip their nuts, so I can't see a narcissist wanting to do that. But Lindsay says to Kate, LMAO. Lindsay says to Kate, Jesus, I can't keep track because all of Kate's stuff's missing. Now I think I know why. Because if she was actually writing stuff that would make it, I bet you your side of it, Kate, is outing the true nature of like the conversation. He just said it recently that he was getting the snip. Yeah. I bet that doesn't happen. Lindsay says to Kate, he never wrapped it. He was just raw dogging this pussy. Oh my God, Lindsay, you got some language on you. He never wrapped it. Not once. I let him raw dog this pussy. And I was on BC. But I got a UTI and was taking antibiotics for a couple weeks. And I forgot to take it all the time. And then would remember and try to double my dose or whatever. So even though it's my fucking pussy and my fault, he never even knew I was on birth control in the first place. So he can't be mad at me because he never cared to know or ask. Oh, he was raw dogging this pussy. Oh my God. Jeez. Oh my God. This is nuts. This is definitely not how antibiotics work, girl. They were lying to everybody. All this is a lie. It's all for... Lindsay says to Kate, and I heard from Kara, he never used anything. And Lauren told her the same. Oh, God, dirty dicks. No thanks. People know that's not attractive. Being a 40-year-old player is so 1980. Lindsay to Kate, I should probably be more worried that I have AIDS at this point. Yeah, you think? Not AIDS. Who the fuck even writes that? An STD. Yes. Lindsay says, haha, you think just like me. Lindsay says to Kate, oh my God, I didn't even tell you about the weird shit at the Halloween party. Jesus, another one of her fucking made up stories. Here we go. Lindsay says, a lot of the people there were complete WT, which is white trash. Yeah, dead. There were these two nasty girls that looked like they were fucked up on heroin and dressed up in slutty costumes. They kept following me and my friend around. At one point, they followed me into the bathroom after Elise told me all that shit, and I was pissed just saying I was all set with him. What? And going home. What? And one of them who was talking all slow and shit starts telling me Aidan is just like a really sexy person. That's just how he is. And she's like a foot from my face, and I realize she's missing her entire bottom row of teeth and most of the top. All of this is crazy lies. WT, baby. Oh my God. You also can't take old abortion pills you have lying around the house and succeed. Oh my God. Now I hear there is a bunny versus Turtleboy war. Who? Bunnies? What? What the fuck is going on? This is all lies. All of this is lies. And it was concocted by them. That's what I saw to muddy this all up. You guys understand that if it was so easy just to have somebody sue the prosecutor and sue the police during a criminal case to just, you know, look at this. This is a conflict of interest. You know, tell your people to just sue people. Yeah, like everybody would just then go out and start doing that. Like, this is crazy. Lindsay says to Kate, so I remember shitting on him after. You guys, you know that song, that rap song? I told a bitch to shit on me. I can't. I gotta stop. I'm gonna get this laugh happy. This is crazy. Last one. This is on December 17th. December 17th. Oh, fuck. Lindsay says to Kate, so I remember shitting on him after about how he would stick his dick in a light socket and how gross he is for having sex with a girl with no teeth. And instead of denying he had sex with this girl, I remember he just said something like, oh, she's missing her teeth. I didn't notice. Dude, this is all lies. This is absolute craziness. There you go. I mean, who would have thought I go for 6 hours and 22 minutes? This is a train wreck that you just cannot. I mean, please, you guys, start covering this criminal case. You tell me what comes and what doesn't come in. But Lindsay's like, Aidan's dick is coming, baby. Coming in. Then, okay, I'll do one more. Lindsay says, LOL, he's so nasty. So no, I don't put it past him that he hooked up with Ashley Bell. Ashley Bell, how do you feel about this, girl? She's like, I just had a Ring camera. What the fuck? Lindsay says, sorry, was trying to get the kids to sleep. I can't find her. Maybe she's under a different name now. Lindsay says, oh my God, LOL. I really can't believe he claimed Leah was the first and only one. Poor Julie. Lindsay says, ew. He also tried to say he was never, ever attracted to Julie. Like, why the fuck did you marry her then? That's his wife. No one was forcing you. I don't buy it. I think he's just embarrassed because she's a little chunky and he doesn't want to admit that he ever willingly had sex with her. Have you seen their pictures though? Like, she wasn't always chunky. Didn't she have like a couple kids? Like, I don't fucking know. Jesus Christ, Lindsay. You fucking living on welfare, girl. I like my women independent. You dependent. I got my crotch. I got my crochet out of Christmas. Someone needs to make her a coat. Make her fucking dental dam. She'll be Googling that shit. You know what a dental dam is, Linz? A dental dam I love is just look it up. It'll be fun. Go look it up. Raw dog that text chain, Lana. I think Lana is the only YTCC YouTube channel going through the phone extraction. I can't believe none of these people are. How are you covering this case and not going through this phone extraction? Because nobody wants the truth. Dental dam. There you go, Sherry. Sherry, what are we doing up? It's 1:40 in the morning, right? I just can't stop. Like, this is absolute. Oh my God, she tried to text me at like 3 a.m. on Christmas Eve. Yes, it's crazy. I mean, new merch about Raw Dog in it, man. Straight up Raw Dog and Lindsay G. LG Raw Dog. With the real rawest dogs here. LOL, he's so nasty. Just WT ... raw dogging. Then Lindsay says, oh my God, did he really just write this? Sends her a screenshot. She's faking shit. I mean, they're doing it together. So Lindsay says, I don't think he understands what the word oppression actually means. Neither do you. Lindsay writes Kate, no shit. I'd put on weight too if I had to live with him. That's fucking hilarious. Yep. Lindsay says to Kate, ha ha ha. Yeah, he had to add that little bit in there about the legal bills. This is embarrassing. I can't believe all this stuff is out here. Lindsay says to Kate, what the fuck is wrong with him? Lindsay says, so now he's compared himself to MLK Jr., Jesus Christ himself, and the Patriots from the Boston Tea Party. I cannot with this guy. Well, Lindsay says, ha ha ha, stop it. Lindsay says, oh, and Kunta Kanta. She's all right, though. Kunta Kanti. Oh, Raw Dog and Kunta Kanti over here. Lindsay says to Kate, I'm dead. Just rolled off my bed, dead. Lindsay says, oh my God, I have to laugh because this thing is your 100 accurate and it's actually terrifying. Lindsay says, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. I cannot breathe. I'm literally hyperventilating. Lindsay says, Jesus Christ, that's the shit nightmares are made of. Lindsay says, oh my God, I love you, to Kate. Oh my God, I love you. You're just so funny, girl. Lindsay says, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen in my fucking entire life. I want to see what this was. Send me what was so funny because I can't even click on it. Lindsay says to Kate, ha ha ha, no way. Hagen says, you're hot. Lindsay, I'm just kidding. Lindsay says, he deserves every second of that. Lindsay says, does what, Boozy Susie work for him? Lindsay says, because I was reading back her messages to me after I met her at the comedy show, and she was advising me to make a second Facebook account with a fake name. She then said, we want to, but we intentionally never put you in any pictures for your own good. Then I looked back at all the pics and videos from the events and court dates and stuff, and she's right. They edited me out of everything. Even when I wasn't near Aidan and was just standing around. Oh my God. Lindsay says to Kate, I just can't believe that he would have her in charge of anything given how unstable she is. Oh God, we're going to end there. Now that's a knee jerk. Now that's a knee slapper there, Linz. But also, why edit me out and not Lauren or anyone else? Like, oh, me. You and Aidan, man. I think it's Aidan texting if I didn't know any better. What was this? Kate, how did you do this? Imagine the wild ass that would have. Dude, I cannot wait for fucking Karen Reed to spill the motherfucking tea on this man. I think he blackmailed her. I mean, I would be scared. Jesus, I'm in the middle of fighting for my life in a murder trial and I have to deal with fucking Addie boy. Like, no way. This is insane. Ugh, okay. I just want to say thank you guys so much. You guys have been great. Real troopers here. Where can one find / read the Cellibrite stuff? There is a link out there. There is a link out there. Listen, give me. I just need a couple days, okay? I just need a couple days. I'm gonna redact because there's numbers. I just don't want people to see all these people's phone numbers, man. I have the link, but I wanna make my own link with everything redacted. Addy Boy and Raw Dog H bag. Is this the real H bag? Yeah, H bag one. Love your work, Lana. Have a great night. Thank you so much. Well, Aidan must be happy for the facts. We'll be happy for this coverage. He wants more YouTube channels to cover. Talk about his criminal case. I love hearing different perspectives on trials and cases. Yeah, I just think that none of this needs to come into a courtroom, but I also think that just the story that's been out there this isn't a fight for the First Amendment. And it's a slap in the face to someone like me who, like, dude, you're not gonna fucking no. You need to fight your criminal case, which is they said that you witnessed intimidated, and you're like, well, no, I have the right. I have First Amendment. I'm like, what? Okay, sounds good. No way. Thanks for the ab workout. Now I gotta go watch from the jump. Yeah, well, there you go. I don't even know. Kate's next episode comes out this Sunday. Okay, we'll let you free market there. We usually don't allow that, but somebody did ask. Again, Aidan and Kate had their own past. Why Bederow ever put it in the motion? He thinks that Kate trying to stand up for the victims of the past and who were now going to be the victims of the future, according to Kate, that somehow is wrong of her. And if Aidan wants to advocate for, Karen Reed, if Kate wants to advocate for the McCabe's or the Alberts or whoever, that's her right. If she wants to do that. This is all deflection. I'd be looking to take a plea deal. I would want 5 to 10 years probation. And these people are going to want him off the internet. So I think he has weaponized the internet. So I think that he should, if he has to be off the internet for some time, I don't know. But I would be trying to do everything and anything I could to get 5 to 10 years probation. I just don't see the Massachusetts State Police. I don't know. And I really wonder why he recorded Karen Reed that last time. And he says that it was for his protection. No, I think he was trying to get evidence to turn state's evidence on her. And that's really pathetic. So, some advocacy that is when it entails. But yeah, that's why I believe. And also, I want to look into this whole Jen Altman and the whole. Yeah, that's what I try to do over here too. The jury is going to get to hear both sides. Anybody, just for the record here, when they do the voir dire in this case, the first question that's coming out of the mouth of the Commonwealth, or it's going to be on the questionnaire for the jurors, is, do you use social media? And then it's going to say, what social media platforms do you use? Have you ever been a subscriber to Turtleboy Sports? Have you ever been a subscriber to Turtleboy Live? Have you ever read any blogs? But I mean, all of this stuff is coming out, and anybody that has to do and has a membership or any, they're all out. Those are like automatic, like, yep, out. And so I posted the audio of Jenna Rocco discussing the blackmail. Yeah, I heard that. Lana, why not have TV plead temporary insanity? For what? Every day of his life? I really feel bad for Microdots. I think that they're going to get called to testify. If he was the one that was there making all the videos and recording everything, you know, I also want to know if they went to him to like how they subpoenaed, you know, Channel 8 or Channel 25 with Karen Reed case. How does Microdots not get hit up with like, I don't know. It's going to get wild. Okay. Everybody have a good night. Be safe. Be kind, and when you can't be kind, shut the fuck up. We can all have our opinions. We can all think Karen Reed's innocent or guilty. She was found not guilty. I believe that there was a lot of fuckerage and all that shit. I also believe that nobody would be found guilty, unfortunately, because of the investigation. But that starts with the Canton Police Department first, and then moves on from that. Everybody knows how I feel about that. But I also don't believe that every single person in that house, okay, the Levingstons of the world and the Julie Nagels of the world, you don't go around, if you're Brian Albert, telling the Julie Nagels of the world, listen here, bitch. Okay. You want to keep banging my son? You're going to shut the fuck up and you're going to say nothing about this. I'm like, no. Especially if he didn't even go in the house and he went to the garage. It just, there is actually such a thing that something could have went down and those people not seen anything, not know anything. And then, yeah, maybe people are acting weird or whatever, but you're never around these people, so you don't know if they're acting weird. You're fucking drunk and you have no idea what's going on. So at the end of the day, everybody has the right to a fair trial, and that would include the Commonwealth. And I just hope to God that they're not going to try to come say, for Aidan's sake, that none of these people testified in the second trial because of all this shit. And that's what I think's coming. See you on the next one.